What if everything you've been told about aliens is wrong? What if the real story isn't about invasion, but about invitation? While we've been fearing the dark, beings of light have been reaching out. They are the master healers, the wise teachers, the ancient guardians of our galaxy. This is the truth they don't want you to know. We have allies in the stars. And today, we're meeting the 5 most benevolent races who are here to guide us into a new age. For as long as humanity has existed, we have stood beneath the vast silence of the night sky and wondered what watches back. We have sent our questions into the darkness through stories, mathematics, rockets, and prayers. Yet the cosmos has remained impossibly large, impossibly quiet, impossibly mysterious. And in that silence, we project our greatest fears and our greatest hopes. We imagine invaders descending from the stars, motivated by hunger for conquest or the desire to wipe us out as carelessly as we swat a fly. We imagine tyrants with cold intellect, beings who see Earth as a resource, humanity as livestock, and our civilization as nothing more than clay for their reshaping. These are the stories we have told around campfires, written in ancient texts, and woven into every modern science fiction nightmare. But there is another story, one that has survived quietly in the background of human history, a story whispered by mystics, encoded in mythology, recounted by contactees, hinted at by ancient cultures, and resurfacing again and again across the centuries. A story suggesting that not all those who traverse the stars come seeking domination, servitude, or fear. What if the universe is not filled with conquerors, but with watchers, guides, stewards, beings who measure time not in centuries, but in star cycles, who look upon young civilizations not as targets, but as seedlings? What if the cosmos is not a battlefield, but a classroom? Imagine civilizations so old that their languages evolved beyond spoken sound, beyond symbol, beyond linear time. Civilizations whose technology is indistinguishable from consciousness, whose understanding of energy, gravity, and life itself moves like poetry. Civilizations who have risen, fallen, risen again, and learned through unfathomable ages that violence is the shortest path to extinction and cooperation the only sustainable law of the stars. Imagine beings who have watched Earth not as a territory to be claimed, but as a world to be studied, nurtured, and protected, carefully, quietly, without interference. Imagine the possibility that humanity has never been as alone as it believed. This is not the story of an invasion. This is not the story of enslavement, fear, or domination. This is the story of something else, something far older, gentler, and more mysterious. A story about the civilizations that may have touched humanity throughout its past, and the ones who may still observe us now, not with malice, but with patience, not with hunger, but with hope, not as a failed species, but as a young one, volatile, brilliant, chaotic, and filled with potential. The night sky is not empty. It is a tapestry of ancient minds, ancient conflicts, ancient lessons, and ancient alliances. And among that tapestry, woven through human myth, contact lore, and star-born legend, are 5 civilizations often spoken of not as conquerors, but as caretakers. 5 species said to have watched Earth through epochs, guiding without controlling, observing without enslaving, teaching without revealing themselves openly. Their names echo through the hidden corridors of UFO history, metaphysical philosophy, and ancient memory. But before we speak of them, before we name them or explore their origins, we must first understand the stage upon which they appear. A young world, burning with rapid evolution, fear, beauty, and contradiction. A species on the edge of self-destruction and self-awakening. A planet louder, brighter, and more unstable than ever before. Humanity is changing. The Earth is changing. And the Watchers, if they exist, are watching more closely than ever. This is the beginning. The beginning of the story, not of those who seek to rule us, but of those who never wanted to. Since the 1950s, a curious phenomenon has captured the imagination of UFO enthusiasts and spiritual seekers alike. Reports of encounters with tall, blonde, blue-eyed extraterrestrials, eerily similar to humans yet possessing extraordinary abilities, have persisted for decades. These beings, known as Nordic Aliens, stand in stark contrast to the small, gray entities that would later dominate alien abduction narratives. What makes Nordic aliens so captivating is the contradiction they embody. They look remarkably human, yet claim origins among the stars. They possess advanced technology that seems nearly magical, yet express concern for our primitive nuclear weapons. They appear physically perfect, yet insist they're focused on our spiritual development rather than material advancement. They're human enough that you feel an immediate connection, explained Travis Walton, whose alleged 1975 abduction ranks among the most famous cases involving Nordic entities. But there's something in their eyes, a depth and intensity that's clearly not ordinary. Whether you view them as genuine interstellar visitors, psychological projections, or elaborate hoaxes, Nordic aliens have left an indelible mark on our cultural landscape. Their reported messages about nuclear disarmament, environmental protection, and spiritual evolution have resonated with thousands worldwide, spawning books, organizations, and even religious movements. In this comprehensive exploration, I'll examine the complete story of these cosmic visitors, from their first appearances in contactee literature to their enduring presence in contemporary UFO narratives. By analyzing the evidence, exploring the major cases, and considering both believers' perspectives and scientific skepticism, we'll develop the most complete picture available of this compelling phenomenon. The Nordic alien profile, defining the cosmic visitors. These striking entities go by many names. Pleiadians connects them to the Pleiades star cluster, their most commonly cited home. Tall whites emphasizes their height and complexion. Space brothers, popular in early contactee literature, highlights their supposedly benevolent relationship with humanity. Blonde humanoids provides a simple descriptive categorization, while Venusians reflects early claims they originated from Venus. Claims made before space exploration revealed that planet's inhospitable nature. The concept didn't emerge from nowhere. Early 20th century theosophical writings by Helena Blavatsky and others described ascended masters and spiritual beings from other worlds who guided humanity's development. These concepts laid groundwork for the Nordic alien narratives that would later flourish. The watershed moment came in the 1950s with the contactee movement. During this period, individuals like George Adamski began claiming regular communication with extraterrestrial beings who looked remarkably human. Adamski's 1953 book, Flying Saucers Have Landed, co-written with Desmond Leslie, introduced the world to Orthon, a Venusian visitor with Nordic features who expressed concern about Earth's nuclear weapons. What distinguishes Nordic aliens from other reported extraterrestrials is not just their appearance, but their approach. Unlike the Greys, who are typically associated with abduction and medical experimentation, Nordic aliens are characterized by direct communication, often including philosophical and spiritual messages. They don't kidnap, they converse, they don't probe, they teach. This difference in interaction style has made Nordic aliens particularly appealing to spiritual seekers and those interested in consciousness expansion rather than physical evidence of extraterrestrial visitation. The Grey alien narrative centers on involuntary contact and mysterious agendas. The Nordic narrative focuses on wisdom, guidance, and cosmic brotherhood. By the 1960s and 70s, the Grey alien became the dominant archetype in abduction literature, particularly after the Betty and Barney Hill case gained national attention. Nordic aliens became secondary characters in UFO lore, sometimes portrayed as working alongside Greys or opposing them. However, they maintained a strong presence in New Age and spiritual communities, where their messages of peace and consciousness evolution found receptive audiences. Physical appearance, the embodiment of cosmic perfection. If there's one aspect of Nordic aliens that makes them instantly recognizable, it's their striking physical appearance. Contactee reports paint a remarkably consistent picture of these beings as the embodiment of human physical perfection, almost too perfect, critics might say. Standing between 6 to 7 feet tall, 1.8 to 2.1 meters, Nordic aliens tower over most humans without appearing disproportionate. Their bodies are described as athletic and well-proportioned, with a grace and fluidity of movement that seems almost choreographed. According to Travis Walton, they moved with a grace that was more like dancing than walking. While both male and female Nordic aliens have been reported, early contactee accounts from the 1950s predominantly featured male entities. This gender imbalance has been noted by scholars as reflecting the patriarchal assumptions of the era. More recent accounts include a more balanced gender representation, though the basic physical characteristics remain consistent. The facial features of Nordic aliens typically include high, prominent foreheads, symmetrical features, and an expression that contactees often describe as serene or compassionate. Their eyes, usually blue or green, are frequently described as having a penetrating quality, able to communicate without words and leaving witnesses feeling seen in a profound way. Some accounts suggest that Nordic aliens may lack irises altogether, wearing specialized contact lenses to blend in when visiting Earth. This claim, while impossible to verify, adds an intriguing alien quality to beings that otherwise appear almost too human. Perhaps the most distinctive feature in Nordic alien descriptions is their hair. Typically blonde to reddish blonde, their hair is often described as unusually lustrous and beautiful. George Adamski's account of his meeting with Orthon includes the observation that the visitor's sandy-colored, wavy hair glistened more beautifully than any woman's, an oddly gendered observation that nonetheless emphasizes the otherworldly quality attributed to these beings. The clothing worn by Nordic aliens adds another layer to their distinctive appearance. Most accounts describe them wearing form-fitting, one-piece uniforms or jumpsuits that appear to be made of unusual materials with metallic or shimmering qualities. Colors vary from silver and gold to various earth tones, with some accounts mentioning distinctive insignias or symbols on the clothing. Adamski described one such being as wearing a shimmery chocolate-brown uniform with a double band of a more golden tone around the waist and oxblood-colored shoes that, though woven, looked much like leather. This level of detail in clothing descriptions is common in contactee accounts and contributes to the impression of Nordic aliens as organized, technologically advanced, and unified in purpose. Origins and cosmic geography, mapping their home systems. The question of where Nordic aliens come from has evolved significantly over the decades, reflecting both changing contactee narratives and advances in our astronomical knowledge. In the earliest contact reports from the 1950s, Nordic aliens were often described as coming from Venus. George Adamski's famous encounter with Orthon positioned the being as a Venusian concerned about Earth's nuclear testing. Similarly, Howard Menger and other contactees of that era claimed their space brothers hailed from our nearest planetary neighbor. There's an obvious problem with this origin story. Venus is now known to be an extremely hostile environment, with surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead and an atmosphere of sulfuric acid clouds. No human-like life could possibly exist there. When this became clear through space exploration in the 1960s, contactee narratives needed to evolve. The solution came in the form of extrasolar origins. By the 1970s, most accounts placed Nordic aliens' home systems outside our solar system, beyond the reach of verification by Earth's space programs. The Pleiades star cluster, also known as the Seven Sisters, became the most commonly cited home for these beings, giving rise to the term Pleiadians that's now frequently used interchangeably with Nordic aliens. Billy Meyer, the Swiss contactee whose case gained international attention in the 1970s, provided detailed information about the supposed Pleiadian homeworld. According to Meyer, they come from a planet called Era in the Taygeta system within the Pleiades. He described Era as slightly smaller than Earth, with a population of approximately 500 million individuals. A planet with advanced technology, but far less crowded than our own. From an astronomical perspective, the Pleiades presents challenges as a potential habitat. This open star cluster consists of hot, young blue stars that formed relatively recently, approximately 100 million years ago, and are not thought to be old enough for complex life to have evolved on any planets around them. Additionally, these stars emit significant radiation that could make life as we know it difficult to sustain. When presented with these scientific objections, believers often suggest that Nordic aliens may be using more advanced protection against radiation, or that they evolved differently from humans despite their similar appearance. Some accounts even suggest that they actually came from elsewhere and simply relocated to the Pleiades, or that they exist in a higher dimensional version of the Pleiades that doesn't correspond exactly to the physical star cluster we observe. Alternative claimed home systems include Vega in the constellation Lyra, the Hyades star cluster, and various locations within our own solar system, usually described as bases rather than original homes. Some contactees report being told that Nordic aliens maintain outposts on the Moon, Mars, and even in Earth's oceans. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Nordic alien origins relates to their supposed genetic relationship with humans. Many contactee narratives suggest that Nordic aliens are not simply similar to humans, but are actually our relatives. Either ancient ancestors who seeded Earth with human life, or lost cousins who evolved along a parallel but more advanced path. Billy Meyer's contacts reportedly told him that both humans and Pleiadians descended from common ancestors in the Lyra system, with the Pleiadians evolving more rapidly due to more favorable conditions and fewer wars. This narrative of shared ancestry helps explain the remarkable physical similarity while maintaining the extraterrestrial origin. Extraordinary abilities and unique biology. Beyond their striking appearance, Nordic aliens are reported to possess remarkable abilities and biological differences that further distinguish them from humans, despite their similar outward form. Telepathy stands as the most consistently reported ability across nearly all Nordic alien accounts. Rather than communicating through spoken language, these beings are said to transmit thoughts directly from mind to mind. George Adamski described his communication with Orthon as a combination of rudimentary telepathy and hand gestures, suggesting that his mind was too simple for direct mind-to-mind communication. Later contactees, however, claimed much more sophisticated telepathic exchanges. According to those who report such experiences, Nordic telepathy feels different from normal thought. Elizabeth Clarer, a South African contactee who claimed a romantic relationship with a Nordic alien named Akon, described the sensation as a warmth flowing into my mind, carrying clear concepts rather than words. Billy Meyer similarly reported that the communication from his Pleiadian contacts came as whole blocks of understanding rather than sequential sentences. Some contactees claim they've been trained by Nordic aliens to develop their own telepathic abilities. This training supposedly involves meditation techniques, energy work, and exercises to quiet the mental chatter that prevents clear reception of telepathic messages. Workshops teaching these purported techniques have become popular in certain New Age circles. Beyond telepathy, Nordic aliens allegedly possess a physiology with significant differences from human biology. These details emerge primarily from contactees who claim to have spent extended time with these beings or receive specific information about their physiology. One of the most notable claimed differences involves their blood. Unlike humans' iron-based hemoglobin, Nordic aliens allegedly possess a copper-based blood system similar to the hemocyanin found in some Earth invertebrates. This supposedly allows them to process oxygen more efficiently and gives their blood a different coloration. Their cardiovascular system reportedly differs as well, with a heart located where the human liver would be, and a resting heart rate of approximately 242 beats per minute, with a blood pressure of around 80/40. While this would be dangerously abnormal for humans, it's described as normal and efficient for their physiology. Respiratory adaptations are also mentioned in some accounts. Nordic aliens are said to have larger lung capacity than humans and more efficient oxygen extraction, allowing them to survive in environments with lower oxygen content than Earth's atmosphere. This adaptation would be consistent with origins on a planet with atmospheric conditions different from our own. Perhaps the most intriguing claimed biological difference relates to their brain structure. Some contactee narratives suggest that Nordic aliens possess a modified midbrain area that enables their telepathic and other psionic abilities. This supposedly allows for the direct manipulation of energy and consciousness in ways humans can only achieve through years of dedicated practice, if at all. The longevity attributed to Nordic aliens far exceeds human lifespans. Billy Meyer claimed his Pleiadian contacts told him their average lifespan was approximately 1,000 Earth years. This extended longevity is sometimes attributed to both biological differences and advanced medical technology that can repair cellular damage and prevent aging. It's worth noting that many of these claimed biological traits would be evolutionary adaptations to specific environmental conditions. The combination of all these traits in a being that otherwise looks remarkably human stretches biological plausibility. Critics point out that convergent evolution might produce similar body plans on different worlds, but the level of similarity between Nordic aliens and humans, down to compatible reproductive systems in some accounts, suggests either a common origin or a case of humans projecting familiar forms onto unexplained experiences. First contact, historic encounters, and famous contactees. The history of reported encounters with Nordic aliens features several prominent cases that helped shape public perception of these beings. While hundreds of people have claimed contact experiences, a handful of high-profile cases stand out for their influence and the controversy they generated. George Adamski, 1891-1965, established the template for Nordic alien encounters. A Polish-American who operated a hamburger stand near California's Mount Palomar Observatory, Adamski claimed his first significant contact occurred on November 20, 1952. According to his account, while in the Colorado desert near Desert Center, California, with several witnesses, he observed a large, cigar-shaped craft. After asking his companions to leave him alone with his camera equipment, Adamski claimed a beautiful small craft landed nearby. From this craft emerged a being he would later call Orthon, a Nordic-looking extraterrestrial with shoulder-length blonde hair and wearing a one-piece suit. Adamski described communication through a combination of telepathy and gestures, during which Orthon expressed concern about Earth's nuclear weapons testing and the radiation it released into space. Adamski's subsequent book, Flying Saucers Have Landed, co-authored with Desmond Leslie, became a bestseller and launched his career as a lecturer on the space people. He followed with Inside the Spaceships, claiming additional contacts and rides aboard extraterrestrial craft. Adamski produced numerous photographs of what he claimed were spacecraft, though these were later demonstrated to be fabricated using household items like light fixtures, ping-pong balls, and the tops of vacuum cleaners. Despite the eventual discrediting of his evidence, Adamski's impact was enormous. He established many of the core elements of Nordic alien contact narratives: their human appearance, concern about nuclear weapons, spiritual messages, and advanced technology with environmental benefits. His work influenced a generation of contactees who would expand on his basic template. Billy Meier. Billy Meier, born 1937, represents perhaps the most extensively documented contact case. The Swiss farmer claims his experiences began in 1942 at age 5 when he met an elderly Pleiadian man named Schwath. After Schwath's death in 1953, Meier communicated with a woman named Asket. All contacts ceased in 1964, but resumed on January 28, 1975, with Semjase, allegedly Schwath's granddaughter. Meier has produced hundreds of photographs purporting to show the Pleiadians beam ships, along with metal samples, sound recordings, and detailed contact notes. He founded the Free Community of Interest for the Border and Spiritual Sciences and Ufological Studies, FIGU, to preserve and share the teachings he received. Critics have thoroughly attacked Meier's evidence. Computer analysis has shown many of his photos feature small models, photographed against landscape backgrounds. His ex-wife, Calliope, revealed that he crafted spaceship models from household items like trash can lids and carpet tacks. Perhaps most damaging, photographs he claimed showed extraterrestrial women were identified as members of the Gold Diggers, a singing and dancing troupe from the Dean Martin Show. Despite these revelations, Meier maintains a dedicated following. FIGU continues to publish his contact reports, which now span thousands of pages and cover topics ranging from spirituality and reincarnation to future events and the true history of Earth. His followers point to the philosophical consistency and depth of the material as evidence that it couldn't have been fabricated by Meier alone. Howard Menger gained prominence in the late 1950s with claims of ongoing contacts with space brothers from Venus and other planets. In his book, From Outer Space to You, Menger described meeting beautiful blonde extraterrestrials and receiving spiritual messages about humanity's development. Menger claimed these beings were monitoring Earth and had established secret bases here. He produced photographs, painted portraits of his contacts, and even released a record album he claimed contained music from space, music from another planet, featuring theremin-like electronic sounds supposedly based on otherworldly compositions. Later in life, Menger made contradictory statements about his experiences, at one point suggesting they might have been part of a psychological experiment rather than actual extraterrestrial contact. According to ufologist Curtis Peebles, Menger allegedly told followers that he made enough wine for all of Southern California during Prohibition and wouldn't have had to get into this saucer crap if it hadn't ended, though the source of this quote is uncited and should be treated cautiously. Travis Walton. Travis Walton's experience stands apart from these contactee narratives. On November 5, 1975, Walton was working with a logging crew in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest in Arizona when he and his colleagues spotted a bright UFO. Approaching it alone, Walton was struck by a beam of light and disappeared. His co-workers fled in terror. After a massive search effort, Walton reappeared 5 days later, disoriented and with fragmented memories of his experience. Under hypnosis, and in his subsequent book, The Walton Experience, later retitled Fire in the Sky, he described being taken aboard a craft where he encountered several types of beings, including non-human entities and Nordic-looking humanoids who appeared more benevolent. What makes Walton's case compelling is the multiple witnesses who saw the UFO and his disappearance, the failed polygraph of one witness who subsequently passed a second test, and Walton's own passage of polygraph examinations. The 1993 film Fire in the Sky dramatized his experience, though it significantly altered the appearance of the aliens from Walton's actual description. The Eisenhower meeting. One of the most intriguing rumors in UFO literature involves President Dwight D. Eisenhower and a purported meeting with Nordic aliens at Edwards Air Force Base in February 1954. According to this story, Eisenhower disappeared from a Palm Springs vacation, ostensibly for emergency dental treatment, but actually to meet with extraterrestrial representatives. The story claims these Nordic aliens offered to share technology with the United States in exchange for nuclear disarmament, but Eisenhower rejected their proposal. Instead, he supposedly made a deal with Grey aliens, allowing limited human abductions in exchange for technology with no requirements to abandon nuclear weapons. Officials at the Eisenhower Presidential Library have dismissed these claims, and no credible evidence supports the story. Nevertheless, it has become a persistent element in UFO conspiracy literature, reflecting the common theme that Nordic aliens oppose nuclear weapons, while other extraterrestrial groups may have different agendas. Nordic alien typology, varieties of cosmic visitors. Not all Nordic aliens are described in identical terms. Over decades of reported encounters, several distinct categories or types have emerged in the literature. While they share the basic characteristics of human-like appearance and benevolent intentions, important variations exist in their reported origins, missions, and characteristics. Pleiadian Nordics. Pleiadian Nordics represent the most commonly referenced type in contemporary UFO literature. As their name suggests, they're said to originate from planets in the Pleiades star cluster. Billy Meyer's contacts, whom he calls Pleiadians rather than Pleiadians, a pronunciation corruption, exemplify this category. Pleiadian Nordics are typically described as especially focused on spiritual teaching and consciousness evolution. Their messages emphasize meditation, compassion, ecological awareness, and the development of human potential. Many contactees report receiving specific techniques for spiritual advancement from these beings. According to various accounts, Pleiadians exist at a higher vibrational frequency than Earth humans, making sustained physical contact challenging. Some contactees claim they must raise their own vibration through meditation and energy work to maintain clear communication with these beings. The spiritual emphasis of Pleiadian messages has made them particularly popular in New Age circles. Numerous books, workshops, and channeled materials claim to present Pleiadian wisdom for human spiritual development. Notable authors in this genre include Barbara Marciniak, Barbara Handclough, and Amora Kuan Yin, each presenting somewhat different versions of Pleiadian teachings. Venusian Nordics. Venusian Nordics, prominent in early contactee accounts from the 1950s and 60s, have become less common in recent decades as scientific knowledge about Venus has expanded. George Adamski's Orthon and similar entities described by Howard Menger and others fall into this category. These beings were often described as having a more formal, almost regal bearing compared to later Nordic types. Their messages focused heavily on the dangers of nuclear weapons and the potential for human self-destruction. They often expressed a paternal concern for humanity's development, positioning themselves as older, wiser siblings watching over our troubled species. True White Brothers. The Hopis, True White Brothers, represent an intriguing connection between indigenous prophecy and Nordic alien narratives. According to some interpretations of Hopi prophecy, the end of the current world age will be marked by the return of the Pahana, or True White Brothers, who will usher in a new era of peace and harmony. Some researchers in the ancient astronaut field have suggested these prophesied figures could be the same Nordic entities reported in modern contact experiences. They point to similarities in physical descriptions and the emphasis on peace and environmental harmony in both traditions. This connection remains controversial. Many indigenous scholars object to the appropriation and reinterpretation of Hopi traditions through a UFO lens, seeing it as another example of colonial thinking imposing external meanings on indigenous wisdom. Nevertheless, the parallel narratives present a fascinating case of either cultural convergence or cross-pollination. Agarthans. Agarthans represent a distinct category connecting Nordic alien narratives to older esoteric traditions about advanced civilizations within the Earth. According to these beliefs, Nordic-looking beings maintain vast underground or inner Earth cities, emerging occasionally to monitor surface activities. The concept draws from earlier Hollow Earth theories and myths about underground realms like Shambhala and Agartha. In some versions, these inner Earth dwellers are described as the descendants of ancient advanced civilizations like Atlantis and Lemuria, who retreated underground to survive cataclysms. Admiral Richard E. Byrd's expeditions to the polar regions have become entangled with these myths, with claims that he encountered advanced civilizations beyond the poles. While these stories have no historical basis in Byrd's actual expeditions, they persist in certain UFO and esoteric literature. The Vril connection, the most controversial connection, appears in narratives linking Nordic aliens to the historical Vril society and pre-Nazi German occult groups. According to these claims, a woman named Maria Orsich and other mediums in these groups established contact with Nordic-like beings who provided information about advanced propulsion technology. These stories suggest that early German wonder weapons and disc aircraft designs came from these extraterrestrial sources. Some versions claim that after World War II, surviving members of these groups established bases in Antarctica or South America, where they continued developing advanced technology with extraterrestrial assistance. Most historians dismiss these narratives as fiction, noting the lack of credible evidence for either the technological achievements or the extraterrestrial contacts claimed. The Vril Society itself exists in historical records primarily as a small, obscure group inspired by a science fiction novel, not the powerful organization portrayed in these stories. Moreover, these narratives often incorporate problematic racial theories about Aryan superiority and destiny that align with Nazi ideology. This uncomfortable connection highlights one of the more troubling aspects of Nordic alien mythology: its resonance with racial hierarchies and eugenics adjacent thinking. Mission on Earth, purpose and agenda. What do Nordic aliens supposedly want? According to contactee accounts, these beings have several consistent purposes for their interaction with Earth, reflecting both their concerns about humanity's development and their hopes for our future. Environmental stewardship. Environmental stewardship emerges as a primary theme in reported Nordic alien communications. From early contactee accounts to contemporary channeled messages, these beings allegedly express deep concern about humanity's treatment of Earth's ecosystem. George Adamski reported that Orthon showed him images of environmental devastation caused by nuclear testing. Later contactees claimed to receive detailed information about pollution, deforestation, and species extinction, often accompanied by warnings about potential planetary consequences if these trends continue. According According to Billy Meyer's published contact notes, his Pleiadian visitors described Earth as a cosmic jewel being damaged by human ignorance. They allegedly provided information about sustainable energy systems, waste management, and agricultural techniques that could reduce environmental impact. Though critics note that these purported advanced solutions often closely resemble existing environmental proposals rather than truly revolutionary technology. Some contactees report receiving specific timelines for environmental collapse if human behavior doesn't change. These predictions typically emphasize accelerating climate disruption, water shortages, and ecosystem failures. When such predictions fail to materialize on schedule, believers often suggest that increased awareness or spiritual intervention has altered the timeline, a convenient explanation that makes the claims effectively unfalsifiable. Nuclear disarmament. Nuclear disarmament advocacy represents another consistent element in Nordic alien messages. Beginning with the first wave of contactees during the Cold War, these beings have allegedly expressed grave concern about Earth's nuclear weapons and their potential for planetary destruction. According to various accounts, Nordic aliens don't just fear the physical devastation of nuclear war, but also its spiritual and energetic consequences. Some contactees claim these beings can perceive energy fields and vibrational patterns beyond human sensing, allowing them to see how nuclear explosions damage the etheric or subtle energy structure of Earth. Several contactees have reported being shown visions of potential nuclear war outcomes. Devastating imagery that supposedly motivates the Nordics' continued attempts to influence human consciousness away from conflict. These experiences are typically described as profoundly traumatic but necessary educational tools. Interestingly, some accounts suggest Nordic aliens have directly intervened to prevent nuclear accidents or unauthorized launches. Robert Salas, a former U.S. Air Force officer, has claimed that UFOs disabled nuclear missiles at Malmstrom Air Force Base in 1967, though he doesn't specifically identify the craft as operated by Nordic aliens. Similar stories about UFO activity around nuclear facilities have led some researchers to suggest a monitoring or containment mission related to nuclear technology. Spiritual guidance. Spiritual guidance and consciousness evolution feature prominently in contemporary Nordic alien narratives. These beings allegedly view themselves as teachers or elder siblings, helping humanity transition to a more advanced stage of development. The spiritual teachings attributed to Nordic aliens often blend elements from various Earth traditions with concepts about cosmic consciousness and multidimensional reality. Meditation, compassion practice, and energy work typically feature prominently, along with information about chakras, auras, and other subtle energy concepts found in Eastern spiritual traditions. Many contactees report receiving specific techniques for consciousness expansion. These range from simple meditation practices to complex visualizations intended to activate dormant brain capacities or establish communication with higher dimensions. Some of these techniques bear striking similarities to established spiritual practices, while others claim to be uniquely extraterrestrial in origin. A common theme in these teachings is the concept of ascension, a coming evolutionary leap for humanity involving both biological and consciousness changes. Nordic aliens allegedly describe this as a natural process being accelerated by cosmic energies currently affecting Earth, but one that requires human cooperation through spiritual practice and intention. Protection from hostile aliens. Protection from hostile alien species appears in some Nordic alien narratives, positioning these beings as guardians or cosmic allies defending humanity against less benevolent extraterrestrial groups. According to these accounts, various extraterrestrial races with different agendas interact with Earth, while Nordic aliens supposedly work for human spiritual evolution and planetary health. Other groups, particularly the Grey aliens associated with abduction experiences, may have more self-serving motivations related to genetic harvesting, technological development, or resource extraction. Some contactees claim Nordic aliens directly intervene to prevent abductions or mitigate the trauma of those who have been taken. Others suggest they provide humans with protective techniques like specific visualizations or energy practices that can repel unwanted extraterrestrial attention. These protective measures sometimes resemble traditional spiritual techniques for psychic protection, adapted to an extraterrestrial context. The Galactic Federation concept often appears in these narratives, a cosmic United Nations-like organization overseeing interactions between advanced civilizations. Nordic aliens are typically portrayed as high-ranking members of this federation, advocating for human welfare in cosmic diplomatic circles. The Federation supposedly operates according to non-interference principles, similar to Star Trek's Prime Directive, explaining why more direct intervention doesn't occur. Historical intervention. Historical intervention in human affairs represents one of the more elaborate aspects of Nordic alien mythology. According to ancient astronaut theories connected to these beings, they have influenced human development throughout history, from providing technological assistance to early civilizations to inspiring religious and philosophical movements. Advanced technology of the Nordic visitors. The technology attributed to Nordic aliens in contactee reports combines elements of science fiction with spiritual concepts in ways that reflect human technological aspirations. Spacecraft design. Spacecraft design and capabilities feature prominently in accounts of Nordic technology. Unlike the stereotypical flying saucers associated with Grey aliens, Nordic vessels are often described as more varied in form, including cigar-shaped motherships and smaller scout craft with both disc and spherical configurations. Billy Meyer's photographs purport to show beam ships used by his Pleiadian contacts, metallic, disc-shaped craft with a distinctive raised center and various surface features. Despite the debunking of Meyer's photographs as showing models, the design has become iconic in Pleiadian contact literature. The propulsion systems of these craft allegedly operate on principles far beyond current human technology. Contactees describe anti-gravity devices, electromagnetic field manipulation, and consciousness interactive controls that respond to thought. Some accounts mention crystalline power sources that convert universal energy directly into usable power without pollution or fuel consumption. According to various contactees, these craft can achieve speeds far beyond light, not by conventional acceleration, but by manipulating space-time itself, creating what some describe as wormholes or dimensional shortcuts. This allegedly allows them to travel between star systems in minutes rather than years. Interior descriptions of Nordic craft emphasize organic design principles and elegance. Unlike the sterile medical examination rooms reported in Grey alien abduction accounts, Nordic vessels supposedly feature comfortable living spaces with curved walls, embedded lighting, and natural elements. Materials are described as having unusual properties, self-illuminating, temperature-responsive, and capable of changing appearance or function based on need. Medical and healing technology. Medical and healing technology appears frequently in Nordic alien contact narratives. These beings allegedly possess devices capable of diagnosing and treating illness at the cellular or even energetic level without invasive procedures or pharmaceutical side effects. Contactees describe scanner-like devices that can produce three-dimensional images of the body's interior, showing not just physical structures but also energy flows, blockages, and imbalances. Treatment devices supposedly use specifically calibrated light, sound, or electromagnetic frequencies to restore balance and stimulate natural healing processes. More advanced healing technology allegedly works directly with consciousness, addressing the mental and emotional components of physical illness. Some contactees claim to have experienced consciousness transfer healing, where their awareness is temporarily shifted outside their body, while Nordic healers work on both physical and subtle energy systems. Communication systems. Communication systems used by Nordic aliens supposedly transcend conventional limitations of distance and language. Beyond their natural telepathic abilities, these beings allegedly employ technology that can amplify, record, and translate thought patterns across vast distances. Some contactees describe crystalline devices worn near the head that enhance telepathic reception and transmission, allowing more precise communication even between individuals with different levels of telepathic development. These devices supposedly filter out mental noise and focus intention in ways that improve clarity. Environmental and energy technology. Environmental and energy technology reflect the ecological concerns attributed to Nordic aliens. Contactees describe being shown energy generation systems that draw from universal field energy, similar to zero-point energy concepts in theoretical physics, providing limitless, pollution-free power. Water purification systems allegedly use vibrational resonance to restore water's natural structure and remove contaminants without chemicals. Air cleaning technology supposedly neutralizes pollutants by converting them back into basic elements rather than just filtering them out. Perhaps most ambitiously, some contactees claim Nordic aliens possess technology capable of manipulating weather patterns, deflecting harmful solar radiation, and even preventing or mitigating natural disasters like earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The limited use of such capabilities is explained by non-interference principles and concern about disrupting Earth's natural systems. Critics point out that many of these technological descriptions closely track with human science fiction and technological aspirations rather than representing truly alien concepts. The prevalence of crystals, light-based technology, and consciousness interactive systems aligns with New Age spiritual concepts popular at the time these accounts emerged. Moreover, the technological predictions made by alleged Nordic aliens have a poor track record. Contactees in the 1950s and 60s were told that certain advanced technologies would be revealed to humanity by specific dates, predictions that failed to materialize as described. When pressed on these failures, contactees typically explain that humanity wasn't spiritually ready or that timelines shifted due to human free will choices. Cultural representations and impact. Nordic aliens have permeated popular culture in numerous ways, reflecting their strong grip on the public imagination and their adaptability to various media formats. Their representation across different cultural expressions reveals both the appeal of these entities and the evolution of their portrayal over time. Television and film. Television and film have frequently incorporated Nordic alien concepts, sometimes directly referencing contactee claims, and sometimes adapting the basic idea for dramatic purposes. Cultural historian David J. Skal suggests that the 1951 film The Day the Earth Stood Still may have influenced early Nordic alien reports, with its portrayal of Klaatu, a human-looking extraterrestrial who comes to Earth with warnings about nuclear weapons. The TBS comedy series People of Earth featured Nordic aliens as one of 3 extraterrestrial groups, alongside Greys and Reptilians, visiting a small town. The Nordic character, Don the White, was portrayed as arrogant but well-intentioned, believing himself superior to the other aliens while maintaining a condescending attitude toward humans. In the long-running science fiction series Stargate SG-1, the advanced alien race known as the Asgard physically resembled the Grey aliens, but named themselves after Norse gods and presented themselves through holographic projections that resembled Nordic humans. This creative adaptation mixed elements of both alien types while tying them to Norse mythology. Even children's programming has incorporated elements of the Nordic alien concept. An episode of Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated featured a blonde Nordic alien who turned out to be a wanted thief named Sheila O'Flaherty in disguise. This lighthearted treatment demonstrates how deeply the Nordic alien image has penetrated popular awareness. Video games have also incorporated Nordic alien elements. In the Nintendo 64 and Xbox game Perfect Dark, evil aliens disguise themselves as benevolent Nordic-type beings to deceive humans, a narrative that inverts the typically positive portrayal of these entities. Literary and visual representations. Literary representations of Nordic aliens exist in multiple genres. The contactee literature itself forms a significant body of work, with books like George Adamski's Flying Saucers Have Landed, Howard Menger's From Outer Space to You, and the extensive contact notes published by Billy Meyer. Beyond these first-hand accounts, or claimed first-hand accounts, Nordic aliens appear in fiction ranging from science fiction novels to spiritual allegories. Recent works like Nordic Aliens and the Star People of the Americas by Sharon Delarose blend UFO lore with indigenous traditions, creating narratives that position Nordic aliens as ancient visitors who influenced multiple Earth cultures. New Age spiritual texts frequently incorporate wisdom allegedly channeled from Nordic aliens or Pleiadians. Books by Barbara Marciniak, Barbara Hand Clow, and numerous others present complex cosmologies and spiritual teachings attributed to these beings. These works have developed a significant following in spiritual communities seeking alternatives to traditional religious frameworks. The evolution of visual representations over decades shows both consistency and adaptation. Early depictions in contactee literature established the basic Nordic type: tall, blonde, blue-eyed humanoids in one-piece suits. Contemporary digital art has elaborated on these features while maintaining the core, recognizable elements. Some modern depictions incorporate subtle non-human features like slightly enlarged eyes, unusual pupils, or elongated limbs to emphasize the extraterrestrial nature while preserving the basic human appearance. Music and sonic interpretations. Music and sonic interpretations form another fascinating aspect of Nordic alien cultural impact. Billy Meier claims to have recorded the sounds of Pleiadian beamships, releasing audio that features unusual humming and pulsing tones. Howard Menger went further, producing an album titled Music from Another Planet that he claimed was based on compositions he heard during his contacts. The cultural impact of Nordic aliens extends beyond specific media representations to influence broader social movements and belief systems. The environmental concerns attributed to these beings have reinforced ecological activism. Their messages about peace and nuclear disarmament have supported anti-war movements. Their spiritual teachings have contributed to the growth and development of New Age philosophies. Scientific perspective and critical analysis. From a scientific standpoint, claims about Nordic aliens face significant challenges. While believers present various forms of evidence to support their existence, critical analysis reveals substantial problems with this evidence and suggests alternative explanations for the phenomenon. Analysis of physical evidence. Photographic evidence constitutes the most direct physical documentation offered by contactees. George Adamski and Billy Meier both produced numerous photographs purporting to show extraterrestrial craft, and in Meier's case, the beings themselves. However, technical analysis has consistently undermined the authenticity of these images. Adamski's photographs, when examined closely, show objects consistent with small models photographed at close range rather than large craft at a distance. Photography experts identified suspicious similarities between his supposed spacecraft and common household items of the era, including light fixtures, electric egg cookers, and vacuum cleaner parts. Meier's more sophisticated photographs have undergone extensive analysis. Computer scientist and UFO investigator Jacques Vallée initially considered them potentially genuine, but later concluded they showed small models. Independent photo analysts identified background elements appearing impossibly in front of supposed distant objects, suggesting photographic manipulation. Most damaging to Meier's case, his ex-wife Calliope stated publicly that he fabricated evidence using household materials. She specifically identified photographs of purported female extraterrestrials, Ascot and Nera, as actually showing members of the Gold Diggers performing troupe from the Dean Martin show, a claim subsequently verified by comparing the images. Metal samples presented by contactees as extraterrestrial in origin have similarly failed to support their extraordinary claims. Laboratory analyses of materials provided by both Adamski and Meier found common earthly elements with no unusual isotope ratios or structural properties that would suggest extraterrestrial manufacture. Psychological explanations. Psychological explanations for Nordic alien encounters draw from research in several areas of psychology and neuroscience. Sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations, experiences occurring in the transition between wakefulness and sleep, can produce vivid sensations of presence, unusual beings, and inability to move that match many aspects of reported alien encounters. Laboratory studies have shown that these experiences can include sensations of floating, bright lights, unusual beings present in the room, and communication without words, all common elements in Nordic alien contact reports. The typical bedroom setting of many initial contact experiences further suggests a connection to sleep-related phenomena. Fantasy-prone personality research identifies another relevant factor: Studies show that approximately 4% of the population scores high on measures of fantasy proneness, a tendency to have extremely vivid imaginative experiences that may be difficult to distinguish from reality. People with this trait report higher rates of paranormal experiences, including alien encounters. This doesn't necessarily mean such individuals are fabricating experiences. Rather, they may genuinely experience the events they report, but these experiences might originate internally rather than externally. The consistency across Nordic alien reports could reflect shared cultural narratives influencing how these internal experiences are interpreted. Suggestibility and memory implantation studies demonstrate how easily false memories can be created under certain conditions. Research by Elizabeth Loftus and others has shown that detailed, emotionally powerful memories of events that never occurred can be inadvertently implanted through suggestion, hypnosis, or guided imagery. Many contactees have undergone hypnosis to recover missing time or clarify fragmented memories, precisely the conditions under which false memory formation is most likely. The leading questions and expectations of both hypnotist and subject can shape emerging narratives in ways neither fully recognizes. Sociological factors. Sociological factors help explain why Nordic alien narratives emerged when they did and how they've evolved over time. The initial wave of contactee reports in the 1950s coincided with peak Cold War tensions and widespread anxiety about nuclear annihilation. The peaceful, technologically advanced visitors warning about nuclear weapons addressed cultural fears while offering hope for salvation. The environmental messages that became more prominent in Nordic alien communications during the 1970s and 80s paralleled the growth of the modern environmental movement and increasing awareness of ecological threats. Similarly, their spiritual teachings aligned with the rising interest in Eastern spirituality, meditation, and consciousness expansion during this period. Hoaxes and fabrications. Hoaxes and fabrications represent the most straightforward explanation for some Nordic alien evidence. Financial and psychological incentives for creating such hoaxes are significant. Contactees like Adamski and Meyer built careers, published books, gave lectures, and achieved fame through their claimed experiences. Beyond material gain, psychological rewards include attention, status within believing communities, and the sense of special selection or mission that comes with being chosen for contact. These incentives might motivate conscious deception or contribute to self-deception, in which contactees come to believe their own elaborated narratives. The broader scientific community largely dismisses claims about Nordic aliens due to the lack of verifiable evidence meeting basic scientific standards. From an evidential perspective, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, a standard that contactee reports have consistently failed to meet. However, some researchers take a more nuanced approach, suggesting that regardless of whether Nordic aliens exist as described, the experiences reported by contactees represent a genuine phenomenon worthy of investigation. These experiences may reveal important aspects of human psychology, consciousness, and spirituality, even if they don't involve actual extraterrestrial contact. These experiences have a profound transformative impact, noted psychologist and researcher Dr. Kenneth Ring. Whatever their origin, they often lead to increased environmental concern, spiritual awareness, and compassion for others. Mythological and spiritual dimensions. The Nordic alien phenomenon extends beyond questions of physical evidence into the realms of mythology, spirituality, and religious experience. Examining these dimensions helps explain the profound resonance these beings have for believers and their place in the broader landscape of human spiritual seeking. Parallels with ancient deities. Parallels with ancient deities are striking when comparing Nordic alien descriptions with figures from various mythological traditions. Norse gods like Odin and Thor, tall, powerful beings with extraordinary abilities who descended from the sky to interact with humans, bear notable similarities to contemporary Nordic alien reports. Greek and Roman divine messengers such as Hermes, Mercury, share characteristics with Nordic aliens, serving as intermediaries between realms, delivering important information to humanity, and possessing superior knowledge and capabilities. The Greek concept of the gods ichor instead of blood parallels claims about Nordic aliens' different physiology. Hindu texts describe devas and other celestial beings with remarkable similarities to Nordic aliens. The Vimanas, flying craft, mentioned in ancient Sanskrit texts, are often cited by ancient astronaut theorists as early documentation of extraterrestrial technology. Descriptions of fair-skinned divine beings imparting wisdom to humanity appear across various Hindu traditions. These cross-cultural patterns suggest either actual contact with similar entities throughout human history or the expression of universal psychological archetypes through different cultural frameworks. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious, a shared reservoir of archetypal images and experiences accessible to all humans, offers one framework for understanding these persistent patterns. Religious interpretations. Religious interpretations of Nordic aliens vary widely. Some see them as angelic beings, similar to those described in Abrahamic traditions, messengers from higher realms bringing guidance and warning. The Pleiadians' role as teachers and protectors parallels descriptions of guardian angels in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Ancient astronaut reinterpretations of religious texts propose that beings described as angels, gods, or divine messengers in sacred literature were actually extraterrestrial visitors, misunderstood by ancient humans, lacking technological concepts. Biblical passages describing wheels within wheels, Ezekiel, pillars of fire, or beings of light are recast as descriptions of spacecraft and their occupants. This approach remains highly controversial among religious scholars and believers who generally see it as misappropriating and distorting sacred texts. Critics point out that such interpretations typically ignore cultural and literary context, treating ancient texts as literal technical descriptions rather than as symbolic religious literature. New religious movements. New religious movements centered on Nordic alien contact have emerged over the decades, developing distinctive theologies and practices. These UFO religions blend extraterrestrial contact claims with spiritual teachings to create comprehensive worldviews for their adherents. The Industrial Church of the New World Comforter, founded by Alan Noonan, who later changed his name to Alan Michael, was established after his claimed physical encounter with a Nordic alien flying saucer in 1954. The organization's teachings blend apocalyptic Christianity with extraterrestrial contact narratives and communal living ideals. FIGU, Free Community of Interests for the Border and Spiritual Sciences and Ufological Studies, founded by Billy Meyer, represents perhaps the most developed organization based on claimed Nordic alien contact. With hundreds of published contact reports spanning thousands of pages, FIGU presents a comprehensive cosmology, history, and spiritual teaching attributed to Pleiadian sources. These UFO religions demonstrate how extraterrestrial contact narratives can fulfill functions traditionally provided by conventional religions, offering explanations for existence, moral guidance, community belonging, and connection to something greater than oneself. The technological elements in these belief systems make them particularly appealing in an age when traditional religious frameworks have lost influence for many people. Indigenous connections. Indigenous prophecies and traditions present another fascinating dimension of the Nordic alien phenomenon. Beyond the Hopi true white brothers mentioned earlier, various indigenous traditions include stories of star beings or sky people with characteristics reminiscent of Nordic alien descriptions. Some Native American traditions speak of star nations or celestial beings who provided guidance to their ancestors. Australian Aboriginal traditions include the Wandjina, powerful cloud and rain spirits typically depicted with large eyes and no mouths, sometimes interpreted by ancient astronaut theorists as representations of suited extraterrestrials. The relationship between these indigenous traditions and contemporary Nordic alien narratives raises complex questions about cultural appropriation versus authentic connection. Critics argue that extracting elements of indigenous spirituality and retrofitting them into a modern UFO framework disrespects these traditions and perpetuates colonial patterns of appropriation. Nordic aliens in relation to other extraterrestrial types. Nordic aliens don't exist in isolation within UFO mythology, but are situated within a complex ecosystem of reported extraterrestrial visitors, each with distinctive characteristics and agendas. Understanding the relationship between Nordic aliens and other reported extraterrestrial types helps clarify their unique position in contactee narratives. The The Nordic Grey Dynamic. The Nordic Grey Dynamic represents one of the most developed relationships in UFO literature. Grey aliens, short, skinny beings with large heads, huge black eyes, and gray skin, emerged as the dominant alien archetype following the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case in 1961. Their prominence increased dramatically after Whitley Strieber's 1987 book, Communion, and subsequent media portrayals. Several competing narratives describe the relationship between these two alien types. The competition narrative positions Nordics and Greys as adversaries with opposing agendas. In this framework, Greys conduct abductions and genetic experimentation without proper consent, while Nordics attempt to limit these activities and warn humans about Grey manipulation. This adversarial interpretation appears in the writings of researchers like Timothy Good and Linda Moulton Howe, who have published accounts from military and intelligence sources claiming that different extraterrestrial factions are competing for influence over Earth. Some versions suggest an outright cosmic war, with Earth as a contested territory. The cooperation narrative instead portrays Nordics as supervisors or managers of Grey activities. In this framework, Greys conduct the more technical aspects of interaction with Earth, including specimen collection and monitoring, while Nordics oversee the broader program and handle diplomatic communications with human authorities. This hierarchical relationship appears in accounts of the alleged treaty between extraterrestrials and the Eisenhower administration. According to these stories, Nordic representatives initially approached human leaders but were rebuffed, leading to agreements with Grey representatives instead. The Nordics supposedly remain involved, but at a distance, concerned about the direction of Grey-human interaction. Evolutionary relationship theories propose that Nordics and Greys represent different developmental stages of the same species. Some contactees claim to have been told that Greys are genetically engineered worker beings created by Nordic-type aliens, explaining both their simplified physical form and their seemingly programmed behavior. Other versions suggest that Greys represent a possible future for humanity if we continue prioritizing technological development over spiritual and emotional growth, beings who have sacrificed physical resilience and emotional capacity for intellectual advancement. Nordics, in this framework, represent a more balanced evolutionary path. Reptilian connections. Reptilian connections and conflicts introduce another dimension to Nordic alien mythology. Reptilian or draconian entities, reported as tall, scaled humanoids with reptile-like features, typically occupy the most negative position in contactee hierarchies of extraterrestrial beings. The cosmic battle narrative describes an ancient conflict between Nordic-type beings and reptilians, with Earth as one battlefield in this ongoing struggle. According to these accounts, reptilians seek to control and manipulate humanity for resource extraction and energy harvesting, while Nordics work to protect human free will and spiritual development. The Galactic Federation. The Galactic Federation concept provides an organizational framework for understanding how these diverse extraterrestrial types supposedly interact. First popularized by contactee George Van Tassel in the 1950s, this concept describes a cosmic governing body overseeing relations between advanced civilizations. Nordic aliens typically occupy leadership positions in the described Federation structure, serving as diplomats, teachers, and policymakers. Other species fulfill specialized roles based on their particular strengths and evolutionary development. The Federation supposedly operates by consensus rather than hierarchical command, though more developed civilizations naturally have greater influence. Earth's position and relationship to this Federation varies across different contactee narratives. Some describe Earth as a quarantined planet due to its violence and unstable development, with direct intervention limited to prevent contaminating our natural evolution. Others portray Earth as a special case, a planet of particular importance due to its biodiversity, spiritual significance, or role in cosmic history. Rules of engagement and non-interference policies supposedly govern how Federation members can interact with Earth. These include prohibitions against revealing their presence definitively before humanity reaches a certain developmental threshold, limitations on technology transfer, and restrictions on direct intervention in human affairs except in cases threatening planetary survival. Future membership scenarios for humanity feature in many contactee messages. These typically describe a coming transition in which Earth will graduate to Federation membership, but only after demonstrating sufficient spiritual maturity and peaceful cooperation. This transition is often linked to concepts like ascension or planetary awakening, expected to occur in the near future. Contemporary Nordic alien communities and communication. Nordic alien beliefs haven't remained static since the days of George Adamski and Howard Menger. Today, active communities continue to develop and share experiences, teachings, and information related to these beings through various channels and organizations. FIGU and established organizations. FIGU, Free Community of Interest for the Border and Spiritual Sciences and Ufological Studies, founded by Billy Meyer, represents one of the most established and organized Nordic alien-focused groups. Based at the Semjase Silver Star Center in Switzerland, FIGU continues to publish Meyer's contact reports and spiritual teachings attributed to Pleiadian sources. Current FIGU activities include regular meetings, publication of books and periodicals, maintenance of a substantial archive of Meyer's materials, and guided tours of sites where contacts allegedly occurred. The organization claims several hundred members worldwide, with core members living at or near the center in Switzerland. Meyer, now in his late 80s, reportedly continues to have contacts, though less frequently than during the peak period in the 1970s and 80s. His contact reports now span over 800 conversations, documented in thousands of pages of German text, with translations available in several languages. Online communities. Online communities focused on Nordic aliens have proliferated with the growth of the internet. Major websites, forums, and social media groups now connect believers and experiencers globally, allowing the sharing of accounts, images, and information that would previously have remained isolated. Forums like Pleiadian Knowledge, Nordic Alien Contact, and many others on platforms including Reddit, Facebook, and specialized UFO sites host thousands of discussions about experiences, teachings, and evidence related to Nordic aliens. These communities range from strictly moderated groups with specific belief frameworks to more open forums welcoming diverse perspectives. Content creation has expanded dramatically in these spaces, with community members producing videos, podcasts, artwork, and written materials documenting their understanding of Nordic alien contact. YouTube channels dedicated to Pleiadian messages reach hundreds of thousands of subscribers, with popular videos receiving millions of views. Information sharing methods have evolved beyond traditional publishing to include live-streamed channeling sessions, online courses in purported Pleiadian healing techniques, and interactive webinars where participants can ask questions to be answered by supposedly channeled Nordic entities. Modern contact methods, virtual contact experiences, and guided meditations represent another innovation in modern Nordic alien communication. Online sessions guide participants through visualization exercises intended to facilitate contact with Pleiadian consciousness. These may include specific breathing techniques, visualization of crystalline structures, and invitation protocols, supposedly more likely to attract positive extraterrestrial attention. Conferences, workshops, and in-person gatherings provide important real-world connection points for believers. Major events focused on extraterrestrial contact often include speakers, presenters, and workshop leaders claiming Nordic alien connection or channeling abilities. The Conscious Life Expo, Contact in the Desert, and similar large conferences regularly feature presentations on Pleiadian wisdom and Nordic alien contact. These events typically blend UFO research with broader spiritual, metaphysical, and consciousness exploration themes, reflecting the spiritual emphasis in contemporary Nordic alien narratives. Modern channeling represents a significant evolution in claimed Nordic alien communication. While early contactees like Adamski described physical meetings and conversations, contemporary contact more often occurs through channeling, a process where the contactee enters an altered state to receive and transmit information from non-physical sources. Contemporary contactees employ various channeling techniques. Some use deep trance states where their normal personality appears to be temporarily replaced by the Nordic entity, speaking in a different voice and sometimes displaying altered facial expressions. Others maintain conscious awareness while stepping aside mentally to allow the transmission to flow through them. Still others simply report receiving clear thoughts or images that they attribute to Pleiadian sources. Technology-assisted contact attempts represent another modern innovation. Devices using specific light patterns, sound frequencies, or electromagnetic fields are marketed as tools to facilitate extraterrestrial communication. Some groups use modified radio equipment, supposedly capable of detecting communications on frequencies outside normal ranges. The contemporary Nordic alien community represents a fascinating blend of spiritual seeking, technological interest, and community building. While mainstream science remains skeptical of their claims, these groups provide meaningful frameworks of understanding and belonging for their participants. The evolution from simple contactee narratives to complex cosmological systems with active global communities demonstrates the continuing appeal of these supposedly ancient yet futuristic beings in our rapidly changing world. The enduring appeal of Nordic aliens. Whether viewed as literal visitors from distant stars or as symbolic expressions of human hopes and fears, Nordic aliens have established themselves as significant figures in contemporary mythology. Their continuing presence in our cultural imagination speaks to fundamental questions about human identity, cosmic belonging, and our species' potential for transformation. The truth about these cosmic visitors remains elusive, suspended between belief and skepticism, science and spirituality. Perhaps the most honest assessment comes from astronomer and UFO researcher Jacques Vallée. The phenomenon behaves like something that is both physical and psychic in nature. We may be dealing with a technology that manipulates dimensions of reality we don't yet understand, making simple explanations impossible. What seems certain is that Nordic aliens will continue to fascinate, challenge, and inspire as humanity moves forward into an uncertain future, looking to the stars for both scientific knowledge and spiritual meaning. The enduring appeal of Nordic aliens may lie in what they represent, a hopeful vision of humanity's potential future. With their advanced technology existing in harmony with spiritual development, they embody the integration of science and spirituality many seek in our fragmented modern world. Their concern for Earth's environment resonates with growing ecological awareness, while their peaceful cooperation offers an alternative to human conflict. As one believer expressed it, the Nordic aliens show us what we could become, not just technologically advanced, but spiritually and emotionally mature. They're like looking in a mirror that reflects our best possible future. This aspirational quality distinguishes Nordic alien narratives from many other UFO and extraterrestrial contact stories. While gray alien abductions often leave experiencers feeling violated and traumatized, Nordic contacts typically leave people feeling inspired and uplifted. The difference speaks to contrasting views of humanity's cosmic status as specimens to be studied versus siblings to be guided. The psychological functions served by Nordic alien beliefs help explain their persistence despite lack of scientific validation. They provide hope during environmental and social crises by suggesting that more advanced beings are monitoring and potentially helping humanity through difficult transitions. They offer spiritual meaning in a secular age by connecting personal development to cosmic evolution and purpose. For many believers, Nordic aliens represent an externalization of the higher self concept found in many spiritual traditions, a more evolved aspect of consciousness that can guide and inspire growth. The fact that these beings look essentially human makes this projection easier than it would be with more alien-appearing entities. We're drawn to the Nordic aliens because they're us, but better, explained one researcher who studies the psychological aspects of UFO beliefs. They represent what we aspire to: physically beautiful, technologically advanced, spiritually evolved, and environmentally responsible. They're human 2.0. Some critics suggest that this aspirational quality reveals the problematic racial dimensions of Nordic alien mythology. The glorification of tall, blonde, blue-eyed beings as the pinnacle of evolution raises uncomfortable questions about implicit bias and Western beauty standards projected onto the cosmos. Defenders counter that Nordic aliens represent only one of many extraterrestrial types in contactee literature, with equally positive attributes attributed to beings of various appearances. They point out that descriptions of these beings emphasize their compassion and wisdom rather than just their physical characteristics. characteristics. Whether approached as literal truth or symbolic narrative, the Nordic alien phenomenon demonstrates humanity's continuing need for mythological frameworks that bridge science and spirituality, offering meaning and hope in a complex and often threatening world. These beings speak to our deepest questions about origins, destiny, and our place in the cosmos. "We want to believe we're not alone," said one lifelong contactee researcher, not just in the sense of other intelligence existing out there, but in the sense that someone wiser and more advanced cares about what happens to us. That's the real appeal of the Nordic aliens, their family, reaching back to help us join them among the stars. As we continue our scientific search for extraterrestrial life through projects like SETI, Mars exploration, and exoplanet research, the cultural and spiritual dimensions of our cosmic imagination remain vibrant and evolving. Whatever evidence eventually emerges about life beyond Earth, the Nordic aliens have already secured their place in our cultural mythology, beautiful, wise beings from the stars who remind us of our better selves and our potential future. Conclusion: the enduring mystery of Nordic aliens. Since their emergence in the 1950s, Nordic aliens have captivated the imaginations of UFO enthusiasts, spiritual seekers, and conspiracy theorists alike. These enigmatic beings, tall, blonde, blue-eyed, and strikingly human-like, occupy a unique space in extraterrestrial lore, blending elements of science fiction, New Age spirituality, and Cold War-era anxieties. Unlike the more clinical and unsettling gray aliens associated with abduction narratives, Nordic aliens present themselves as benevolent guides, offering warnings about nuclear war, environmental destruction, and the need for spiritual evolution. But what explains the persistence of Nordic alien mythology? Why do these beings continue to resonate decades after their first appearances in contactee literature? The answer lies in their symbolic power. They represent both an idealized version of humanity and a cosmic interventionist force that promises salvation in an uncertain world. A mirror of human aspirations, Nordic aliens embody humanity's highest aspirations: physical perfection, advanced technology, and enlightened consciousness. Their messages often reflect contemporary concerns: nuclear disarmament in the 1950s, environmentalism in the 1970s, and spiritual awakening in the New Age movement. This adaptability suggests that Nordic alien narratives function as a cultural Rorschach test, mirroring society's hopes and fears at any given time. Their human-like appearance also makes them more relatable than other extraterrestrial types. While Greys and Reptilians evoke fear and suspicion, Nordics inspire trust. Their resemblance to idealized Aryan features has led some critics to argue that the phenomenon carries troubling racial undertones, reinforcing Eurocentric beauty standards as the pinnacle of evolution. Yet believers counter that their appeal lies not in racial ideology, but in their role as cosmic mentors, wise, compassionate, and invested in humanity's future. Between contactee tales and psychological phenomena, the credibility of Nordic alien encounters rests largely on personal testimony rather than physical evidence. Early contactees like George Adamski and Howard Menger produced photographs and artifacts that were later debunked, while modern experiencers rely on channeled messages and meditation-induced visions. Skeptics argue that these accounts stem from psychological phenomena such as sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations, which can produce vivid, otherworldly encounters; fantasy-prone personalities, where individuals struggle to distinguish imagination from reality; false memory implantation, particularly under hypnosis, which can create elaborate but fictional narratives. Yet for those who claim contact, the experiences feel undeniably real. Travis Walton's abduction case remains one of the most compelling, with multiple witnesses and polygraph tests supporting his story. Whether these encounters represent actual extraterrestrial contact, psychological aberrations, or something in between remains unresolved. A modern mythology for a technological age, Nordic aliens fulfill a role similar to ancient gods, angels, and ascended masters. They are intermediaries between humanity and the divine, or in this case, the extraterrestrial. Their teachings often parallel mystical traditions, emphasizing unity consciousness, meditation, and ethical living. This fusion of UFO lore and spirituality has given rise to new religious movements, such as Billy Meyer's Figu and various Pleiadian-based groups. In an era where traditional religious frameworks are declining for many, Nordic Aliens offer a scientifically tinged alternative, a mythology that incorporates space travel, advanced physics, and cosmic brotherhood. They provide a narrative in which humanity is not alone, but part of a larger galactic community, watched over by wiser beings who want to guide us toward enlightenment. The future of the Nordic alien phenomenon. As humanity edges closer to potential contact with extraterrestrial life, whether through government UFO disclosures, SETI breakthroughs, or manned missions to other planets, the Nordic alien mythos may evolve in unexpected ways. If official confirmation of non-human intelligence emerges, will these beings match the descriptions of contactees, or will the reality prove far stranger than fiction? Alternatively, if no such evidence surfaces, the Nordic archetype may persist as a psychological and cultural construct, a modern myth that helps people navigate existential questions. Their appeal lies not just in the possibility of their existence, but in what they represent, a vision of humanity's potential future, where technology and spirituality coexist harmoniously. Final thoughts. A cosmic riddle. The Nordic alien phenomenon remains one of ufology's most intriguing puzzles. Are they real extraterrestrial visitors, interdimensional beings, psychological projections, or elaborate hoaxes? The answer may depend less on concrete evidence than on the human need for meaning in a vast, mysterious universe. As astronomer and UFO researcher Jacques Vallée observed, the phenomenon behaves in ways that defy simple categorization. It is both physical and psychic, real and illusory. Whether Nordic aliens exist as literal beings or as mythic constructs, their impact on culture, spirituality, and our collective imagination is undeniable. In the end, they serve as a mirror, reflecting humanity's deepest hopes, that we are not alone, that someone out there cares, and that our species has the potential to evolve beyond its current limitations. Whether as extraterrestrial ambassadors or archetypal guides, Nordic aliens continue to inspire, challenge, and fascinate, ensuring their place in the annals of cosmic mystery for generations to come. In the vast, spiraling ocean of stars that is the Milky Way, stories persist of a race so ancient, so spiritually advanced, and so technologically superior that they've become mythological in their own right. Known as the Arcturians, these beings are believed by some to be the most evolved alien species in our galaxy, guardians of wisdom, protectors of peace, and silent shepherds, watching over Earth since time immemorial. While mainstream science has yet to verify their existence, the legends surrounding the Arcturians are so compelling that they've become central to some of the most powerful metaphysical and extraterrestrial narratives ever told. But who or what are the Arcturians, really? Are they physical beings composed of flesh and blood? Or are they higher dimensional entities made of light, operating beyond the constraints of space and time? Some say they are from the star system Arcturus, a blazing orange giant located about 37 light-years from Earth in the constellation of Bodas. Others believe they are interdimensional travelers, existing in the 5th or even the 9th dimension, here not to conquer or exploit, but to guide, uplift, and protect. Whatever the case, those who claim contact with them describe the Arcturians as compassionate, wise, and profoundly committed to humanity's spiritual evolution. The idea that an alien race could act as Earth's warden might sound like science fiction, but across cultures and centuries, stories of sky beings, guardians, and teachers from the stars have persisted, from the ancient Sumerians who spoke of divine messengers descending from the heavens, to indigenous prophecies of star ancestors returning to guide humanity. The theme echoes through time. And now, in the 21st century, as we face global crises, technological upheaval, and spiritual awakening all at once, the idea of an advanced cosmic race helping us from the shadows feels more relevant and more urgent than ever. So in this journey, we'll dive deep into the mystery of the Arcturians. We'll explore their supposed origin, characteristics, mission, and methods. We'll look at reports from contactees and channelers who claim to communicate with them. We'll consider how they differ from other alien races like the Greys or Reptilians. And most of all, we'll ask the question, if the Arcturians are real, and if they truly are watching over us, what does that mean for the future of humanity? Origins of the Arcturians and their galactic reputation. To truly grasp who the Arcturians are said to be, we must begin with their origin, not just in terms of geography, but vibration, essence, and intention. According to those who have channeled or claimed contact with Arcturian entities, they hail from the Arcturus star system, located approximately 36.7 light-years from Earth. Arcturus is the brightest star in the constellation Bodas, a reddish-orange giant star that shines more than 100 times brighter than our Sun. Astronomically, it's a fascinating object, but spiritually, Arcturus is considered by many to be a beacon, a spiritual lighthouse from which one of the most evolved alien species has emerged. Arcturians are believed to have transcended the limitations of physical form long ago. They are thought to exist primarily in the fifth dimension, a state of reality beyond our own 3D space and linear time. While some contactees report seeing Arcturians in humanoid form during dreams or meditations, often described as tall, slender, blue-skinned beings with elongated heads and radiant energy fields. Others insist that this is merely a projection designed to help us relate to them. In truth, they are said to be light beings, pure consciousness wrapped in geometry and vibrational signatures, capable of shifting across dimensions at will. What sets the Arcturians apart in galactic lore is not just their intelligence or their technological sophistication, it's their deep spiritual alignment. Unlike the Greys, who are often depicted as coldly logical and emotionally detached, or the Reptilians, who are frequently accused of manipulation and domination, the Arcturians are viewed as benevolent mentors. They are the sages of the stars, the caretakers, the bridge between galactic civilizations that still struggle with polarity, war, and fear, and those that have moved beyond it into unity, peace, and divine service. In fact, many believe that Arcturians belong to an interstellar collective sometimes referred to as the Galactic Federation of Light, a multidimensional alliance of beings who work behind the scenes to maintain balance and harmony across the galaxy. While this idea sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi novel, it shows up repeatedly in channelings, ancient prophecies, and modern spiritual teachings. The Arcturians are often described as key advisors within this council, specializing in planetary healing, consciousness elevation, and energetic recalibration. But how did they earn such a revered place among the stars? It's said that eons ago, long before humanity had even formed language, the Arcturians went through their own dark night of the soul. Like us, they once faced internal division, greed, ecological collapse, and spiritual forgetfulness. But through collective awakening and interdimensional collaboration, they evolved rapidly, transcending the need for material conquest, political control, or egoic dominance. They merged science with spirit, logic with love, and emerged as a fully unified civilization. In the words of some channelers, the Arcturians mastered themselves before they ever mastered space. This is why they are seen not as conquerors, but as healers, traveling across star systems not to claim territory, but to assist civilizations at a tipping point. And this, many believe, is where Earth comes into the picture. For thousands of years, the Arcturians have allegedly been working in the background, helping to nudge humanity forward, quietly and invisibly, like galactic gardeners tending to a struggling seed. They don't interfere with free will. They don't land ships on the White House lawn. They don't force revelations. Instead, they send dreams, symbols, downloads, and subtle guidance to those sensitive enough to receive it. Shamans, mystics, inventors, and spiritual leaders may have unknowingly drawn from Arcturian wisdom. Even the great minds of Earth, figures like Nikola Tesla, Leonardo da Vinci, or Pythagoras have been linked in metaphysical circles to Arcturian inspiration, not necessarily through direct contact, but through vibrational alignment. their ideas, their breakthroughs, their visions. Perhaps these were echoes of a higher consciousness whispering through the veil. And then there are the starseeds, a term gaining popularity in modern spiritual communities. Starseeds are believed to be souls who originated in other star systems, Arcturus among them, but have incarnated on Earth with a mission. Their purpose? To awaken, to heal, and to guide humanity through the current period of upheaval and transition. Many self-identified Arcturian starseeds report having vivid dreams of glowing temples, crystalline cities, and council chambers filled with light beings. They often feel a deep sense of not belonging on Earth, paired with an intense urge to help, heal, or raise awareness. Whether these experiences are literal memories or symbolic expressions of inner transformation, they carry a powerful message. Humanity is not alone, and it never has been. Of course, skeptics argue that all of this is fantasy, a mixture of mythology, psychology, and wishful thinking. And to be fair, the line between belief and evidence is a delicate one. But the Arcturian story endures for a reason. It resonates, not just because it paints a beautiful picture of galactic harmony, but because it holds up a mirror to our own potential. If a civilization from another star system could overcome its darkness, awaken to its higher self, and become a guardian rather than a tyrant, then so can we. It's also important to consider how the Arcturians are said to interact with other alien races. Unlike the more territorial or experimental species like the Greys or Reptilians, who have, in many abduction accounts, been accused of conducting genetic experiments, the Arcturians are described as protectors. In some cases, they are said to intervene to prevent psychic or physical harm. They are the unseen shield, the spiritual firewall around humanity. This protective role may even extend to Earth itself. Some reports suggest that the Arcturians work in cooperation with planetary energy grids, ley lines, and magnetic fields, essentially maintaining the vibrational infrastructure of Earth to prevent total collapse. From this perspective, they're not just wardens of humanity, they're stewards of Gaia, the living planet. They help to balance frequencies, assist in clearing trauma from the planetary body, and stabilize the spiritual climate during times of mass awakening or turbulence. Their technology, too, is said to be beyond our comprehension, not in terms of brute power, but in its elegance and multi-dimensional functionality. While we build machines that burn fuel and degrade over time, Arcturian tech is supposedly biological, crystalline, and conscious. Their ships are not metal crafts, but sentient light vessels that respond to thought, emotion, and vibration. Their healing chambers use sound, color, and sacred geometry to recalibrate cellular memory and restore energetic balance. Contactees often describe these ships as shimmering, translucent spheres or arcs of light that appear in dreams, meditative states, or during out-of-body experiences. Inside, they encounter glowing beings with deep eyes filled with kindness and wisdom, entities that speak not through words, but through frequency. Their messages are often simple, yet profound. Remember who you are. You are light. You are loved. You are never alone. And perhaps that's the ultimate Arcturian message, not one of rescue, but of remembrance. They do not come to save us, but to remind us that the power to evolve has always been within us. That the future of Earth is not written in prophecy or alien intervention, but in the choices we make each day. Choices to rise, to awaken, and to become more than what we've been. So, if the Arcturians truly are the most evolved alien race in our galaxy, their evolution is not measured in weaponry or conquest. It is measured in love, in presence, in service, and in that light, they may not just be extraterrestrial visitors. They may be reflections of who we are destined to become. Ancient influence and Earth's hidden history. If the Arcturians have truly been watching over Earth for millennia, then their presence wouldn't just be a modern phenomenon. It would be woven into the deep fabric of human history. In fact, there are intriguing clues, symbols, and myths scattered across ancient civilizations that some believe point to Arcturian intervention or influence long before the modern UFO era ever began. Let's start with the ancient Sumerians, often considered the first advanced civilization on Earth. Their written records, etched into cuneiform tablets over 5,000 years ago, speak of beings from the stars who descended to Earth, bringing knowledge, culture, and agriculture. While these beings are commonly interpreted as the Anunnaki, some alternative theorists propose that multiple alien races may have interacted with early humanity, and among these were likely the Arcturians, not to rule, but to guide from the shadows. The Arcturians, being deeply aligned with cosmic law and spiritual freedom, would never have imposed themselves in direct governance, but rather offered subtle nudges toward higher awareness. Then there's Egypt. The ancient Egyptians were obsessed with the stars, particularly Sirius, Orion, and yes, Arcturus. While modern mainstream Egyptology focuses heavily on the sun gods, some alternative historians have pointed out architectural and astronomical alignments that may suggest extraterrestrial correspondences. Could the Arcturians have helped design the layout of temples or even the Great Pyramid, embedding within them sacred geometrical codes to awaken consciousness in future generations? The temples of Luxor, for example, when viewed from above, resemble the structure of the human body's chakra system, a hallmark of Arcturian spiritual technology. Arcturian philosophy is deeply intertwined with vibrational healing, chakra alignment, and light body activation. Could it be that ancient priests in Egypt were not only astronomers and engineers, but also initiates in a hidden cosmic tradition? A tradition inspired, at least in part, by the quiet whispers of Arcturian wisdom. Moving further east, India's Vedic texts also offer tantalizing possibilities. The ancient Sanskrit writings speak of celestial beings known as devas, flying craft called vimanas, and higher dimensional realms inhabited by radiant divine beings. These descriptions mirror the traits often ascribed to the Arcturians, beings of light, enormous compassion, capable of traversing dimensions and appearing to humans in dreams or sacred visions. The Mahabharata, an epic filled with Star Wars and interdimensional travelers, might be more than mere allegory. It may preserve the memory of real cosmic interactions, interpreted through the lens of ancient mysticism. And let's not forget the Maya and the Inca, two cultures deeply rooted in stargazing and spiritual science. Mayan calendars track cosmic cycles with eerie precision, and some believe they were given this knowledge by star teachers. Arcturian energy is often described as rhythmic, mathematical, and precise, qualities echoed in the timekeeping genius of these ancient cultures. The idea here isn't that Arcturians built temples or ruled as gods, but rather that they activated latent codes within the human psyche, helping early societies awaken to their spiritual potential. Even indigenous wisdom keepers from remote corners of the globe speak of star people or sky brothers who visited in ancient times, not to dominate, but to teach and protect. The Zuni, Hopi, Lakota, and Aboriginal Australians have all preserved oral histories of celestial ancestors who imparted sacred knowledge. Often, these beings are described as tall, luminous, and deeply benevolent, much like modern descriptions of the Arcturians. So, while the evidence isn't etched in stone, at least not in a way conventional science accepts, the patterns are hard to ignore. Multiple civilizations, disconnected by oceans and millennia, all speak of beings from the stars who appeared in moments of great cultural awakening. Is it coincidence, or is it part of a larger hidden tapestry? But how would the Arcturians accomplish such influence without revealing themselves? The answer may lie in their telepathic and energetic abilities. According to modern contactees, the Arcturians prefer to communicate through subtle channels, dreams, meditations, synchronicities, and intuitive downloads. These transmissions don't always come with clear instructions. Instead, they function like seeds, implanted within the consciousness of artists, inventors, spiritual leaders, and seekers, waiting to bloom when the time is right. Throughout history, we've seen sudden bursts of genius and innovation: the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the digital age. Could some of these leaps forward have been catalyzed by unseen assistance? Could the surge of esoteric knowledge in ancient Alexandria or the construction of megalithic sites like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge have been partially influenced by Arcturian guidance? Another possible avenue of influence is through sacred geometry and vibrational technology. Arcturian architecture, if such a term applies to a civilization of light, is said to involve perfectly balanced structures of form and function, encoded with harmonics that resonate with consciousness. Some believe that sacred sites across the globe are actually frequency temples, points on Earth's energy grid where cosmic information is downloaded and disseminated. The Arcturians, in this view, may have helped ancient humans build these structures, not with spaceships and lasers, but through dreams, visions, and direct telepathic mentorship. Their goal has never been control, it's activation, awakening, remembering. But why would they care about Earth at all? With a galaxy full of stars and civilizations, why invest time and energy here? The answer may lie in Earth's uniqueness. Some spiritual traditions hold that Earth is a rare planet where free will, duality, and accelerated soul evolution converge. It's like a cosmic university, challenging, unpredictable, but filled with potential. Souls incarnate here not for comfort, but for growth, and the stakes are high. As humanity moves through what many call the Great Awakening, the guidance of elder civilizations like the Arcturians becomes more crucial than ever. Their role may be similar to that of a master teacher observing a student taking a final exam. They can't intervene directly, they can't give us the answers, but they can encourage, they can send energy, and they can hold space for us to succeed. Modern mystics, healers, and Arcturian channels often describe receiving waves of energy during meditation that seem to come from the Arcturians, vibrational upgrades that align the chakras, awaken latent DNA, or clear ancestral trauma. These experiences are deeply personal and often transformative. They're rarely about spectacle or proof. Instead, they leave behind a feeling of peace, clarity, and spiritual purpose. And here's the thing, it's not about belief. The Arcturians don't need you to believe in them. Their message transcends dogma. It's not about converting people to a cosmic religion. It's about opening the heart, aligning the soul, and remembering who we truly are, multidimensional beings having a temporary human experience. If you resonate with that idea, even on a gut level, then you may already be connected to the Arcturian energy. You may be one of the many awakening now, feeling the call, sensing the shift, tuning into frequencies that go beyond logic, but feel more real than anything else. As Earth moves deeper into a time of transition, technological, environmental, and spiritual, the presence of the Arcturians may become more prominent, not through mass landings or media headlines, but through inner revelation. Through moments of stillness, through sudden insight, through the dream that wakes you up at 3 a.m. with a message you can't quite explain but somehow understand completely. So, what does all this mean for humanity? If the Arcturians are indeed Earth's wardens, then perhaps they're here not to rescue us, but to remind us that we are ready to evolve. That the chaos we see is not a sign of failure, but a signal that we are on the edge of something vast and beautiful. And maybe, just maybe, the Arcturians are here to help ensure that when we finally make the leap from fear to love, from division to unity, from ego to soul, we'll land on solid ground. Not because they saved us, but because we remembered how to save ourselves. Modern contact, channeling, and the Arcturian message today. In today's world, where smartphones, satellites, and science fiction dominate our view of the cosmos, the notion of telepathic contact with higher dimensional alien beings may seem, at best, mystical and, at worst, delusional. But to a growing number of people around the globe, Arcturian contact is real, personal, and deeply transformational. Unlike the dramatic, fear-based alien abduction narratives often associated with the Greys, contact with the Arcturians is reported as gentle, uplifting, and filled with spiritual wisdom. Many of these reports come from channelers, individuals who claim to act as bridges between physical reality and higher dimensional entities. Through meditation, trance states, or spontaneous downloads, these individuals receive teachings, guidance, and energetic transmissions they attribute to the Arcturians. The tone of these messages is remarkably consistent. The Arcturians are here to help humanity evolve. They do not demand worship, and they do not instill fear. Instead, they offer tools for awakening, blueprints for healing, and reminders of cosmic unity. Take, for example, the work of Norma Milanovic, author of We the Arcturians, one of the earliest and most well-known texts channeling Arcturian entities. Her work outlines their philosophy that love is the ultimate force in the universe. that Earth is moving through a dimensional shift, and that humanity must release ego, separation, and violence if it is to take its place among the stars. Milanovic claims the Arcturians contacted her via a computer, transmitting messages of peace, unity, and advanced spiritual technology. Though extraordinary, her experience mirrors that of countless others who, through meditation or spontaneous awakening, report similar contact. Then there's David K. Miller, another prominent Arcturian channeler who claims to regularly communicate with an Arcturian being named Giuliano. According to Miller, Giuliano and his Arcturian companions work with Earth's energy grids and help stabilize the planet during times of upheaval. They offer meditative techniques such as tonal singing, pillar of light visualizations, and biorelativity practices, all aimed at enhancing Earth's vibrational frequency and assisting the evolution of human consciousness. What's striking about these contacts is not just their content, but their resonance. People across different cultures, languages, and belief systems report strikingly similar encounters. They describe feeling surrounded by an energy of deep, unconditional love. They see beings bathed in shimmering blue or violet light. They hear messages of encouragement, cosmic unity, and inner transformation, and they often emerge from the experience changed, more compassionate, more grounded, and more committed to their life's purpose. Some experiencers describe their encounters as dreamlike, happening during lucid dreaming or astral projection. Others experience them during near-death experiences, NDEs, in which they temporarily leave their physical bodies and travel through vast corridors of light where they encounter guardians or teachers who fit Arcturian descriptions. Still others have reported receiving healing during deep meditative states, feeling energy being scanned, realigned, and purified by invisible hands. A recurring motif is the Arcturian healing chamber, a concept that frequently appears in channeled messages and guided meditations. This chamber is described as a crystalline or light-based space aboard an Arcturian ship where the human aura and subtle bodies are cleared of trauma, fear, and energetic blockages. Within this chamber, individuals report seeing sacred geometry patterns, hearing harmonic tones, and experiencing a profound sense of wholeness. Whether symbolic or real, the healing reported by participants often carries emotional and psychological benefits in waking life. But modern Arcturian contact doesn't just manifest through private spiritual experience. It's spreading into collective consciousness through art, music, technology, and community. Increasing numbers of people are identifying as starseeds, souls who believe they originated from other star systems and incarnated on Earth to assist in planetary transformation. Among the most common starseed lineages identified are Arcturian, Pleiadian, Sirian, and Andromedan. Arcturian starseeds, in particular, often report feeling an innate desire to heal others, improve the world, and awaken humanity. Interestingly, many of these individuals also report early life challenges, feeling isolated, misunderstood, or out of place in society. These so-called spiritual misfits often carry a deep intuitive sense that they're here for a reason they can't fully articulate. When they encounter the Arcturian archetype, through a book, a meditation, or a spontaneous vision, it often triggers a profound soul remembrance. It's as though a long-forgotten blueprint is reactivated within them. This blueprint includes certain Arcturian traits: high sensitivity to energy, strong intuition, interest in metaphysics, and a natural tendency to question mainstream systems. Many Arcturian starseeds are drawn to healing professions, energy work, quantum physics, sacred geometry, or environmental activism. Others become teachers, counselors, or creatives who infuse their work with higher frequencies. What unites them is a quiet but potent desire to serve, not for fame or recognition, but out of a deep sense of planetary stewardship. One might ask, if all this is real, why don't we see more mainstream evidence? Why haven't Arcturians simply revealed themselves? The answer, according to channeled sources, lies in the principle of non-interference. Arcturians are said to abide by the law of free will, a universal principle that prohibits advanced beings from interfering with a planet's evolutionary path unless invited or unless a planetary crisis threatens more than just the species involved. Unlike malevolent or opportunistic ET factions, the Arcturians do not manipulate, coerce, or dominate. Their assistance is always subtle, consensual, and offered in service, not control. This is why many contact experiences occur during altered states of consciousness. In these states, where the ego is quiet and the subconscious is open, the human soul can opt in to receive guidance. From the Arcturian perspective, it's not about flashy displays of power, it's about resonance. If your soul resonates with their frequency, contact occurs. If not, they remain in the background, respecting your path. Yet even with this quiet approach, their influence seems to be rising. More people are having spontaneous awakenings, experiencing synchronicities, and being drawn to spiritual teachings aligned with Arcturian philosophy, unity, multidimensionality, compassion, and ascension. Some describe a growing Arcturian wave sweeping the earth, a collective spiritual current that's helping humanity shake off the fog of division, materialism, and fear. So, what is the Arcturian message today? If you boil it down to its essence, the message is simple but profound. You are more than you think you are. You are not alone. You are loved, and you are part of something vast, sacred, and interconnected. The Arcturians teach that humanity is undergoing a dimensional shift, an evolutionary leap from third-dimensional duality into fifth-dimensional unity consciousness. This shift involves personal and collective transformation, healing past wounds, releasing outdated beliefs, awakening to our soul's purpose, and remembering that we are divine co-creators. They encourage daily spiritual practice, not dogma, but presence. They suggest meditation, sound healing, energy work, and time in nature as tools to align with higher frequencies. They emphasize heart coherence, emotional mastery, and forgiveness, not just as moral ideals, but as energetic necessities for evolution. Perhaps most importantly, they invite us to awaken without fear. The world, they say, may seem chaotic on the surface, but it is undergoing a birth process. Old systems are breaking down because they are no longer aligned with the emerging frequency of unity. Pain, confusion, and darkness are surfacing not to destroy us, but to be healed, to be alchemized, to be released. And in that space of healing, the Arcturians stand as cosmic midwives, holding the space, anchoring the light, whispering encouragement into the soul of humanity. So the question isn't, will the Arcturians reveal themselves? The real question is, are we ready to reveal ourselves, to them, to each other, and to our true divine nature? Because the Arcturians aren't just visitors from the stars. They are mirrors of who we are becoming. Arcturian technology, healing systems, and multidimensional science. When we hear the word technology, our minds immediately leap to metal machines, artificial intelligence, and circuits. But Arcturian technology goes far beyond this limited scope. It doesn't rely on material construction as we know it. Instead, it operates on consciousness, frequency, geometry, and light, a fusion of science and spirit that renders our own tools primitive by comparison. To the Arcturians, technology is not separate from nature or soul. It is an extension of consciousness, designed not just to do something, but to be in harmony with the divine order of the universe. Their tools don't simply serve a function, they heal, balance, and elevate the user. The most well-known Arcturian innovation, at least among those who've experienced or channeled their energy, is the Arcturian healing chamber. Often described as a crystalline, light-encoded space, this chamber is said to exist both aboard their light ships and within their energetic domain. People who claim to have visited it during meditation or astral projection describe lying down within an orb or chamber filled with shifting light, harmonic tones, and sacred geometry patterns. These elements aren't decorative, they're the tech itself. Each color, sound, and shape resonates with a specific frequency that targets emotional wounds, physical imbalances, and energetic blockages. The chamber scans the human energy field and provides adjustments similar to what we might consider energetic surgery, though there are no tools, no scalpels, only intelligent light. Some even report feeling as though they were physically vibrating or floating as the Arcturian energies moved through them, recalibrating their chakras, releasing trauma, and restoring clarity. It's not uncommon for people to emerge from a healing session feeling lighter, more present, and more aligned with their purpose, often accompanied by spontaneous insights or creative breakthroughs. Beyond healing chambers, Arcturian technology also includes what some call frequency bridges or dimensional corridors. These are not machines in the traditional sense, but consciousness-based portals that allow beings to move through dimensions without violating natural laws. These portals are said to be opened through harmonic resonance, a specific alignment of frequency, intention, and geometric structure. Arcturian starships, too, defy our understanding of craft. They are not built from metal and screws. Instead, they are living consciousness constructs made of plasma-like energy that responds to thought and emotion. Their ships don't fly in space as ours do. They phase in and out of dimensions. They appear not by traveling from point A to point B, but by shifting vibrational signatures, a kind of teleportation enabled by mastery over the quantum field. Interestingly, this concept aligns with what leading-edge quantum physicists are beginning to explore. The idea that consciousness shapes reality is no longer strictly metaphysical. Pioneers like Dr. Dean Radin and Dr. Amit Goswami have suggested that consciousness might be the fundamental building block of the universe, not matter. The Arcturians are not just aware of this, they've mastered it. Arcturian energy technology also extends into psychic protection. One of their best-known gifts to humanity is the violet-blue light shield, a frequency barrier that blocks negative energies and psychic interference. Many lightworkers use this shield in meditation or energy work, invoking the Arcturians to protect them during astral travel or healing sessions. It's said to be impenetrable to lower vibrations and is often visualized as a dome or capsule of pure electric blue light. Then there's their work with sacred geometry, another form of intelligent tech. Arcturian blueprints often include geometric symbols like the Merkaba, Metatron's cube, and Flower of Life, not as artistic expressions, but as multidimensional codes that unlock dormant potentials within the human DNA. By meditating on these shapes or incorporating them into healing sessions, practitioners claim to awaken latent spiritual abilities, remember past lives, or accelerate the ascension process. And yes, ascension is a major focus of Arcturian science. To them, evolution is not about physical survival, but vibrational elevation, the process by which a soul moves from dense realities into lighter, more harmonious ones. Their entire civilization is built around helping others make this transition. They view Earth not as broken, but as emerging, like a seed cracking open to become something greater. Arcturian ascension technology includes sound codes, light languages, and DNA recalibration tools, all transmitted through frequency. Practitioners who work with Arcturian frequencies often receive channeled light languages during meditation, streams of syllables that don't match any human tongue but carry an emotional or energetic signature that feels deeply familiar. These are said to be activations, vibrational keys that unlock forgotten soul knowledge or clear karmic debris. Interestingly, there are a growing number of quantum healers on Earth who claim to work with Arcturian energy in their practices. They act as translators between dimensions, channeling Arcturian techniques to help clients release trauma, clear chakras, or access their higher self. Some of these methods involve laying crystals in geometric grids, toning vowel sounds to stimulate specific energy centers, or guiding clients through ascension maps that trace the soul's journey across lifetimes. What makes Arcturian healing different from traditional spiritual or energy work is the precision and neutrality of it. There's no drama, no exorcism, no flamboyant rituals. It's elegant, efficient, and deeply respectful. The Arcturians don't override your free will or fix you. Instead, they hold space for you to heal yourself, often by simply remembering who you are. This brings us to another key feature of their system, the Arcturian temples of light. Non-physical centers of learning and healing that exist in higher dimensions, accessible during astral travel, lucid dreaming, or advanced meditation. Many who have visited these temples describe luminous halls filled with beings in flowing robes, vast libraries of soul knowledge, and crystalline chambers where one can receive soul readings, karma clearings, or energy upgrades. Some report being shown soul contracts, agreements made before birth regarding life lessons, relationships, and missions. Others are taught how to manifest through thought, teleport using frequency shifts, or build energy fields that affect physical reality. These temples serve as training centers for starseeds and lightworkers, offering downloads and instructions that are later remembered in waking life as sudden inspiration or intuition. But perhaps the most advanced and mysterious Arcturian tech is something we rarely consider technology at all: empathy. Yes, empathy. The ability to feel another being's emotion, pain, joy, or experience as if it were your own. To the Arcturians, this is the ultimate form of intelligence, the foundation of all civilization. A society that has mastered empathy needs no prisons, no weapons, no hierarchies. It governs itself from within, and that, more than ships or shields, is why the Arcturians are considered the most evolved species in our galaxy. Their science isn't just about invention, it's about inner alignment. They believe that once a being is aligned with the soul, the technology naturally follows. When your consciousness is pure, your tools will never be corrupted. When your heart is open, your civilization cannot be enslaved. So the message from the Arcturians is clear. You are the technology. Your body is a bioelectric temple. Your mind is a quantum transmitter. Your heart is a gateway to other dimensions. You don't need machines to ascend. You need memory, soul memory, light memory, the memory of who you were before the illusion of separation set in. And with their help, subtle, quiet, invisible, they are guiding us to reclaim it. Earth's ascension, human evolution, and the Arcturian role in global awakening. The Earth, as many spiritual traditions and channeled sources suggest, is not just a physical planet. It's a living consciousness, a sentient being undergoing its own journey of transformation. And at this moment in cosmic time, that journey is accelerating. We are in the midst of a profound planetary ascension, a dimensional leap that affects every aspect of our world. Our minds, our bodies, our relationships, our systems, and even the structure of time itself. The Arcturians are among the primary cosmic guides supporting us through this transition. So what is ascension really? In Arcturian terms, ascension isn't about escaping Earth or dying to get to heaven. It's about shifting frequency. It's the natural evolution of a species from lower density states of fear, duality, and separation into higher dimensional consciousness characterized by unity, compassion, creativity, and harmony. Earth is moving from the third dimension, 3D, a realm of material focus and ego-driven consciousness, into the fifth dimension, 5D, and beyond. This isn't just a metaphysical idea. There is mounting evidence that the Earth's Schumann resonance, a measurement of electromagnetic frequency in the atmosphere, is rising, indicating a change in our planetary vibration. People around the world are experiencing the effects of this shift. Time seems to move faster, emotions are more intense, synchronicities are increasing, and many feel called to radically change their lives, leaving jobs, relationships, or environments that no longer align with their truth. The Arcturians view this as a planetary rebirth, a critical juncture where humanity must choose to evolve with Earth's rising vibration or to resist and remain anchored in the crumbling structures of the old world. But they aren't just watching from afar. According to countless channelings and first-hand experiences, the Arcturians are actively assisting humanity in this process. Their help is subtle, yet powerful. They work behind the scenes, maintaining Earth's energy grids, the crystalline structures that hold the planet's vibrational blueprint. These grids are like the nervous system of the Earth, and when they're stable and aligned, they support higher states of consciousness in the population. Arcturians, along with other higher dimensional beings like the Pleiadians and Andromedans, use light technology to stabilize these grids, especially during global events that threaten to disrupt them: natural disasters, wars, or collective trauma. Beyond planetary energy work, the Arcturians assist at the individual level. They work with people one-on-one, usually during sleep, meditation, or altered states of consciousness. During these moments, they help clear karmic debris, activate dormant DNA strands, and awaken the soul's memory. Many people report downloads of sudden insight, visions of past lives, or spontaneous emotional releases after contact with Arcturian energy. One of their greatest contributions is the activation of the light body, the energetic template that allows humans to hold more light, evolve their consciousness, and access multidimensional reality. This process, sometimes called crystalline DNA activation, is said to transform the human body from a carbon-based system to a more refined, light-based form. While still biological, this new form is more sensitive to energy, less prone to illness, and more capable of telepathy, clairvoyance, and other intuitive abilities. The transformation, however, is not always easy. The ascension process can be uncomfortable. As the old energy purges from the system, people may experience physical symptoms, fatigue, headaches, insomnia, digestive issues, emotional upheaval, anxiety, grief, mood swings, and mental confusion. This is not a sign of failure, it's a detox. The Arcturians refer to it as the integration period, where the body, mind, and spirit are aligning to a new frequency. To support this process, Arcturians offer telepathic guidance, energetic healing, and vibrational tools. One commonly used technique is the pillar of light visualization, where individuals imagine a beam of violet blue light descending from the Arcturian dimension into their crown chakra, cleansing and recalibrating their entire being. Others use Arcturian tones or light language to shift their internal frequency, often noticing immediate changes in mood, clarity, and energy. The Arcturians also help starseeds, souls who have incarnated on Earth from higher dimensional civilizations. Many of these starseeds come from Arcturus and have agreed at a soul level to assist Earth during this time of transformation. These beings often feel like they don't belong, struggle with human systems, and carry a deep sense of mission. The Arcturians act as mentors, helping them remember their cosmic origins and activate their spiritual gifts. There are several traits that many Arcturian starseeds share. A natural inclination toward healing, whether through traditional or alternative means. A strong interest in spirituality, metaphysics, and consciousness expansion. Sensitivity to energy, often leading to challenges in crowded or chaotic environments. A deep sense of empathy, sometimes to the point of absorbing others' emotions. A feeling of being on a mission, even if they don't yet know what that mission is. When these individuals begin to awaken, often through a spiritual crisis, trauma, or spontaneous mystical experience, the Arcturians frequently make contact. This can come in the form of dreams, sudden visions of blue light, encounters with light beings, or the discovery of Arcturian material that feels inexplicably familiar. This contact is rarely dramatic. It's gentle, reassuring, and deeply affirming. It helps the starseed step into their path with clarity and confidence. In this sense, the Arcturians are like cosmic life coaches. They don't do the work for you, but they provide the tools and encouragement to help you grow. Their message is always the same. You are powerful, you are sovereign, and you are not alone. They also encourage people to form communities of light, groups of awakened individuals who come together to raise collective consciousness. These communities, often called grids of light, act as anchors for the new energy on Earth. Through group meditation, energy healing, conscious conversation, and heart-centered connection, they create resonance fields that help stabilize the planet and accelerate ascension. The Arcturians remind us that ascension is not a solo journey. While the inner work must be done individually, the planetary shift requires collective coherence. That means coming together, not in dogma or ideology, but in shared intention, in compassion, in truth. They also warn of spiritual bypassing, the tendency to use spirituality as an escape from the real-world issues we face. The Arcturians urge us to stay grounded, to heal the trauma of the past, not deny it, to integrate the shadow, not ignore it. Ascension, they say, is not about floating into the sky. It's about bringing heaven to earth, anchoring higher frequencies into daily life, relationships, and systems. That's why they support not only healers and mystics, but also scientists, artists, educators, and activists. Anyone working to bring light into their field through integrity, compassion, and higher awareness is participating in the ascension. Whether you're teaching children, designing technology, planting gardens, or simply being kind to a stranger, you're part of the shift. The Arcturians also speak often of children born with upgraded DNA, sometimes referred to as indigo, crystal, or rainbow children. These souls are more psychically attuned, more emotionally intelligent, and often deeply sensitive. They struggle in rigid systems like traditional schools and are here to lead us into more heart-centered, innovative ways of living. The Arcturians provide unseen guidance and protection to these children, ensuring they stay connected to their soul gifts as they grow. As Earth continues her shift, time will feel less linear, manifestation will become more rapid, and intuition will become more trusted than intellect. This is the new human template. One that is not about superiority or supernatural powers, but about alignment with the soul. It's about living from the heart, in service to the whole. And the Arcturians are here to help, not to rule, not to rescue, but to assist. To remind us of what we already know, to hold space as we remember, to serve as midwives for the rebirth of a planet. Arcturian training schools, interdimensional learning, and the education of the soul. As humanity awakens to its multidimensional nature, many individuals are beginning to report powerful, often inexplicable, nighttime experiences, dreams that feel more real than waking life, astral journeys into luminous cities, or encounters with glowing beings in crystalline temples. These are not hallucinations or random neural firings. According to many mystics, channelers, and spiritual experiencers, these are visits to the Arcturian training schools, interdimensional academies designed to educate the soul. The concept of a training school for the soul may sound like science fiction, but in the Arcturian model of evolution, it is a central component of ascension. Earth is considered one of the most challenging and rewarding environments for soul development due to the high level of density and contrast, love and fear, compassion and cruelty, light and shadow. It's a place where souls come to evolve rapidly, to embody free will, and to transcend limitation. But Earth is not the only classroom. For souls actively ascending, the Arcturians provide a more advanced curriculum, one that begins to teach mastery over energy, consciousness, and interdimensional reality. These lessons often occur when the physical body is asleep, and the soul is free to travel in its astral or light body. What appears to the human mind as a dream may actually be a visit to a higher dimensional facility designed to awaken latent abilities and realign soul mission. Arcturian training schools are often described as vast cities or temples of light, suspended in a vibrational state above our reality. These are not physical places in the traditional sense. They exist in the fifth dimension and above, accessible only when consciousness is elevated and purified. Yet for those who visit them, they feel utterly real. Glowing halls, geometric architecture, radiant beings in flowing robes, libraries of light, sound chambers, and crystalline learning pods. Each student is given a personalized experience based on their unique soul blueprint. Lessons may involve navigating timelines, practicing telepathy, learning sacred geometry, studying cosmic history, or receiving healing codes. Some sessions are deeply meditative, filled with harmonic tones and visual downloads. Others are hands-on, involving simulations where the soul learns to apply divine principles in challenging energetic environments. Many people who return from these experiences report an increased sense of clarity, empowerment, or direction. They wake up with new ideas, a sudden solution to a problem, or a profound emotional release. In some cases, they develop new intuitive abilities, telepathy, clairvoyance, or energy healing. While they may not remember the full experience consciously, their energy field carries the upgrade. Interestingly, these training schools are not limited to spiritual adepts or mystics. Children, in particular, are frequent visitors. Many starseed children are taken during sleep to these facilities for guidance, protection, and preparation. Their education includes energy hygiene, emotional self-regulation, multi-dimensional navigation, and even leadership training for roles they'll one day play in Earth's awakening. It's also important to note that Arcturian learning is non-linear. In their dimension, there is no concept of grade levels, competition, or intellectual hierarchy. Learning is vibrational. It occurs through resonance, intention, and direct transmission. One may receive an entire lifetime of knowledge in a single download of light. A lesson may unfold over weeks of Earth time or complete in moments. The Arcturian way is one of gentle acceleration, never forcing the soul beyond what it is ready to absorb. One of the most fascinating aspects of these interdimensional schools is the Council of Elders, a group of highly evolved Arcturian beings who oversee spiritual education across systems. These beings are not gods or judges. They are guardians of soul development, responsible for ensuring that universal laws are honored and that growth occurs in alignment with cosmic timing. Students often report meeting with these beings to review life paths, revise contracts, or receive new assignments. These councils often operate in Akashic libraries, vast fields of living knowledge where a soul's entire journey can be reviewed. People who visit them describe crystalline halls filled with glowing scrolls, holographic books, or light tablets that show not only past lives, but potential futures. In these review sessions, the soul can explore lessons learned, karma balanced, and areas still in need of growth. It's a place of profound accountability and compassion, not punishment, but perspective. Arcturian training also includes what are known as soul missions. Once a soul reaches a certain vibrational maturity, it is often asked to take on roles that assist in Earth's transition. These missions vary widely, anchoring light in a dense region, awakening others through creative expression, holding space for collective healing, or protecting energetic portals. The soul agrees to these missions voluntarily, sometimes long before incarnation, and is reminded of them during visits to the training schools. Some souls are given activation codes, specific symbols, phrases, or geometric sequences that will trigger a remembering of purpose when encountered in Earth reality. For example, someone may come across a particular image or sound that suddenly stirs something ancient within them. A feeling of, "I've seen this before." That's the Arcturian design. These codes are seated in the collective field and serve as keys to unlock mission awareness. A growing number of people now identify as Arcturian emissaries, individuals who are consciously aware that they are receiving training or downloads from Arcturian teachers. These emissaries often become healers, teachers, or way-showers, using their expanded awareness to guide others. Some are skilled in energy grid work, helping to stabilize planetary ley lines. Others are gifted in sound healing, light language transmission, or intuitive mentoring. While their roles differ, their frequency is unmistakable: calm, wise, deeply loving, and highly grounded. The Arcturians emphasize that you don't need to be a guru or saint to attend these schools. All it takes is a sincere desire to grow, a willingness to align with your soul, and an openness to higher guidance. Meditation, prayer, lucid dreaming, breathwork, and energy healing can all help create the inner space needed to receive these teachings. But ultimately, the Arcturians say, the best school is within you. Your own intuition is a doorway, your heart is the portal, and the curriculum is your life. What you experience in the Arcturian training realms is designed not to escape the world, but to bring your light back into it. Every lesson is meant to be applied to relationships, to work, to choices, to service. This is the mark of a true student, not how much light you absorb, but how much you reflect back into the world. The Arcturians also share that we are approaching a time when these training schools will become more consciously accessible. As Earth's vibration rises, the veil between dimensions thins. More people will begin to remember their nighttime travels, receive conscious downloads, and even bilocate into these realms while awake. This will mark a profound shift in human evolution when education expands beyond the intellect and into the soul. Eventually, the Arcturians foresee the emergence of Earth-based schools of light, physical institutions that mirror the principles of their interdimensional academies. These centers will combine science and spirit, offering training in energy work, cosmic law, multidimensional living, conscious creation, and soul remembrance. Children born in the new frequency will attend these schools to retain their gifts rather than suppress them. But until then, the Arcturians encourage us to create our own inner temples, to turn inward, to ask questions like, what am I here to learn? What am I here to teach? What frequency do I carry? How can I serve in love? They remind us that every experience, joyful or painful, is part of the curriculum, that Earth itself is the final exam, and that by walking through life with presence, kindness, and curiosity, we are already doing the most advanced spiritual work there is. The Arcturians are not here to make us more like them. They are here to help us become more like us, our truest, most radiant, most divine selves. And for every step we take toward that truth, they stand beside us, silent, loving, unwavering teachers of the soul. Life on Arcturus, Arcturian society, values, and interstellar culture. To understand the Arcturians not just as distant cosmic guides, but as an actual civilization, we must explore life on Arcturus, a world that is at once impossibly advanced and yet strikingly harmonious. Though often depicted as purely spiritual beings, the Arcturians do have a homeland, or more accurately, a dimensional realm centered around the star system of Arcturus, located approximately 36.7 light-years from Earth in the constellation Boötes. It's important to clarify that Arcturus is not a planet, but a massive red giant star that serves as the anchor point or vibrational sun for a multi-dimensional civilization. The Arcturians inhabit higher dimensional planets and light realms orbiting or existing in parallel to the physical star. These are not physical worlds as we know them, but spheres of existence vibrating at frequencies beyond our current third-dimensional perception. Think of them as luminous, fluid environments where matter and spirit merge seamlessly. The Arcturian civilization is said to exist primarily in the 5th to 9th dimensions, although some of their elders and high council members operate from even higher planes, reaching up to the 12th dimension. The higher the dimension, the more refined and subtle the reality becomes. In the 5th dimension, for instance, form still exists but is infused with light, while in the 9th, form is virtually pure energy and consciousness. Despite these advanced states, Arcturians are deeply communal beings, living in collective harmony and purpose. They have long transcended duality, ego, and the need for material competition. Their society is structured around unity, telepathic cooperation, and spiritual evolution. There are no governments as we know them, no politicians, no economic hierarchies, no military. Instead, their world is guided by councils of wisdom, spiritual elders who serve as stewards of truth and energetic alignment. Arcturian cities are described as crystalline, geometric wonders, shimmering structures built from light and intention. These cities are not imposed upon the landscape, but rather emerge from it, designed in perfect resonance with the planetary frequency. Their architecture incorporates sacred geometry, holographic technology, and vibrational harmonics. Every structure is alive in a sense. It breathes, adapts, and radiates consciousness. Homes on Arcturus are not owned, but shared. There is no concept of possession because Arcturians recognize that all energy is interconnected. They do not hoard or consume for pleasure, but instead co-create in balance with the universal flow. Their sustenance comes from light, prana, and vibrational fields rather than physical food. Their energy systems are based on zero-point fields, using crystalline and quantum resonance to power their transportation, communication, and learning centers. Perhaps most astounding is their telepathic and empathic society. Arcturians do not speak with words, at least not as we know them. They communicate through a rich blend of telepathy, vibrational tone, and holographic imagery. A single thought can carry pages of encoded wisdom, while an emotional wave can convey healing and trust. This type of communication fosters deep transparency and coherence, leaving no room for manipulation, deception, or misunderstanding. In fact, deception does not exist on Arcturus. There is no need to hide anything when every being is seen in full energetic truth. This creates a culture of profound trust, intimacy, and unity. There are no strangers, only reflections of the one. Every being is honored for its unique frequency, yet understood to be part of the whole. In terms of education and development, Arcturians are lifelong learners, not through rote memorization, but through experiential and soul-based exploration. Learning is multidimensional. It involves direct downloads from source intelligence, holographic simulations, group resonance exercises, and travel to other dimensions. Children are raised communally, nurtured by elders and mentors who guide their soul gifts from a young age. Their natural abilities, telepathy, energy healing, levitation, star communication, are encouraged, never suppressed. Arcturian children are considered sacred, not in a sentimental way, but as living embodiments of evolving divine intelligence. Their innocence is seen as a gift, their joy is contagious, and their emergence signals the constant renewal of the civilization. In fact, many Arcturian children are what we might call incarnated star scholars, souls who have already completed multiple cycles of service and now return to share higher teachings in youthful form. Another defining feature of Arcturian culture is their art and music, which are not separate from science or spirituality, but fully integrated. Arcturian art is alive, created with intention, frequency, and light codes. It is often interactive, responding to the observer's vibration and activating healing or awakening energies. Music, too, is multidimensional. It is not made from instruments, but from tones emitted through the voice, the heart, and biocrystalline interfaces. A single Arcturian song can heal emotional trauma, restore cellular harmony, or unlock dormant soul memory. While Arcturians no longer engage in physical conflict, they are skilled in energy shielding, dimensional travel, and frequency stabilization. This makes them invaluable allies in protecting young or vulnerable worlds, like Earth, against energetic interference. They have developed biosuits of light, sometimes seen in visions or dreams as radiant blue or violet garments, which allow them to interact with lower density realms without absorbing distortion. In interstellar culture, Arcturians are known as spiritual architects, healers, and protectors of sacred knowledge. They are deeply respected within the Galactic Federation, a loose alliance of benevolent civilizations dedicated to the preservation of life, balance, and free will in the galaxy. Within this alliance, Arcturians often take on advisory or mentorship roles, guiding younger races as they emerge into galactic consciousness. They maintain energy temples and way stations across many star systems, places where beings of all kinds can come for healing, training, or recalibration. These are not restricted to Arcturians alone. In fact, many humans, Pleiadians, Sirians, Lyrans, and even certain hybrid species visit these temples to receive upgrades and alignments. Each visitor is matched with the appropriate frequency chamber and healing team, sometimes composed of beings from multiple star systems. Arcturians also play a key role in planetary seeding, the process by which life is introduced or guided on emerging worlds. This doesn't mean creating life from scratch, but rather assisting the natural evolutionary process with energetic templates, DNA calibration, and environmental harmonization. Earth, according to many sources, is one of the planets they helped seed millions of years ago, in collaboration with the Lyrans, Andromedans, and other elder races. Their approach is always non-invasive. They operate from the law of one, the principle that all life is interconnected and sovereign. They never impose their will or technology. Instead, they wait for conscious invitation. This is why contact with Arcturians is so often personal, subtle, and permission-based. They respond to the resonance of the heart. One of the few times they may intervene without direct request is during planetary crises that threaten the broader galactic field. Earth, for example, has attracted Arcturian attention multiple times due to nuclear experimentation, environmental degradation, and collective trauma. In such cases, they often act through energetic stabilization, buffering shockwaves, sealing planetary rifts, and preventing interdimensional contamination. Despite their power, the Arcturians are not saviors. They emphasize that Earth humans must choose their own destiny. They can guide, protect, and inspire, but not interfere with free will. This is why they rarely appear in physical form. To do so en masse would risk disrupting the organic evolution of humanity. Instead, they plant seeds of awakening in dreams, synchronicities, inspirations, and gentle nudges. They work through symbols, through art, through silent acts of service. And for those who are ready, they make direct contact through meditation, astral travel, or deep soul resonance. Ultimately, life on Arcturus reflects what humanity could one day become: a civilization that lives in harmony with itself, with its environment, and with the cosmos. A society that values consciousness over control, unity over division, and evolution over domination. And perhaps that's the greatest message the Arcturians bring. Not that they are superior, but that we are capable of the same. Their existence is a mirror, a glimpse into our own highest potential, a reminder that the path ahead is not one of destruction or despair, but of remembrance, awakening, and return to the light. Humanity's future, galactic integration, and connecting with the Arcturians. As we look toward humanity's future, not just as Earthlings but as emerging galactic citizens, the role of the Arcturians becomes increasingly important, for they are not just observers or spiritual mentors watching from afar. According to many interstellar contactees and spiritual sources, the Arcturians are active participants in Earth's planetary evolution, helping to guide the transition into a new cosmic era. This transition is sometimes referred to as the Great Shift, a long-prophesied movement of Earth and its inhabitants from a third-dimensional paradigm of fear, separation, and materialism into a fifth-dimensional consciousness rooted in love, unity, and multidimensional awareness. This shift is not simply a metaphor. It involves a literal elevation in vibrational frequency, affecting every aspect of life: thought, emotion, body, society, and spirit. Arcturians, along with Pleiadians, Sirians, and other benevolent galactic allies, are helping to prepare humanity for this integration by offering subtle but powerful guidance. They do this through frequency calibration, energy downloads, planetary grid work, and above all, by communicating with those ready to serve as bridges, lightworkers, healers, visionaries, and starseeds. It is believed that Earth is gradually being inducted into a larger cosmic alliance known to many as the Galactic Federation of Worlds. This federation is not an empire or a hierarchy, but a cooperative alliance of evolved civilizations who uphold universal laws and the sacred sovereignty of each species. Within this network, Arcturians are often seen as the spiritual guardians and advisors, working behind the scenes to maintain balance and clarity during galactic transitions. In the near future, perhaps within decades, perhaps within a few generations, humanity will begin to experience more open forms of contact. These may start subtly: increased telepathy, more sightings, energetic transmissions, and coordinated dreams. Eventually, this could evolve into conscious physical contact, interstellar diplomacy, and shared technological initiatives. But the Arcturians insist that this will only occur when Earth has reached a collective level of heart-centered coherence and inner alignment. One key area the Arcturians are helping with is DNA activation. Modern science often labels vast portions of our genetic code as junk DNA, yet many spiritual researchers and whistleblowers claim that this unused code is actually interdimensional memory storage, containing the latent abilities of higher dimensional life, telepathy, healing, manifestation, light body access, and cosmic memory. Arcturian frequencies and light codes are said to help activate this dormant DNA, essentially helping humanity remember what it truly is: a divine race with galactic roots. But how can one personally connect with the Arcturians? Do you need to be a mystic, psychic, or have visions to make contact? The answer is no. The Arcturians are already reaching out to humanity on many levels. The key is resonance. They do not speak in loud proclamations or flashy displays. They communicate in the language of vibration. When your frequency aligns with theirs, through meditation, intention, emotional clarity, or service, you begin to feel their presence. One of the most effective ways to initiate connection is through deep, heart-centered meditation. Find a quiet space, center your breath, and shift your awareness into your heart. Visualize a pillar of light extending from your heart to the stars above. Silently, humbly, send out an invitation. Ask for guidance, for healing, or simply to feel their presence. Often you will begin to sense a subtle pressure in your third eye, a wave of warmth, or an emotional peace. This is not imagination, it is energetic resonance. Another method is through dream work. Before sleep, set the intention: I wish to visit the Arcturian realms for learning and healing. Keep a journal by your bed. Over time, you may begin to recall images of glowing temples, luminous beings, or messages encoded in symbols and light. Even if you don't remember consciously, your soul will integrate the experience. You can also work with sacred geometry, especially the Arcturian star, tetrahedron, or Merkaba shapes. These symbols hold vibrational codes that help align your energy body with higher frequencies. Drawing them, meditating upon them, or visualizing them spinning around you can help attune your consciousness to Arcturian levels. Sound and frequency are another powerful tool. Arcturian beings often communicate through tones, harmonics, and what's called light language, a vibrational language that bypasses the mind and speaks directly to the soul. Listening to Arcturian light language, or channeling your own, can unlock soul memories and expand awareness. Beyond the tools, the inner state is what matters most. The Arcturians say that purity of heart, clarity of intention, and the willingness to serve are the keys that unlock their presence. They are not impressed by titles or intellect. They respond to humility, authenticity, and love. If you are seeking contact for ego, power, or escape, their presence will remain subtle. But if you are ready to grow, to serve, and to remember your own divine origin, they will meet you halfway. Many people who connect with Arcturians report a sense of profound inner peace. Their energy is calm, wise, and deeply loving. It dissolves fear, it quiets the mind, it realigns your purpose. In their presence, you remember who you are, not just a human struggling through life, but an eternal being of light, temporarily navigating a dense world. And it's here, in this knowing, that their greatest gift is revealed. The Arcturians are not here to save us. They are here to help us save ourselves, to remind us that we carry the divine blueprint within, that every answer we seek is already encoded in our hearts, that our pain, our doubt, our wounds, all of it, can be transformed when we align with love. They teach not with lectures, but with light, not with commandments, but with frequency. And as we continue our journey of planetary awakening, they stand silently behind us, our elder brothers and sisters, holding space for our becoming. In the years to come, many more will awaken to this presence. They will find themselves drawn to the stars, to meditation, to healing arts, to planetary service. They will remember fragments of lives lived in other systems, dreams of blue-skinned beings and crystalline cities. They will feel the call, not to leave Earth, but to anchor heaven here. And as this happens, Earth itself will begin to change. No longer a battleground of divided minds, but a sanctuary for awakened souls. No longer a planet of forgetting, but a living temple of remembrance. No longer a species in isolation, but a member of a galactic family returning home. This is the future the Arcturians are helping us build. Not with force, not with drama, but with light, love, and the eternal whisper of truth that sings quietly through the cosmos. A whisper that says, "You are more than you think. You are never alone. You are already divine. And we are with you, now, always, and forever." Conclusion: the Arcturians, cosmic stewards of humanity's spiritual evolution. The Arcturians, as channeled through Daryl Anka and other spiritual conduits, represent one of the most compelling and uplifting narratives in the realm of extraterrestrial contact. Unlike the fear-based accounts of reptilian overlords or clandestine government pacts with malevolent Greys, the Arcturian story is one of benevolence, spiritual mentorship, and cosmic guardianship. They are depicted not as invaders or manipulators, but as enlightened beings from the star system Arcturus, a civilization that has transcended physical limitations, mastered higher dimensional existence, and dedicated itself to guiding younger species like humanity through their own evolutionary journeys. A civilization of light and wisdom. The Arcturians are described as fifth-dimensional beings of pure consciousness, existing in a state of unity where science and spirituality are seamlessly integrated. Their society operates on principles of telepathy, empathy, and collective harmony, free from the hierarchies, conflicts, and material scarcities that plague Earth. Their technology is not based on machinery, but on consciousness itself, using light, sound, and sacred geometry to heal, travel, and communicate. This advanced state is not merely a product of superior intellect, but of profound spiritual evolution, a journey from duality to unity that humanity itself is now undertaking. The silent guardians of Earth. The Arcturians' role in human history is portrayed as subtle yet profound. They are said to have influenced ancient civilizations, from Sumer and Egypt to the Maya and Vedic cultures, imparting knowledge through dreams, synchronicities, and energetic downloads rather than direct intervention. This approach respects free will while gently nudging humanity toward higher awareness. Their presence is often linked to spiritual awakenings, artistic inspiration, and scientific breakthroughs, suggesting that figures like Nikola Tesla or Leonardo da Vinci may have been unwitting recipients of Arcturian wisdom. In modern times, their influence is felt through channeled messages, meditative contacts, and the support of star seeds, souls who incarnated on Earth with a mission to facilitate planetary awakening. The Arcturians emphasize personal and collective transformation through heart-centered practices, DNA activation, and alignment with one's highest excitement, a principle that encourages following joy and purpose as a path to evolution. The Arcturian message, empowerment, not rescue. A cornerstone of Arcturian philosophy is that they are not here to save humanity, but to remind us of our own innate power. Their teachings focus on self-responsibility, emotional mastery, and the recognition that reality is a reflection of inner consciousness. They encourage practices like meditation, energy healing, and community building to raise vibrational frequencies and anchor fifth-dimensional consciousness on Earth. This message is particularly relevant in an era of global crises, where many seek meaning beyond materialist paradigms and feel called to contribute to a more harmonious world. The Arcturians also provide tools for navigating the Great Shift, a planetary transition from fear-based duality to unity consciousness. This shift, they suggest, involves physical, emotional, and spiritual upgrades that can manifest as symptoms like fatigue or emotional releases, a form of energetic detoxification as old patterns dissolve. Through techniques like the Pillar of Light visualization or visits to the Arcturian Healing Chamber, a metaphysical space for energetic recalibration, they offer support for this transformative process. Interdimensional education and soul evolution. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Arcturian narrative is the concept of interdimensional training schools, etheric academies where souls receive education during sleep or astral travel. These schools, described as crystalline temples of light, offer lessons in energy management, cosmic history, and soul mission alignment. This idea resonates with ancient traditions of mystery schools and spiritual initiation, suggesting that human evolution is supported by unseen cosmic curricula, a vision of galactic community. The Arcturians are often depicted as key members of the Galactic Federation, a collective of benevolent civilizations that steward cosmic order. Their long-term vision for humanity is not isolation, but integration into this federation, a future where Earth operates as a conscious, peaceful planet engaged in interstellar diplomacy and cultural exchange. This integration, however, is contingent on humanity reaching a level of spiritual maturity characterized by global cooperation, environmental stewardship, and the dissolution of systems based on fear and control. Why this narrative matters. The Arcturian story, while unverified by empirical science, holds significant psychological and cultural power. It offers a hopeful counter-narrative to dystopian fears of alien invasion or ecological collapse, suggesting that the universe may be filled with advanced beings who care for emerging civilizations. It encourages personal growth, ethical living, and a sense of cosmic belonging. Ideas that can inspire positive action in a world often dominated by cynicism and division. Moreover, the Arcturian narrative aligns with emerging paradigms in quantum physics, consciousness studies, and systems theory, which propose that reality is fundamentally interconnected and influenced by mind and intention. Whether viewed as literal beings or archetypal symbols, the Arcturians represent humanity's potential for transcendence, a mirror of what we might become if we choose love over fear, unity over separation, and creativity over destruction. Invitation to connection. For those drawn to this narrative, the Arcturians invite connection through heart-centered meditation, dream work, and intentional living. They emphasize that the journey to higher consciousness begins within, by healing trauma, cultivating compassion, and aligning with one's soul purpose. As we navigate an uncertain future, their message serves as a beacon. You are not alone. You are loved, you are a divine co-creator, and the cosmos is waiting for you to awaken. What do you think? Are the Arcturians enlightened guides, psychological archetypes, or a blend of both? Share your reflections below. The truth may be less about proof and more about resonance, a call to remember our own cosmic heritage. For as long as human beings have looked up at the stars, one particular point of light has commanded awe, reverence, and mystery. That star is Sirius, the brightest in our night sky, often called the Dog Star because of its position in the constellation Canis Major. Across thousands of years, cultures from Egypt to Mesopotamia, from Greece to Africa's Dogon tribe, have spoken of Sirius not just as a star, but as a place of origin, a home for gods, guides, and beings who shaped humanity's path. The Sirians, as they're commonly called in modern UFO and metaphysical circles, represent one of the most fascinating alien races ever discussed. Unlike the shadowy reputation of the Reptilians or the clinical detachment of the Greys, the Sirians are often described as mentors, teachers, and spiritual allies of humankind. Their presence in myth, legend, and reported contact stories suggests they are more than just another extraterrestrial species. They are woven into the very fabric of our history, our evolution, and even our future. But who are the Sirians really? Where do they come from, and why does their star hold such significance across the world? Are they benevolent overseers guiding us toward enlightenment, or is their agenda more complex? Perhaps even hidden behind layers of myth and symbolism? And why does so much ancient knowledge, predating telescopes and modern astronomy, point to Sirius as a place of deep importance? These questions are not just scientific curiosities. They cut to the heart of the human story. To explore the Sirians is to confront the possibility that we are not alone, and perhaps never have been. It is to ask whether humanity's greatest teachers, gods, and inspirations came not from Earth itself, but from a small, brilliant system of stars 8.5 light years away. This is the story of the Sirians, their origins, their agenda, and the enduring mysteries that surround them. The origins of the Sirians. When we speak of origins, we must begin with Sirius itself. Located in the constellation Canis Major, Sirius is not one star but a binary system consisting of Sirius A, a luminous white main sequence star, and Sirius B, a faint white dwarf. Astronomers also suspect a Sirius C may exist, a hidden companion star that has long been whispered about in esoteric traditions. But long before modern science confirmed Sirius as a binary system, ancient peoples already seemed to know. This is one of the great mysteries of the Sirians, the way in which civilizations with no telescopes, no satellites, and no modern instruments somehow possessed astonishingly accurate knowledge of the Sirius system. Take, for instance, the Dogon tribe of Mali in West Africa. Anthropologists in the 1930s were stunned to find that the Dogon had intricate cosmological knowledge of Sirius B, the invisible white dwarf that wasn't officially observed until 1862. The Dogon spoke of Sirius B as a dense, heavy star orbiting Sirius A, with a period of about 50 years. Modern astronomy confirms this orbital period almost exactly. They also referred to a third star, sometimes called Emiya, which many interpret as a reference to Sirius C. How could the Dogon have known this without advanced technology? The tribe claimed the knowledge was passed down to them by beings they called the Nomo, amphibious, fish-like entities who descended from the sky and taught humanity the secrets of the stars. The Nomo, according to Dogon legend, came from the Sirius system. If true, then this is one of the earliest recorded references to extraterrestrial contact tied directly to Sirius. The Egyptians, too, placed enormous emphasis on Sirius. Known to them as Sopdet, Sirius was associated with the goddess Isis, who represented fertility, rebirth, and divine wisdom. The annual rising of Sirius coincided with the flooding of the Nile, marking the beginning of the Egyptian New Year and ensuring the fertility of their crops. To the Egyptians, Sirius wasn't just a star, it was the cosmic lifeblood of their civilization. It is said that the pyramids of Giza were aligned not just with Orion's belt, but also with the rising of Sirius. This alignment hints at a deeper connection, perhaps suggesting that Egypt's advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and sacred architecture was influenced, or even guided, by visitors from Sirius. Greek mythology also reveres Sirius. To the Greeks, Sirius was linked with the god Orion the hunter and his dog. The rising of Sirius heralded the hottest days of summer, the so-called dog days. Yet, beyond mere seasonal significance, Sirius carried undertones of divinity, brilliance, and hidden power. Even further back, in Mesopotamia, Sirius was associated with the goddess Inanna Ishtar, the great goddess of love, war, and celestial wisdom. The Akkadians called Sirius Kaak Sidi, a star of supreme importance, and in Hindu tradition, Sirius has ties to the locus and realms of higher beings. What's striking is how across the globe, disconnected civilizations all gave Sirius a position of sacred prominence, and time after time, these associations link Sirius to gods, teachers, or guides, beings who descended from the heavens to shape human destiny. Could these deities have been the Sirians themselves, remembered in myth as gods because of their overwhelming presence and advanced knowledge? The story of the Sirians, then, begins not in UFO sightings of the 20th century, but in antiquity, woven into humanity's earliest myths, religions, and astronomical traditions. The Dogon spoke of amphibious visitors, the Egyptians of gods tied to fertility and wisdom, the Mesopotamians of celestial teachers, and even the Greeks and Hindus of divine connections to Sirius. To the skeptic, this could all be dismissed as coincidence or cultural imagination, but to the seeker, it paints a tantalizing picture that Sirius has always been more than just a star. It may have been a gateway, a point of origin for visitors who shaped the course of human civilization. The Sirian physiology and culture. When people describe encounters with extraterrestrial beings, the descriptions often differ wildly, depending on the species. The Greys, with their small frames, black almond eyes, and clinical detachment, have become almost a cliché in UFO lore. Reptilians, with their cold-blooded menace, stir fear and suspicion. Pleiadians, on the other hand, are often depicted as human-like, almost angelic. The Sirians, however, occupy a more complex space, sometimes described as physical, sometimes as energetic, and always deeply tied to the realm of spirituality. Accounts of the Sirians fall into two primary categories, depending on which part of the Sirius system they are believed to originate from. Those from Sirius A are often described as tall, humanoid beings with a luminous or radiant quality. Their skin is sometimes depicted as having a bluish tint, perhaps due to their association with water and light. Their eyes, contactees say, carry immense depth, reflecting wisdom accumulated over thousands, if not millions, of years. They are said to have an advanced physical beauty, though not necessarily in the way humans understand beauty, more in a sense of balance, harmony, and proportion that radiates from their presence. In contrast, beings from Sirius B are frequently described as more aquatic or amphibious in nature, echoing the Nomo of Dogon mythology. These entities may appear with features that suggest a merging of human and aquatic traits, elongated limbs, smooth skin, and sometimes even gill-like structures. Rather than appearing frightening, however, witnesses and channelers often describe them as deeply calming, with an aura of gentleness and nurturing. Their civilization, according to esoteric accounts, may be more focused on spiritual guardianship and teaching, while Sirius A Sirians lean toward technology and cosmic exploration. Some traditions go further, suggesting that Sirius is home not to one species, but to a federation of allied beings, each contributing unique gifts and qualities to the whole. This might explain why descriptions vary. Much like Earth, where humanity encompasses an immense diversity of cultures and appearances, the Sirians may be a collective rather than a singular identity. What makes the Sirians distinct is not just their appearance, but the way people describe their culture and values. Whereas some alien races are portrayed as detached scientists or manipulative overlords, the Sirians are consistently characterized as teachers, guides, and healers. Their civilization, according to many channelers, is built on principles of balance, harmony, and unity with the cosmos. They are said to honor the interconnectedness of all life forms and to dedicate much of their existence to exploring consciousness itself. Spirituality in Sirian culture is not separate from science, it is integrated. Their technology is often described as bioorganic or consciousness-driven, meaning that their ships, tools, and devices are not machines in the human sense, but living extensions of their own awareness. Imagine piloting a spacecraft not with controls and switches, but with thought, intention, and emotional resonance. This is how many accounts describe Sirian technology: seamless, intuitive, and alive. Language among the Sirians is also said to reflect this integration of spirit and science. While humans rely on words and sounds to communicate, the Sirians are believed to use a form of telepathy combined with vibrational frequency. Their communication is not just mental, it conveys emotion, imagery, and even direct experiences. To encounter a Sirian's voice is to feel as though one is being embraced by a symphony of thought, sound, and feeling all at once. Culturally, the Sirians are often associated with water symbolism. This ties back to the Dogon's Nomo beings and to countless myths in which gods from Sirius arrive by sea or are depicted as amphibious. Water, for the Sirians, represents life, flow, adaptability, and depth of spirit. It is not surprising, then, that they are sometimes considered cosmic guardians of Earth's oceans, a presence watching over the mysteries of the deep, where human exploration still lags far behind. One fascinating theme in Sirian lore is their connection to music and sound. Many contactees describe Sirian teachings as revolving around vibration, tone, and harmony. The universe, in their perspective, is not a collection of lifeless matter, but a symphony of frequencies. To heal is to realign one's vibrational state. To ascend spiritually is to tune oneself into higher harmonics of existence. Sirian culture, then, may be steeped in the arts of sound, music not only as expression, but as technology and medicine. This view is echoed in ancient traditions. In Egypt, the goddess Isis, linked to Sirius, was often portrayed as a figure of magic, sound, and healing. Her very name is thought to carry vibrational significance. In the Dogon tradition, too, the Nomo are associated with speech, sound, and the ordering of the cosmos through vibration. Could these be remnants of a Sirian philosophy, that creation itself is a song and that life is a dance of resonance? Socially, the Sirians are said to live in highly cooperative structures, unlike human societies, which are often fractured by conflict, inequality, and competition. Sirian communities are described as egalitarian and unified, with individuals contributing to the whole in ways that maximize harmony. Leadership is not about domination, but about service and wisdom. Elders are revered not because of age alone, but because of their vibrational mastery, their ability to embody balance and guide others toward it. At the same time, Sirian culture is not portrayed as rigid or austere. Many who claim contact describe the Sirians as carrying a sense of joy, playfulness, and creativity. They are said to love exploring, learning, and sharing stories. Humor, too, is not alien to them. Rather, it is seen as a way of shifting perspective and dissolving illusion. One particularly intriguing aspect of their culture is the belief that the Sirians have long been involved in mentoring Earth's evolution. Unlike some alien races who may take a hands-off approach, the Sirians appear deeply invested in humanity's growth. This is why their presence is so strongly tied to ancient civilizations, especially Egypt, Atlantis, and Lemuria. They may see themselves as older siblings to humanity, watching, guiding, and sometimes stepping in to offer a nudge when necessary. To summarize, the Sirians are not merely another species in the cosmic landscape. They represent a fusion of advanced technology, profound spirituality, and compassionate culture. Their physiology reflects their watery origins and cosmic light. Their society reflects unity and joy, their communication transcends language, and their values center on harmony, healing, and the music of creation. If true, then the Sirians stand as a mirror for what humanity could become, an integrated, conscious civilization where science and spirit are not in conflict, but are threads of the same tapestry. And perhaps this is their greatest teaching, to show us not only who they are, but who we might one day be. The Sirian agenda. Whenever humanity contemplates the possibility of extraterrestrial contact, one question inevitably arises: what do they want from us? It is not enough to speculate about where alien beings come from or what they look like. What truly matters is their agenda. Are they benevolent, hostile, indifferent, or something in between? With the Sirians, this question is especially pressing because their fingerprints appear all over the story of human civilization. The general consensus among mystics, contactees, and esoteric traditions is that the Sirians are benevolent guides invested in our growth. Unlike the Reptilians, often accused of manipulation, or the Greys, frequently associated with cold abductions, the Sirians are described as mentors. Their agenda, it seems, is tied to awakening human potential and guiding us toward a higher state of consciousness. But what does this actually mean? The DNA connection. One of the most controversial claims in Sirian lore is that they were directly involved in the genetic engineering of humanity. This idea, echoed in ancient astronaut theory, suggests that human beings did not evolve entirely on their own, but were nudged forward by outside intervention. In this narrative, the Sirians played a role in activating or upgrading human DNA, ensuring that we could become a species capable of both material intelligence and spiritual awareness. According to some channelers, the Sirians were part of a coalition of star races, including the Pleiadians and Arcturians, who oversaw this process. Each contributed something unique. The Pleiadians are said to have gifted humanity with emotional depth and intuition, the Arcturians with mental acuity and spiritual technology, and the Sirians with soul resonance and adaptability. In other words, the Sirians helped seed within us the ability to connect with higher frequencies and to evolve not just biologically, but consciously. This aligns with ancient stories. In Egypt, the goddess Isis, linked to Sirius, was said to resurrect Osiris and give birth to Horus, symbolizing cycles of death, rebirth, and evolution. In Dogon lore, the Nomo descended to transform humanity, teaching language, agriculture, and cosmic law. Could these myths be allegorical retellings of genetic or cultural interventions? If so, then part of the Sirian agenda may be to act as guardians of our evolutionary experiment, to ensure that we reach our full potential rather than stagnate or destroy ourselves. The Atlantean connection. The legend of Atlantis is another key part of the Sirian agenda. Many esoteric traditions claim that the Sirians were deeply involved with the Atlanteans, a civilization said to have existed thousands of years ago, long before recorded history. Atlantis, according to these accounts, was a technologically advanced society that blended science and spirituality, much like the Sirians themselves. The Sirians, it is said, worked alongside the Atlanteans to teach them about energy, crystal technology, and consciousness. Atlantis became a kind of experimental hub, a place where humans could rise to their highest potential under the mentorship of their star allies. But as the legend goes, Atlantis eventually fell, not because of the Sirians, but because of humanity's misuse of power. Some traditions claim that as Atlantis was sinking, the Sirians intervened again, helping survivors migrate to Egypt and other parts of the world. This, they say, is why Egyptian civilization suddenly emerged with advanced knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and spirituality. The Sirians' agenda, therefore, was not abandoned after Atlantis, but redirected, ensuring that fragments of Atlantean wisdom survived in Egypt, Sumer, and other ancient cultures. Guardians of the oceans. Another dimension of the Sirian agenda is their connection to Earth's water. Because of their amphibious associations, the Sirians are often described as caretakers of the seas. Some channelers suggest that they work alongside aquatic beings, sometimes called the Nomo or merfolk, to maintain the vibrational balance of Earth's oceans. Why would this matter? The oceans are not just bodies of water. They are the cradle of life on Earth and the regulators of our planetary climate. They also act as vast resonant chambers for sound and frequency. If the Sirians see the universe as vibration, then Earth's oceans may be critical for maintaining the planet's energetic stability. By protecting the oceans, they are not just saving ecosystems, they are preserving the resonant health of the planet itself. This may explain why so many UFO sightings occur over or near large bodies of water. Submerged objects, or USOs, Unidentified submerged objects have been reported for decades. Could it be that the Sirians are not only visiting us from above, but also dwelling below, in bases deep within the oceans, hidden from human detection? Human consciousness and ascension. Perhaps the most important part of the Sirian agenda, however, lies in the realm of consciousness. Time and again, reports and messages attributed to Sirians emphasize the idea of human ascension, the process by which we shift from a limited fear-based way of living to a higher love-based state of awareness. The Sirians are said to be masters of vibration and sound. Through these tools, they help humans raise their frequency, shedding the lower energies of conflict and ego, and moving toward unity and compassion. Many people who claim to channel Sirians describe them as encouraging meditation, sound healing, and practices that reconnect us to the rhythms of nature. This ties back to their alleged role as teachers. They are not here to save us or to intervene directly in our affairs. Rather, they act as mentors, reminding us of our own inner power. Their agenda is not to dominate humanity, but to awaken it. Opposition and conflict. Of course, not all beings in the galaxy share this benevolent agenda. In many accounts, the Sirians are portrayed as being in conflict, sometimes directly, sometimes philosophically, with other extraterrestrial races. The most prominent adversaries in this narrative are the Reptilians, who are often accused of manipulating humanity for control, and the Greys, who are said to view humans as experimental subjects. In this context, the Sirians' agenda may also be protective. They act as allies to humanity in a cosmic drama, shielding us from races that would prefer to keep us enslaved or stagnant. This is why Sirians are sometimes described as warriors as well as teachers. Beings of light who are nonetheless capable of defending themselves and their allies when necessary. Why Earth matters to them. At this point, one might ask, why are the Sirians so invested in us at all? With a universe full of planets and species, why should Earth matter? The answer may lie in Earth's unique potential. According to some esoteric teachings, Earth is not just another planet. It is a crucible of consciousness, a place where diverse genetic and spiritual influences converge. The Sirians may see Earth as a kind of experiment, a proving ground where souls from many star systems come to evolve. By guiding humanity, the Sirians may not only be helping us, but also ensuring the success of a grand cosmic project in which they themselves are stakeholders. Another perspective is more personal. Some claim that many humans have Sirian souls, that is, souls who originally incarnated in the Sirius system before choosing to live human lives. If this is true, then the Sirians are not outsiders meddling in our affairs, but rather family, checking in on relatives who have forgotten their origins. Their agenda, in this sense, is one of remembrance, helping us recall who we are and where we come from. A gentle agenda with powerful implications. Summing up, the Sirian agenda appears to revolve around assisting human evolution, both genetic and spiritual, preserving and transmitting ancient wisdom, especially after the fall of Atlantis, protecting Earth's oceans and maintaining vibrational balance, mentoring humanity in the arts of consciousness, sound, and harmony, shielding us from more manipulative extraterrestrial influences, preparing us for ascension into a higher state of being. It is an agenda that is subtle rather than domineering, guiding rather than controlling, yet its implications are profound. If true, then the Sirians are not just visitors from a star system 8.5 light years away. They are active participants in humanity's story, shaping our past, influencing our present, and perhaps even waiting for us in the future. Encounters and testimonies. Stories are the bones of belief. Facts, dates, and theories give a framework, but witness accounts, those small human testimonies, are the places where the abstract becomes intimate. When it comes to the Sirians, a tapestry of encounters stretches across decades, channeled messages transmitted through quiet rooms, near-midnight telephone calls from a voice that sounded too calm to be human, bright craft seen skimming the ocean's surface, and deeper, stranger accounts of meetings in dreamlike sanctuaries. Some of these testimonies are vivid and detailed, others are fleeting impressions and subtle synchronicities. Taken together, they form a chorus of voices that, whether you accept them or not, cannot easily be dismissed. One of the most influential veins of testimony comes from the world of channeling, people who enter meditative states and report receiving direct messages from non-physical intelligences. For many decades, channeled Sirian communications have emphasized the same themes: sound as medicine, water as teacher, and the practice of remembering how to hold love as a daily choice. These messages are rarely dogmatic. They are practical, often tender, and they frequently encourage simple, repeatable practices: breathwork, sound toning, and compassionate action. A recurring image in these transmissions is of the Sirian song gardens, sacred places where tones are used to heal and to recalibrate the frequencies of those who come to learn. Channelers often describe the Sirian voice as layered, like multiple harmonics playing at once, soothing, but with an edge of urgency. The urgency is never about immediate disaster, it is about choice, inviting humanity to choose compassion, ecological wisdom, and a deeper sense of kinship with the living planet. Beyond channeling are the contactee narratives, people who say they have been met in waking life by Sirian emissaries. These encounters vary tremendously in setting and tone. Some are cinematic. A night fisherman sees a pale cylinder of light break the ocean's surface. Animals fall silent, and an elegant figure steps out of shimmering water. Others are quieter. A nurse on a late shift reports a presence at the end of the ward, an impression of cool, wet air, and a voice that communicates without words. In many of these stories, physical contact is rare. What matters is the exchange of information, a download of imagery, or a brief imprint of memory that changes the contactee's life trajectory. People who claim Sirian contact often describe an ensuing life devoted to service, healing arts, ocean work, or teaching. The encounter is less about spectacle and more about transformation. A striking cluster of testimonies revolves around USOs, unidentified submerged objects. Naval personnel and fishermen in numerous coastal regions have reported seeing silent, fast-moving crafts emerge from and vanish into deep water. In some cases, these craft are said to be accompanied by delicate, flute-like tones that ripple through the air and water. The instruments of the Sirians, according to these witnesses, are both sonic and organic, machines that respond to mind and emotion as much as to hands. An often-told story from the Pacific involves a late-night research crew who observed a craft hover a few meters above the sea. The observers described patterns of iridescent light that moved across the hull in complex sequences, like a living language. When the team later recorded audio, the spectrogram revealed frequencies arranged into repeating, mathematically precise ratios, tones that, to a trained ear, looked like music, structured on non-European scales. Whether one interprets this as evidence of advanced engineering, misperception, or something else entirely, the account demonstrates how Sirian testimonies frequently blend the sensory with the numinous. Then there are the hypnotherapy regression sessions, where individuals under guided hypnosis recount lives that predate their terrestrial incarnation. Some of these regressions include vivid memories of living on watery, crystalline worlds with cities that seem to hum. Descriptions of architecture often include coral-like structures, halls suffused with light, and public spaces where people convene to sing and to heal. These past life narratives are controversial. Hypnosis can be suggestible, and memory is famously unreliable. Still, the recurrence of common motifs, water, sound, communal care, an emphasis on vibrational technologies across thousands of independent reports raises a sociological and psychological question. Why do so many people, under different conditions, describe similar images when they recount Sirian connections? For students of myth and consciousness, this consistency is itself a datum worth exploring. A more modern and dangerous thread in Sirian testimony comes from whistleblowers and insiders. A handful of individuals claiming proximity to classified programs have alleged knowledge of collaboration between human naval projects and Sirian-appearing entities. These stories are often couched in the language of geopolitical secrecy, clandestine meetings, shared technology exchanges, and sometimes co-located habitats in deep-sea caverns or under polar ice. Such testimonies are difficult to verify and easy to sensationalize. Governments and militaries worldwide interpret any unidentified object as potentially hostile or strategic, so claims of formal agreements with non-Earth entities are almost always suppressed, denied, or denied plausibly. Still, when patterns of reports, from retired sailors describing strange maneuvers to declassified documents that mention anomalous underwater vehicles, are aggregated, a mosaic emerges that invites careful inquiry rather than immediate dismissal. Academic and investigative attempts to study Sirian testimonies face thorny methodological problems. Researchers who have interviewed Dogon elders, for example, must contend with translation bias, the effects of prior contact with Europeans, and the socio-political pressures that can shape what people tell outsiders. Contemporary contactees are subject to self-deception, attention-seeking, and the deep human need to find meaning. It would be naive to treat all testimonies as unassailable truths, and yet it would also be naive to write them off without analysis. The productive path is humility, to collect, compare, and map the commonalities, then to ask what those patterns might indicate about shared archetypes, actual external influences, or the interplay between culture and experience. Notable historical testimonies provide texture to the Sirian narrative. In the early 20th century, before the modern UFO explosion, there are records of sailors and islanders who told of luminous visitors emerging from lagoons and imparting fishing knowledge, navigational tips, or warnings about seasonal dangers. These stories were often framed as encounters with gods or spirits, not aliens. The language shifted in the mid-20th century when the cultural lens of space travel and extraterrestrial life became prevalent. Suddenly, the same motifs, luminescent visitors, oceanic arrival, gifts of knowledge, were recast as spacefaring beings from Sirius. This historical reframing does not negate the older testimonies. Rather, it suggests a continuity of symbolic content that is being interpreted through a changing cultural grammar. The emotional contours of Sirian testimonies are worth noting. Unlike accounts that emphasize fear or coercion, Sirian encounters are overwhelmingly described as comforting, supportive, and sometimes playful. People often report a sense of being seen for who they truly are, and a subsequent easing of existential anxiety. This has an ethical effect. Contactees often become practitioners of care. Many take up ocean conservation, music therapy, or sound healing after an encounter. This kind of social ripple cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. Whether the source of the encounter is external or internal, the outcome is a measurable change in behavior. People orient their lives towards service and stewardship, often with demonstrable benefit to local communities. Skeptics have their own powerful critiques. They point to the human capacity for pattern making, the influence of prior exposure to Sirian motifs in popular culture, and the fact that memory and suggestion can produce vivid but false experiences. They also note that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, physical artifacts, public institutional corroboration, or consistent, verifiable data that resists human bias. To these critics, the Sirian corpus of testimonies is an interesting cultural phenomenon, but not proof of alien visitation. Proponents reply with something steadier than rhetoric, a call to expanded evidence. They propose more rigorous documentation, multi-sensor recordings of USOs, carefully controlled channeling studies, repeatable sound experiments that compare alleged Sirian tones with natural phenomena, and collaborative interdisciplinary research that bridges anthropology, oceanography, acoustics, and consciousness studies. The tension between skeptics and believers, in short, becomes a productive engine. It pushes both sides to refine claims and methods. One cannot close this chapter without acknowledging the deeply personal stories that refuse to fit into tidy categories. A woman in coastal Portugal who once believed herself an atheist now runs a sanctuary for rescued marine animals because, she says, the being who touched my forehead in the boat asked me to remember the sounds of the sea. And from that day, the animals came to me. A retired naval officer in Chile spends his evenings drawing complex charts of ocean currents and spiral light patterns he insists he saw from a hovering object. His charts strangely illuminate previously undocumented eddies, A composer in Vancouver created a set of tones after a vivid dream of a crystalline hall, and electrophysiological tests with listeners revealed subtle shifts in heart rate variability, an index linked to relaxation and parasympathetic activation. These stories are small and easily scoffed at, but they are also the reason the Sirian narrative persists, not because it promises spectacle, but because it offers a pathway to meaning, healing, and service. Ultimately, the encounters and testimonies surrounding the Sirians form a mosaic that is at once baffling and humane. They invite us to ask not only whether the Sirians exist, but what we mean when we say existence. Are these beings independent physical intelligences, emergent archetypes of the collective human unconscious, or some hybrid of the two? Entities whose reality shifts depending on the observer's worldview. The testimony does not answer these questions definitively. What it does offer, however, is a living archive of human longing, for guidance, for connection, for the sense that life is part of a larger singing order. As we move forward, it becomes essential to hold both wonder and skepticism in our hands, to collect testimonies with careful curiosity, to test hypotheses without contempt, and to recognize that even if the Sirian story is partly symbolic, it functions as a powerful vector for transformation in many lives. In that sense, the testimonies themselves are a kind of modern myth, living and evolving, and demanding to be taken seriously, not because they are irrefutable, but because they are meaningful. The mysteries of Sirius. There are mysteries that fold outward, astronomical puzzles about mass, orbit, and hidden companions. And mysteries that fold inward, questions about meaning, symbolism, and the echo of the star in human myth. The Sirius system offers both. It is a genuine astrophysical object studied by telescopes and models, but it is also a star invested with cultural resonance across millennia. Understanding why Sirius exerts such a sustained pull requires a sweep that moves from orbital mechanics to ritual calendars to the pattern-making mind. Astronomically, Sirius is special. Its brightness is a function not only of proximity, about 8.6 light-years, but of its intrinsic luminosity. Sirius A shines with a brilliance that has made it a navigational light for seafaring peoples. Bright stars have always been psychological anchors. Sailors orient themselves to them. Seasonal rhythms are structured around their rising and setting, and myths crystallize around the lights that persist as trustworthy points in a chaotic sky. But the cosmic significance of Sirius goes deeper in human culture than mere navigational utility. Consider the Dogon mystery in more depth. The Dogon's account of Sirius B and the Nomo contains specific elements, orbital period, mass descriptors, and references to a companion star that mirror modern astronomical discoveries. The conventional anthropological explanation has been contamination, that French ethnographers or missionaries introduced Dogon elders to modern astronomical facts. Critics point to the documented presence of telescopes and Westerners in the region prior to early ethnographic recordings. Yet defenders of the Dogon's original narrative insist that their lore was transmitted orally long before such contact, and that the precision of the Dogon's cosmology is difficult to attribute to chance or modern influence. The debate is likely to continue, but even as a contested case, it highlights a key facet of the Sirian enigma: the way certain ancient cultures encoded their reverence for Sirius into their most sacred narratives. In Egypt, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the day when the star first becomes visible on the eastern horizon before dawn, marked the start of the Nile flood and the Egyptian year. Temples and agricultural rites were timed to this star. The symbolism is rich, a celestial opening that renews the land. In ritual terms, this creates a direct bridge between sky and earth, an embodied cosmology in which cycles of human life are synchronized to the motion of a distant sun. When a star is given such a central role, it becomes a repository for hopes, fears, and the theological imagination. Sirius's position as a kind of cosmic clock fed into esoteric traditions as well. Mystery schools in the Mediterranean and the Near East often spoke of Sirius as a gateway to higher realms, a point of access where initiates could attune to deeper vibratory levels of reality. In the Western occult tradition, the Star of Isis is sometimes associated with the soul's resurrection, illumination, and cyclical rebirth. Here again, we see repetition, water, rebirth, and the lifting of consciousness. The convergence between ritual practice and the reported qualities of the Sirians, sound, water, healing, may be more than poetic coincidence. Another mystery is the speculative idea of Sirius C, a proposed third companion in the system. Over the years, astronomers have periodically entertained the possibility of an additional body based on small perturbations in the motion of the visible components. To some esoteric thinkers, the absence or the hiddenness of a Sirius C plays into themes of concealed knowledge. If a third star exists but has eluded direct observation, it becomes a symbol of hidden wisdom. Present, influential, but not yet fully revealed. Whether Sirius C exists as an astronomical body or as a metaphor, the idea has captured imaginations and fed a narrative of layers, of seen and unseen, known and unknown. A less scientific, yet deeply interesting layer of mystery concerns linguistic and symbolic echoes. The names given to Sirius across cultures, Sopdet, Sirios, Kak, Sidi, carry different tonal shapes, but often converge on symbolic clusters: life, kingship, fertility, and the dog. The dog association is more than zoological. Dogs are liminal creatures, guardians of thresholds, companions in the night, beings attuned to human bond. Dogs in myth often accompany heroes across boundaries between worlds. This symbolic pairing amplifies the idea of Sirius as a guide at thresholds, the star that leads souls through transitions. Why is this important? Because myths are not mere fairy tales to be chuckled at. They are compressed maps of human experience. When the same constellation of images, water, song, guardianship, initiation, recurs around a particular star in multiple, geographically and temporally dispersed cultures, it suggests either a deep archetypal resonance within human psychology, or, perhaps more provocatively, a real historical influence that left similar imprints in different societies. The Sirian hypothesis leans toward the latter. Skeptics favor the former. Either way, the mystery demands methodical, multidisciplinary study. Modern scientific instruments add their own brushstrokes to the canvas. Spectrographic analysis, astrometric surveys, and the study of stellar evolution have taught astronomers much about binary systems like Sirius. These facts are neutral and necessary, but science cannot, on its own, answer the question of meaning. Why do humans find a particular star compelling? For that, we need cultural history, comparative mythology, psychology, and open yet disciplined inquiry into anomalous reports. There are also physical mysteries about Sirius that tantalize amateur astronomers and occultists alike. The relatively young age of Sirius A, the presence of a massive white dwarf companion in Sirius B, and the system's proximity to Earth combine into a set of conditions that, some argue, make it a plausible candidate for hosting life, especially non-human life adapted to different chemistries and evolutionary pressures. Others counter that habitability is more complex than proximity and brightness. Different worlds in the Sirius system could possess wildly different environments, some water-rich, some frigid, some atmospheric in ways we can scarcely imagine. The variety, if true, fits the mythic picture, a system with multiple species, multiple agendas, and multiple forms of culture. Finally, there is the lived, contemporary mystery of why Sirius continues to beckon. In our era, when technology can map the sky in unprecedented detail, and when exoplanet catalogs number in the thousands, we might expect the old star myths to fade. Instead, Sirius remains central in spiritual communities, art, music, and the ongoing archive of contact testimony. New filmmakers, musicians, and writers draw on Sirian motifs to explore questions of stewardship, sound, and watery memory. Activists for ocean health adopt star imagery as a rallying point. Scientists planning future telescopic arrays include Sirius as a valuable target. The living interplay between science and myth around Sirius is itself a mystery, a creative fusion rather than a battleground. If there is a single thread that runs through the mysteries of Sirius, it is the theme of thresholds, between sea and sky, between ancient rite and modern instrument, between mythic memory and empirical scrutiny. Sirius sits at this hinge, and the questions it raises refuse to be reduced to a single discipline. To study Sirius well is to practice intellectual humility and imaginative breadth, to be at once astronomer and storyteller, skeptic and wanderer. The star invites us to stand at the water's edge and listen. The Sirians in the galactic context. No civilization exists in a vacuum. If the Sirians are part of the cosmic story, then they fit into a larger tapestry of intelligences, some friendly, some indifferent, some openly hostile. To understand the Sirians more fully, we must place them within that broader galactic context. Their relationships with other alleged star peoples, their role in interstellar councils and conflicts, and the political spiritual ecology that results when many sentient species share influence over a single planet like Earth. One of the clearest recurring motifs in contact lore is the notion of a web of alliances and rivalries. In this lore, the Sirians most often appear as members of a cooperative coalition, a loose federation of races who prioritize the protection and upliftment of fledgling civilizations. The Pleiadians, with whom the Sirians are frequently associated, are often portrayed as warm, empathic beings deeply concerned with human emotional maturation. The Arcturians are described as ancient, technologically sophisticated guardians of multidimensional science. In many narratives, the Sirians function as the bridge between the Pleiadians' gentle emotional teachings and the Arcturians' complex energetic technologies, a species that blends tenderness with precision, spirit with engineering. This cooperative portrait does not imply unanimous agreement. Galactic politics, as in human history, is messy and multi-layered. Different races hold different cosmologies, value systems, and strategic priorities. Some focus on preserving biodiversity and evolutionary potential. Others prioritize strict non-interference. Others yet operate from dominion and resource control. Within such a crowded stage, the Sirians' emphasis on guardianship and harmonic resonance puts them at odds with actors who treat planets as resource nodes or laboratories. Conflict, therefore, is sometimes inevitable, though not always overt. A recurring adversary in these narratives is the reptilian complex, shape-shifting, hierarchical beings accused of manipulation and domination. In many accounts, the reptilians seek power through subversion of human institutions, fomenting conflict and leveraging fear. From the Sirian vantage, this is antithetical to their mission, where reptilian strategies aim to tighten control and extract entropic gain. Sirian strategies aim to loosen the grip of fear and facilitate open remembering. This opposition frames many Sirian interventions, not as imperial conquest, but as defensive, restorative work, cutting off tendrils of influence that would otherwise strangle human choice. Another dynamic involves the Greys, the archetypal scientists of the modern UFO age. Greys are often portrayed as clinical, pragmatic, and detached, beings who prioritize data extraction and experimentation. In some accounts, Greys operate under treaties or arrangements with more politically ambitious groups. In others, they work with institutional clients on Earth. Where Greys are concerned, the Sirians are sometimes seen as mediators, offering humane remedies and advocating for consent, healing, and ethical boundaries. This mediator role is not without friction. Greys, by some testimonies, value outcome over subjective well-being, whereas Sirians emphasize the sanctity of individual soul journeys. Layered above these binary oppositions are coalitions of many species, a galactic council or network through which conflicts are negotiated and agreements reached. Testimonies that describe such councils often paint pictures of negotiation rooms suffused with tones where representatives of varied morphologies, avian, cetacean, crystalline, humanoid, converse in complex multi-layered languages. In these accounts, the Sirians are frequently credited with diplomatic skill. Their ability to communicate through tonal harmonics and empathic resonance enables them to facilitate cross-species understanding where linguistic translation alone would fail. Their role is less about imposing policy and more about cultivating mutual attunement, aligning disparate parties to a shared vibrational baseline so that practical solutions can be co-created. From the Sirian perspective, Earth occupies a special status in the galactic landscape. It is often spoken of as a nexus, a place where diverse lines of soul streams and genetic templates intersect. Because of this diversity and the potential for rapid cultural and technological change, Earth tends to attract more attention than a more homogeneous, stable world might. If the galaxy were a garden, Earth would be a biodiverse bed, ripe with both danger and possibility. That possibility is what draws cooperative parties. It is also what attracts predatory ones. This complex interplay often produces hybrid strategies. The Sirians are not isolationist pacifists. They build alliances, they share intelligence, and when necessary, they counteract predatory agendas. Some testimonies describe covert operations, soft interventions that defuse or redirect harmful manipulations without triggering large-scale conflict. Imagine, for instance, an energetic dampening field over a region where lower frequency entities attempt to maintain influence, an invisible scaffold that prevents emotional contagion from metastasizing into mass hysteria. These subtle acts of containment reflect a power ethic that prioritizes resilience and freedom of choice. Another important element is trade and cultural exchange. The galaxy, in these narratives, functions not only through geopolitics, but through vibrant exchanges of art, music, technology, and story. The Sirians, given their emphasis on sound and water, are often cultural emissaries, bearing musical forms, sonic healing protocols, and water stewardship practices to planets receptive to these gifts. Such exchange is not unilateral. Earth, too, has contributed. Human rhythmic arts, our multifaceted myths, and our capacity for paradox have been noted by other species as fertile ground for creative collaboration. In a few stirring accounts, Sirian musicians and Earth composers have jammed across dimensional thresholds, co-creating harmonics that temporarily shift local physical parameters. Whether literal or metaphorical, these stories emphasize the galaxy as a place of shared creativity, not merely contested resources. Yet there are darker recesses of galactic diplomacy. Some systems run shadow economies, trade in technologies that corrode autonomy, trade in fear, or commercialization of life. The Sirians, proponents of stewardship, are said to oppose such markets. Where profit is extracted from suffering, they seek to sever the value chain. This often places them in clandestine conflict with actors who leverage human institutions for gain. The stakes are not purely material, they are spiritual. The ethics of consent, care, and dignity are central to these disputes. From a strategic standpoint, alliances in the galaxy are often pragmatic. Species band together when shared interests align, protecting certain biospheres, preserving corridors for migration, or preventing the monopolization of certain frequency bands that facilitate interstellar communication. The Sirians, with their modulatory abilities, are seen as custodians for such bands. They teach protocols for respectful transmission, helping younger species learn to use sonic technologies without deleterious side effects. In this role, Sirian influence is less visible, but widely respected. Their counsel is sought not because they command fleets, but because they can help harmonize complex systems. Religious and mythic overlays complicate matters further. Many races interpret the cosmos through metaphysical narratives that bear structural similarity to human religion. Cycles of death and rebirth, the sanctity of particular stars, the moral primacy of care. These shared motifs foster cross-cultural empathy, but they can also be weaponized, myths reframed to justify domination. The Sirians' insistence on remembering original intent, on returning to the ethical core of narrative, acts as a bulwark against such perversions. In this way, their influence is philosophical as well as political. They push for a cosmology where sentience is honored, not commodified. One must also consider technological asymmetries. Not all species possess the same developmental trajectory. Some have mastered interdimensional engineering, others are nascent in spaceflight. The Sirians are typically described as intermediate to advanced, with technology that appears miraculous to human eyes, yet remains embedded in ethical practice. Their ships, capable of operating in oceanic as well as orbital environments, are described as living vehicles, bioorganic constructs that respond to intention. Their mastery of vibration allows them to effect changes with minimal energy expenditure, making their interventions efficient and ethically targeted. Finally, the galactic context includes the psychological. The presence of many sentient species forces every civilization to continually negotiate identity. For humans, contact with entities like the Sirians challenges core assumptions about human exceptionalism, mortality, and destiny. For Sirian culture, engaging with a species that is both promising and perilous, from their perspective, requires a balance between humility and responsibility. They must decide how much to reveal, what to withhold, and how to steward information without erasing agency. The result is a cosmic dance. Alliances form and dissolve. Music and disputes alternate. Treaties are written in harmonics rather than ink. The Sirians' role in this choreography is not monolithic. They are teachers, diplomats, custodians, and sometimes guardians in the narrow sense of protection. Their actions are shaped by the same mix of compassion and strategy that appears in any mature polity. When considered in this broad context, Earth's story no longer feels like an isolated drama, but like a chapter in a complex, multi-species novel. The Sirians emerge as characters of depth, capable of warmth and rigor, art and politics, tenderness and tactical thinking. To understand them is to accept that cosmic life is plural, that morality travels across species lines, and that future chapters of human history will likely be written in concert with intelligences whose perspectives are rich beyond our present comprehension. As we continue, we will unfold how these galactic dynamics play out in practical, spiritual, and controversial ways, examining alleged council meetings, interspecies legal norms, and the ways in which the Sirians' diplomacy manifests on Earth. We will also look at the ethical debates their presence invites, questions about consent, interference, and the preservation of cultural integrity in a crowded cosmos. Spiritual lessons from the Sirians. If there is one constant that emerges from Sirian testimony, it is this: the Sirians teach through practice more than doctrine. Their message is not a creed to be recited, but a set of lived disciplines, ways of sensing, listening, and harmonizing that change perception over time. These lessons are deceptively simple because simplicity is often the clearest vessel for complex transformation. At their core, they ask us to reweave three strands: relationship to sound, relationship to water, and relationship to one another. First, sound. For the Sirians, sound is not merely ornamental, it is ontological. In many channeled transmissions and contact reports, the Sirian emphasis on tone, overtone, and harmonic alignment is framed as a practical technology for recalibrating consciousness. Where human cultures often relegate music to entertainment or ritual ornament, the Sirians treat it like surgery, or like medicine. A specific interval, a precise vibrational pattern can soothe neural networks, loosen reactivity, and open access to memory states that feel otherwise sealed. This is not magical thinking divorced from physiology. Sound interacts with the body at measurable levels. It entrains rhythmic systems. It influences heart rate variability, and it can alter brainwave patterns. The Sirians' insistence that tone matters is a call to reintroduce intentional sonic practice into daily life. Simple toning, community singing, and listening sessions that cultivate shared resonance rather than fragmentation. Second, water. Water is more than a resource to the Sirians. It is a living medium that carries information. The ancient pairing of Sirius with flood cycles, fertility rites, and sea-based initiation is not accidental in this schema. For a species whose cultural mythos includes amphibious ancestors and oceanic cities, water is the great memory bank. It stores and conveys vibrational patterns across time and distance. Sirian practice, according to many accounts, involves rituals of immersion, of listening underwater, and of treating the seas as active participants in spiritual life. From a human perspective, honoring water translates into ecological stewardship, but also into practices like cold water exposure, meditative bathing, and rites that recognize water's role in emotional regulation. The Sirian lesson here is ecological and sacramental at once. Care for the waters, because the waters carry the music of the planet's own well-being. Third, relational ethics. The Sirians repeatedly foreground the ethical orientation of their interventions. Their teachings emphasize consent, reciprocity, and restraint. Where many human power systems use force or coercion, the Sirians model a different calculus: persuasion through attunement rather than domination through force. This has practical implications. When a Sirian encounter downloads a piece of knowledge, a technology, a harmonic formula, a navigational tip, the transmission is often accompanied by instruction about how and when to use it responsibly. The Sirians' insistence on the right use of knowledge is not moralizing, it is pragmatic. Knowledge misapplied can accelerate destruction, especially on a planet with fragile ecosystems and rapid technological adoption. Thus, their spiritual teachings are intentionally tethered to ethics. Power requires discernment, ability requires accountability. A fourth lesson, perhaps the subtlest, is memory reclamation. Many who report Sirian contact describe a feeling of being remembered. This is not always about factual recollection, dates, names, or star charts, but about remembering a quality of being, patience, oceanic spaciousness, and a non-anxious presence when facing complexity. The Sirian pedagogy appears to involve restorative memory, helping humans re-inhabit capacities that feel latent. Longer attention spans, rhythmic life practices, and deeper kinship with non-human beings. In psychological terms, this resembles trauma-informed care, slow rhythm, careful invitation, and attention to the body's sensations. The Sirian method respects that deep shifts in a species' orientation take time and cannot be forced. Fifth, the practice of stewardship over spectacle. Many traditions of contact are seductive because they promise shortcuts, grand revelations, immediate salvation, or exotic technologies that will solve our problems overnight. Sirian narratives, in contrast, emphasize incremental change and embedded practice. They teach that the work of planetary healing is not a theatrical event, but a daily discipline. Tending coral reefs, teaching children to listen, designing cities that honor the flow of water. Their pedagogy privileges longevity over glory. What do these lessons look like in a human, implementable form? Practices associated with Sirian-inspired teachings tend to be accessible and low-tech. Morning toning, sustained vowel sounds, or simple overtone exercises can be done alone or in groups. Listening to recordings of underwater ambient textures while breathing with intention is another common practice. Community sound circles, water stewardship projects, and local conservation campaigns become arenas where Sirian ethics are embodied. This is significant because it means that whether or not one accepts the literal existence of the Sirians, the practices they inspire can have real-world benefits: improved mental health, stronger communal bonds, and tangible environmental gains. Importantly, the Sirian spiritual curriculum is not anti-intellectual. It invites inquiry, experimentation, and integration with scientific methods. Sirian teachings encourage a spirit of mutual illumination. Test the tones, measure physiological changes, study the impact of water restorative practices on local biodiversity. In other words, their spiritual lessons can be translated into empirically investigable hypotheses. This is a crucial bridge between myth and method, one that allows both skeptics and seekers to participate in shared discovery. Ultimately, the Sirian spiritual message is deceptively radical in its gentleness. Small, sustained changes in how we relate to sound, water, and one another can accumulate into systemic shifts. If enough communities adopt practices that reduce reactivity, protect watersheds, and cultivate shared rhythm, the planetary field itself may begin to change. Whether this is interpreted as a shift in probability distributions, a genuine ontological shift, or simply a better chance for species survival, the practical import is unmistakable. Spiritual life matters because it changes behavior, and changed behavior changes outcomes. Controversies and skepticism. No account of the Sirians would be honest without addressing the controversies and the sharp skepticism that surrounds them. The Sirian narrative sits at the intersection of myth, anecdote, and possibility, and that precarious positioning invites critique from multiple angles. Taking these criticisms seriously does not undermine curiosity, it sharpens it. Below are the principal controversies and how they are commonly addressed within careful inquiry. First, the problem of evidence. Critics insist that extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. The Sirian corpus, channelings, contactee narratives, USO sightings, and cultural echoes largely consists of subjective reports and secondhand testimonies. There are few, if any, physical artifacts that can be independently and irrefutably attributed to Sirian origin. Without recoverable hardware, unambiguous biological samples, or fully corroborated institutional disclosures, mainstream science remains, understandably, unconvinced. Proponents respond by pointing to patterns, recurring themes that cross cultures and epochs, physiological effects reported in controlled settings, for example, sound's measurable impact on stress markers, and the pragmatic pro-social outcomes among many contactees. The debate thus moves from a binary yes-no to a more nuanced set of methodological questions. What counts as good evidence in a domain that straddles inner experience and external phenomena? Can reproducible physiological effects tied to Sirian practices be taken as indirect evidence of something beyond psychology? Second, cultural contamination. Anthropologists caution that indigenous narratives can be reshaped by contact with Western ideas. The Dogon example is often subject to this critique. Did the Dogon receive modern astronomical information from early European visitors? Skeptics highlight contextual influences. Missionaries, traders, and ethnographers may have introduced foreign concepts that later blended with indigenous lore. Defenders of the Dogon's account stress the depth and complexity of the tribe's cosmology, arguing that while contamination cannot be ruled out entirely, the precision of certain cosmological details resists easy explanation. The safe analytic posture here is not dismissal, but careful historical work. Tracing document provenance, evaluating the timing of exposures, and giving weight to methodological rigor. Third, psychological and sociological explanations. The human mind is adept at pattern making, and cultural motifs can seed expectations that later shape experience. The growth of the UFO subculture, sci-fi narratives, and New Age thought creates a feedback loop. Ideas travel, are internalized, and may then shape dreams and waking encounters. Hypnosis, for instance, is vulnerable to suggestion. The past lives recalled under trance could be co-created with the therapist's prompts. Critics argue that much of the Sirian material can be explained by these mechanisms. Advocates admit that psychological processes play a role, but point out that many reports predate the modern cultural narrative or arise in isolated communities unlikely to have been exposed to those ideas. The middle way is to acknowledge both influences. Inner patterning and possible external stimuli can coexist as explanatory layers. Fourth, internal contradiction and myth evolution. Narratives about the Sirians are not monolithic. Different channelers, contactees, and traditions offer divergent, sometimes conflicting, accounts of Sirian motives, appearance, and history. To skeptics, such plurality undermines claims of an underlying, consistent extraterrestrial reality. Believers point out that diversity is to be expected in any living tradition. Oral histories mutate, translations introduce variants, and different Sirian subcultures could be legitimately distinct. A more charitable perspective holds that multiplicity requires careful mapping and taxonomy rather than wholesale dismissal. Which motifs are robust across reports, and which are idiosyncratic? This analytic work is crucial for moving beyond anecdote to structured knowledge. Fifth, ethical concerns and potential harm. The Sirian narrative can be mobilized in ways that cause harm. Charismatic channelers might exploit followers emotionally or financially. Claims of extraterrestrial guidance have, in extreme cases, justified harmful actions when couched as divine imperative. Any movement that combines intense experiential claims with charismatic authority risks cult dynamics. This is not unique to Sirian lore. It is a perennial challenge in spiritual communities. Responsible practice requires transparent ethics, peer review of claims where possible, and institutional safeguards to prevent exploitation. Many communities that identify as Sirian-inspired emphasize these protections explicitly. Democratic governance, financial transparency, and community-based accountability. Sixth, Epistemological humility. The controversy around the Sirians ultimately highlights a deeper philosophical tension about how humans know what they know. Western empiricism values repeatability and independent verification. Many spiritual traditions value lived transformation and relational evidence. Bridging these epistemologies is difficult but not impossible. The most promising approaches are interdisciplinary, experiments that render subjective reports into measurable variables, ethnographies that honor indigenous testimony while accounting for historical context, and collaborative research that brings skeptical rigor and open curiosity together. Seventh, political and military entanglement. Claims that governments or militaries have encountered or negotiated with non-human intelligences raise combustible political questions. These narratives sometimes veer into speculation about secret treaties, reverse-engineered technologies, and covert collaborations. If true, such arrangements would have enormous ethical and geopolitical ramifications. If false, they can feed conspiratorial thinking that undermines democratic institutions. The prudent route is investigative, pursue declassified records, protect whistleblowers who provide verifiable testimony, and maintain journalistic and scholarly standards in reporting. Public policy cannot be built on rumor, but legitimate anomalies deserve transparent scrutiny. Finally, we must consider the value of paradox. The Sirian matter resists clean categorization. It is partly an archaeological question, how did ancient peoples mark Sirius? Partly a psychological one, how do we generate meaningful experiences? And partly an ethical one, how should knowledge be used? Each critique contains truth, each defense contains nuance. The controversy is not a failure of the field, but an invitation to refine methods, to adopt humility, and to collaborate across disciplines that rarely speak to one another. Practical practices, how people engage with Sirian teachings. For many, belief in the Sirians remains hypothetical. For others, engagement becomes vocational, an embodied way of life. This chapter maps the practical contours of Sirian-inspired practice as it currently exists in communities around the world. It focuses on reproducible activities that have observable effects, because moving from legend to habit is where change actually occurs. Sound practice. Simple vocal toning is the most common entry point. These exercises are accessible, sustained vowels, gentle hums, and overtone practice, and require no equipment. Community sound circles amplify the effect. When multiple bodies align in frequency, coherence increases, and participants frequently report reduced anxiety, improved mood, and clearer focus. Some groups use biofeedback devices to measure heart rate variability before and after sessions. Many show small but consistent improvements, suggesting a physiological correlate to the subjective experience of calm. Waterwork. Community initiatives that restore local waterways, plant riparian buffers, and reduce pollutants often form the practical backbone of Sirian-inspired civic engagement. These projects accomplish two things at once. They improve ecological health, and they create embodied rituals of care that reinforce the spiritual ethic of respecting water as living memory. Cold water immersion groups, who practice mindful submersion for short durations, report increases in resilience and decreased stress markers. While these practices are not exclusive to Sirian communities, they resonate with Sirian themes and often become organizing activities for local chapters. Education and dissemination. Workshops that teach harmonic listening, basic acoustics, and simple regenerative ecology provide accessible entry points for skeptics and seekers alike. These programs are often structured around measurable outcomes. Participants learn techniques and then record objective metrics: sleep quality, mood ratings, engagement in civic projects. Framing spiritual practice within an evaluative structure reduces the risk of ungrounded claims and opens the door to fruitful collaboration with scientists. Creative exchange. Artists and musicians often act as translators between mythic content and everyday life. Composers who work with overtone structures collaborate with marine biologists to generate sonifications of ocean data, turning temperature gradients or salinity measures into audible patterns that train listeners to notice ecological change. These cross-disciplinary projects create novel ways for communities to relate to data emotionally and practically. Ethical frameworks. Because the Sirian narrative emphasizes consent and restraint, many communities adopt explicit codes of conduct. These cover teacher accountability, transparent finances, consent for psychic work, and protocols for handling trauma disclosures. Such frameworks protect vulnerable participants and guard against charismatic misuse. Research collaborations. Increasingly, conscientious groups partner with academic researchers. Universities may run controlled trials to test the impact of sound practices on stress physiology. Marine institutes may evaluate the ecological outcomes of Sirian-inspired restoration projects. These collaborations provide mutual benefits, rigorous data for scientists, and legitimacy for practitioners. Ritual practice. Small-scale ceremonies mark seasonal changes tied to local water cycles, tides, flood seasons, monsoon rhythms. These rituals are practical as well as symbolic. They coordinate community labor for planting, cleanup, and resource sharing. Ritual embeds ecological action and meaning, which increases compliance and long-term stewardship. Education for children. Some communities incorporate tonal singing, rhythmic activities, and simple stewardship tasks into children's programming. The aim is not indoctrination, but embodied literacy, teaching young people to listen well, to work as teams, and to care for local ecosystems. Technology and restraint. While Sirian narratives sometimes promise advanced technologies, practical groups emphasize low-tech resilience, rainwater catchment, passive cooling, local seed banks, precisely because these technologies are accessible and reduce vulnerability. This is a pragmatic adoption of a Sirian ethic: empower communities rather than create dependency on sophisticated, centralized systems. Taken together, these practices translate Sirian principles into testable, beneficial actions. Whether one believes in the literal origin of the teachings or simply appreciates their pragmatic value, the practices produce measurable outcomes: improved mental health, stronger community cohesion, and healthier local ecosystems. Why the Sirians matter? Why does any of this matter? Why should contemporary humans, distracted, climate-pressed, and politically polarized, care about a constellation of stories centered on a bright star 8.5 light-years away? First, because the Sirians function as a mirror. Whether mythic or literal, they reflect possible futures for humanity, societies where scientific prowess is married to spiritual wisdom, where technologies are judged by their capacity to heal, not merely to dominate, where water and sound are treated as living systems rather than mere resources. In holding up that mirror, the Sirian story asks an ethical question: if such integration is possible, do we want it? If we answer yes, the way forward becomes practical, not speculative. Second, because their narrative seeds practices that have immediate utility. The sound techniques, water stewardship projects, and relational ethics inspired by Sirian lore deliver measurable benefits. They reduce stress, foster cooperation, and heal portions of the biosphere. Even if one remains agnostic about extraterrestrial origins, these practices are valuable in their own right. Third, because the Sirian story stretches our epistemic humility. It forces a conversation between disciplines that rarely speak: astronomy and myth, physiology and ritual, policy and metaphysics. Learning to carry paradox, to test without hostility and wonder without naivete, is a civic skill of growing importance in an age of technological acceleration and cultural fragmentation. Fourth, because the Sirian narrative contains a potent antidote to the narratives that have dominated modernity: extraction, control, and short-term profit. The Sirian message, at its best, argues for longevity, reciprocity, and care. In a planetary era where systemic thinking is an existential necessity, stories that model these orientations are not luxuries, they are resources. Finally, because stories matter, human beings are meaning-making creatures. Our myths organize attention, motivate action, and shape institutions. The Sirians, real, symbolic, or somewhere between, are one of the more coherent and constructive mythic proposals circulating globally. They articulate a set of values that, if adopted even partially, could redirect technology, policy, and daily life toward resilience. Living with the question. If this video has a final note, it is this: live with the question. The Sirian matter resists tidy resolution. Sometimes it points outward, to telescopes, sea expeditions, and whistleblower archives. Sometimes it points inward, to practice, ritual, and the slow work of reweaving attention. Both kinds of inquiry are necessary. They balance one another. Humanity's relationship to the stars has always been a relationship to possibility. Whether the Sirians are neighbors, ancestors, or archetypes, they invite us back into a conversation about what we value and how we will act. That invitation is simple, humane, and urgent. Listen more deeply, steward the living systems that sustain you, and use knowledge with restraint and generosity. The story of the Sirians is one of the most enduring and evocative narratives within the broader tapestry of human engagement with the cosmos. It is a story that begins not in the classified files of the 20th century, but in the starlit reverence of our most ancient civilizations, and it culminates in a profound, ongoing inquiry into the nature of consciousness itself. The journey from the Dogon's Nomo and Egypt's Isis to the modern contactees' harmonic downloads presents a compelling, if unproven, case that humanity has never been alone, and that our evolutionary path has been subtly shepherded by intelligences from a brilliant binary star system 8.6 light-years away. The conclusion we draw from this vast assemblage of myth, testimony, and practice is not a simple declaration of their existence, but a recognition of their function as a powerful, transformative archetype and a potential literal reality whose message is more critical now than ever before. At its core, the Sirian narrative challenges the fragmented worldview of modern materialism. It proposes a universe where science and spirituality are not adversaries, but complementary expressions of a single vibrational reality. The Sirians, as described, embody this synthesis. Their technology is consciousness-based, their communication is telepathic and tonal, and their civilization is built upon principles of harmonic balance and ecological stewardship. They represent a mirror held up to humanity, reflecting a potential future where our own technological prowess is guided by an ethical compass of compassion, reciprocity, and deep respect for the living systems of the cosmos. Whether we interpret this as a literal blueprint of an advanced society or as a profound metaphor for our own potential, the image is irresistibly compelling. It offers a vision of hope, a demonstration that advancement need not lead to cold detachment or exploitative domination, but can instead foster greater unity, creativity, and care. The evidence for the Sirians, while falling short of empirical proof, forms a pattern that is difficult to dismiss entirely. The astronomical precision of the Dogon, the sacred centrality of Sirius in Egyptian cosmology, and the global recurrence of water-associated star-like teachers in myth suggest a shared, deep-seated human experience. The consistency of modern contact reports, emphasizing sound, water, healing, and ethical mentorship, adds a contemporary chapter to this ancient book. Skepticism is not only warranted, but essential, serving as a necessary filter for fantasy and fraud. Yet, when the same core themes emerge across millennia and cultures, independent of direct cultural contamination, we are faced with a mystery that transcends mere coincidence. This pattern points toward what the Swiss psychologist Carl Jung might have called a Sirian archetype, a fundamental organizing principle within the collective human psyche that emerges when we contemplate guidance, wisdom, and our connection to the cosmos. Ultimately, the greatest significance of the Sirians may lie not in their physical reality, but in the practical and spiritual lessons they impart. Their teachings, as channeled through countless contactees and mystics, are remarkably consistent and profoundly applicable. The emphasis on intentional sound as a tool for healing and coherence, the reverence for water as a living mnemonic medium, and the insistence on an ethics of consent and stewardship provide a tangible toolkit for personal and planetary transformation. These are not dogmatic creeds, but embodied practices that yield measurable benefits, reduced stress, strengthened community bonds, and restored ecosystems. In a world grappling with existential anxiety, ecological crisis, and social fragmentation, the Sirian ethos offers a path toward reintegration. It invites us to listen to the subtle frequencies of our own bodies, to the whispering wisdom of the oceans, and to the silent music of the stars. Therefore, the question, are the Sirians real, may be less important than the question, what does the Sirian story do? It functions as a catalytic myth for our time, a narrative that inspires us to become better custodians of our planet and more conscious co-creators of our reality. It matters because it provides a framework for meaning that is both cosmic and intimately personal. It suggests that we are participants in a vast, interconnected community of intelligence, and that our choices here on Earth resonate within a wider galactic context. The Sirian narrative, in all its complexity and controversy, ultimately calls us to remember our own latent capacities, for wisdom, for harmony, and for a compassionate sovereignty that honors all life. In looking towards Sirius, we are, in the end, being guided to look more deeply into ourselves and to envision a future worthy of our highest aspirations. Since human beings first craned their necks skyward, the celestial bodies above have captured their hearts and minds. There is perhaps no point in the sky for which this is more true than the Pleiades star cluster. Located in the Taurus constellation and visible from the North Pole to the South Pole, the Pleiades have held a place of prominence in nearly all cultures on Earth, from the ancient Egyptians, Romans, and Greeks to the indigenous tribes of North and South America, to Asia and Scandinavia and beyond, all the way to our own modern astronomers and scientists. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Pleiades have influenced the path of human history for thousands of years. Yet, even this might be an understatement. Perhaps this infamous star cluster has influenced us more than we know, fundamentally shaping who we are and what we do, where we have been and where we are going, even our very DNA. Perhaps this continues to this day. The Vrillon Galactic Command Interruption, 1977. On November 26, 1977, during an otherwise uneventful local news broadcast from the south of England, something took place which alarmed and disturbed those watching at home. Without warning, the ambling broadcast was interrupted by a message purported to be, quite literally, out of this world. Here's how it happened in real time. In the aftermath of this broadcast, experts scrambled to find an explanation. How had the broadcast been hacked, and by who? Could it have been some sort of elaborate prank? Or could it really have been a message from a mysterious galactic command sent to warn of the disaster which threatens your world? And if so, what exactly did this galactic command mean by, "We will do all we can to help you"? Extraterrestrials disabling nuclear weapons. The evening of March 16, 1967 was not unlike many others in Montana at that time of year. Cold and clear, a few inches of snow covering the ground. At the remote Malmstrom Air Force Base in central Montana, home to a large cache of the United States military's nuclear missiles, a clear night meant on-duty airmen could bask in the full splendor of what is known as Big Sky Country. One such airman was doing just that, gazing lazily to the sky as the hours on duty passed, when suddenly he noticed a most curious sight. There, in the sky above him, was a small light zigzagging back and forth unnaturally. Then, moments later, another light, only larger and closer. As protocol dictated, the airman called down to the control station buried some 60 feet underground, where the phone was answered by Lieutenant Robert Salas. The airman explained the lights he was seeing, but Lieutenant Salas was unmoved, believing the lights to be nothing. He brushed the airman off, instructing him to call back if the lights got any closer as he hung up. Moments later, the phone rang again, only this time when Salas answered, the airman was panicked and shouting, "There's one hovering outside the front gate," the airman gasped. "One what?" Salas demanded. "A UFO," the airman shrieked. "I can't really describe it. It's glowing red." Now fully concerned, Salas rushed to wake his commander, Lieutenant Fred Meinwald. As he briefed the commander on the situation at hand, an alarm suddenly began to blare, filling the rooms of the underground station. Simultaneously, lights started popping up on the control station, indicating that the nuclear missiles housed there were switching into a no-go condition. One after another, the missiles became unlaunchable. Immediately, a security team was dispatched to find out what was going on. They reached the surface just in time to see a glowing red, oval-shaped object speed off into the night sky and disappear from sight. The missiles would remain in a no-go condition for an entire day, despite showing no signs of physical damage or foul play when examined. This left the Air Force dumbfounded, unable to provide an explanation for what had happened. But Robert Salas had an explanation, one that remained in his mind for many years afterwards. "I think it was simply a show," Salas said during an interview with CNN in 2010. "They wanted to shine a light on our nuclear weapons and just send us a message." What message? My interpretation is, the message is, get rid of them, because it's going to mean our destruction. What is perhaps most interesting about this story is that it is not all that unique. Only a few years prior, in 1964, another Air Force lieutenant named Robert Jacobs reported seeing a strange UFO firing beams of light at a nuclear missile undergoing testing near Big Sur, California. "We were testing to see if we could launch a nuclear warhead into orbit," Jacobs explained during his 2021 testimony at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. As the missile being tested shot into the stratosphere, a disc-shaped craft appeared in pursuit, traveling at over 8,000 miles per hour. Suddenly, the craft fired 4 beams of light at the missile, at which point, in the words of Jacobs, the warhead tumbled out of space. These types of stories are not conspiracy. In the 1970s, none other than the Washington Post, citing documents from the U.S. Department of Defense, reported that a string of the nation's super-sensitive nuclear missile launch sites and bomber bases were visited by unidentified, low-flying, and elusive objects. But it goes back even further. In the 1940s, when the US was first developing the atomic bomb, UFOs were reported over Hanford Site in Washington state, the place where the plutonium was being produced for the Manhattan Project. According to Department of Energy documents, a glowing fireball was seen in the sky on more than one occasion. When it was pursued by Air Force jets, it simply sped away too fast to be pursued. 200 miles away, in Los Alamos, New Mexico, where the first atomic bombs were being tested, additional Department of Energy documents record multiple sightings of a green ball of fire in the sky. Even Roswell, New Mexico, site of perhaps the most infamous UFO incident in history, has its own connection with nuclear weapons. At the time of the incident, Roswell was home to the U.S. Air Force's 509th Bombardment Group, the squadron that dropped nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II. Again and again, there appears to be a connection between UFOs and America's nuclear capabilities. This connection has become the life's work of investigative journalist George Knapp, who, for over 30 years, has used the Freedom of Information Act to examine documents from the U.S. Departments of Defense and Energy, recording incidents which appear decade after decade to this very day. In Knapp's words, "At the facilities where we were first designing and building nuclear weapons, at the places where we were processing the fuel, at the facilities where we were testing the weapons, at the bases where we deployed those weapons, on the ships, the nuclear submarines, all those places, the people working there have seen these things." In fact, the relationship between UFOs and America's nuclear capabilities is something recognized at the highest levels of the US government. Consider Harry Reid, the recently retired former Senate Majority Leader from Nevada, who, for 30 years, was one of the most powerful people in the United States. During a 2019 interview, Reid stated, "The occurrences of people seeing unidentified flying objects is not a dozen people here, a dozen people there. Thousands of people have seen these, and on occasion, many hundreds of people saw the same thing at the same time. We have occurrences that are not disputed at some of our missile bases where the whole base was shut down. Apparently, if they had been asked to fire a missile, they couldn't. No one knows how they did that. We have ships that the communications went dead with these things in the water. So this is not something that just a few crackpots are trying to make a big deal out of. This is something that we as a country should be involved in." In 2007, while serving as the leader of the US Senate, Reid pushed for tens of millions of dollars of funding for what became known as the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which worked within the Department of Defense investigating unexplained aerial phenomenon, UAP. The director of this program from its inception until 2017 was a man named Luis Elizondo. In 2021, Elizondo spoke on what his investigation had discovered at an event attended by virtually the entirety of mainstream American media and many global sources as well. There seems to be a very distinct congruency between UAP, associated UAP activity, and our nuclear technology, whether it be propulsion or weapon systems or whatnot. And that's concerning to the point where we've actually had some of our nuclear capabilities disabled by these things. When pressed by a reporter to clarify that he was saying America's nuclear capabilities had been disabled by something which could not be explained, Elizondo responded, "There is absolutely evidence that comports to the notion that UAPs have an active interest in our nuclear technology and have in the past interfered with some of our nuclear capabilities. That's fact, yes." Crucially, Elizondo added another nugget to his address. Furthermore, those same observations have been seen overseas in other countries. They too have had the same incidents, so that tells us this is a global issue. If it is established at the highest levels of American power, then UFOs have taken an active interest in the country's nuclear capabilities. Could the same be true in other countries? Is it really a global issue? During the Cold War, the US Air Force and British Royal Air Force jointly operated multiple bases in the UK which housed nuclear weapons pointed directly at the Soviet Union. In late December of 1980, mystifying incidents took place at two of these bases on the same night, the latter of which has become known as Britain's Roswell. First, an air traffic controller at the RAF Bentwaters base in Suffolk named Ivan Barker reported something unbelievable in the sky. "We looked up on the radar scope and saw something not like anything I'd seen before," Barker explained. "It had to be moving Mach 5, 6, 7, or 8, faster than anything other than possibly a missile." As Barker looked up from the radar to view it directly from his observation tower, the craft moved closer. It was, in Barker's words, like a helicopter hovering, except with a helicopter you get movement up and down. This was stationary. It was between about 1,500 and 2,000 feet high. The thing was at least a city block in diameter. It was shaped like a giant basketball with portholes around the center and lights emanating outward. "I was shocked," Barker professed. "There was nothing aerodynamic about it. Basketballs don't fly." At the same time, only a few miles away at the RAF Woodbridge base, a security team led by Colonel Charles Holt reported seeing a small triangular-shaped craft in nearby Rendlesham Forest. The craft was, as Holt later described, approximately 3 meters on a side, dark metallic in appearance with strange markings. It would appear to be winking and was shedding molten metal and silently moving through the trees, and at one point it actually approached us. Then it very quickly and silently vanished at high speed. "What could this craft have been?" Holt was asked. "I have no idea what we saw that night, but I do know it was under intelligent control. My theory is that it was from another dimension or extraterrestrial." Much as with the Malmstrom incident in Montana, as the UFOs were spotted at Bentwaters and Woodbridge, the nuclear weapons at each base suddenly, inexplicably became inoperable. Those nukes they had pointed at the Soviet Union, well, they were a no-go. Most simply, these incidents show that the connection between UFOs and nuclear capabilities is a global issue, as Luis Elizondo suggested, but in fact, it goes much deeper than that. The Staffordshire sighting of 1954. Back in 1954, UFO culture did not exist on the global scale it does today. If someone were to report an alleged alien encounter, they would not have the stories of others to draw upon when creating their own. This is what makes a local broadcast seen that year in Staffordshire, England, so compelling. While the story is exceptional, note that while Mrs. Rustenberg tells it, she is not dramatic, not obviously putting on a performance for the benefit of the camera, but rather measured and resolute, her body language that of someone who has nothing to hide and nothing to gain from lying. But what makes Mrs. Rustenberg's story so particularly relevant here is not her apparent sincerity, but rather where her story took place. Only a few years before her alleged encounter, Mrs. Rustenberg's hometown of Staffordshire, England, was the location of the largest military accident ever recorded. November 27, 1944, forever known to residents of Staffordshire as the day the world blew up. On that day, over 4,000 tons of bombs, shells, and rifle ammunition stored in an underground RAF facility were accidentally ignited. The result was the largest non-nuclear explosion in human history. Under a mushroom cloud thousands of feet high, the surrounding countryside was obliterated, farms wiped out, and a reservoir destroyed. Fields were littered with the carcasses of mutilated livestock and fish, while many people died. Left behind at the site of the explosion was a smoldering crater some 100 feet deep and 400 yards across, known today as the Hanbury Crater. Making things worse, though the explosion had been immense, it had not impacted the entire underground stash of weapons. Not all the bombs had exploded. It was too dangerous to attempt to recover the undetonated explosives, the ground too unstable, and the threat of another explosion too high, forcing the government to leave the volatile cache underground. Does this give Mrs. Rustenberg's story of her alien encounter more credibility? Think about it. The connection between UFOs and dangerous weapons has already been established at the highest levels of American power. Perhaps the UFO Mrs. Rustenberg saw was just there to check on the ticking time bomb beneath her feet. Perhaps the UFO was looking out for us. This idea can be expanded beyond the borders of the English-speaking West and beyond simply dangerous weapons. Extraterrestrials preventing nuclear disasters. April 26, 1986 will forever be remembered as a dark day in human history. On that day, the number 4 reactor at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in the north of the Ukraine melted down, spewing radioactive contamination across the Soviet Union and Europe in the worst nuclear disaster in human history. Hundreds of thousands were evacuated and millions more affected by the Chernobyl disaster, and yet, according to some, it could have been much worse. On the night of the disaster, as the reactor was melting down, employees at the plant reported seeing something incredible hovering in the sky over Reactor 4. In the words of one such employee, senior dosimetrician Mikhail Varitsky, "We saw a ball of fire, and it was slowly flying in the sky. I think the ball was 6 or 8 meters in diameter. Then, we saw 2 rays of crimson light stretching towards the 4th unit. The object was some 300 meters from the reactor. The event lasted for about 3 minutes. The lights of the object went out and it flew away in the northwestern direction." Think back to the rays of a UFO causing a nuclear missile to tumble out of space outside Big Sur, California in 1964. What were the results of these rays of crimson light shining on Reactor 4 at Chernobyl? In 2002, the Russian news outlet Pravda provided an answer in an investigation on the incident. The UFO brought the radiation level down, they reported. The level was decreased almost 4 times. This probably prevented a nuclear blast. So, maybe it is not weapons specifically which are connected with UFOs, but rather humanity's tendency to come close to destroying itself. On March 11, 2011, the devastating Tohoku earthquake and tsunami hit off the east coast of Japan. It was the most powerful earthquake ever recorded in Japan, and in the nearby city of Fukushima, the results were dire. The quake caused not 1, but 3 meltdowns at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, spewing radioactive contamination into the atmosphere and flooding radioactive isotopes into the Pacific Ocean. It was the worst nuclear disaster since Chernobyl. Yet, much like Chernobyl, at the time the plant was melting down, unusual activity was spotted in the skies above it. Strange white orbs moving unnaturally in the sky. What were these orbs up to? And is it possible, as is alleged in the case of Chernobyl, that they were somehow mitigating the disaster? Could the Fukushima nuclear meltdown have been worse if not for these UFOs? Some say an answer was provided in 2016 when the 6.9 magnitude Fukushima earthquake struck just southeast of the city. Though the Fukushima nuclear plant's operations had been shut down after 2011, it still contained nuclear reactors which would take decades to decommission. Reactors which once more would threaten meltdown in the face of disaster. As the quake hit, those still working inside the plant watched with terror as part of the cooling system required to prevent such a meltdown inexplicably shut down. At just that moment, a UFO appeared in the skies above the plant. Incredibly, despite the shutdown of part of the cooling system, almost no temperature increase was recorded in the reactors. There was no meltdown and no nuclear disaster. Could the UFO seen in the skies as the quake hit have somehow prevented disaster? In light of the alleged instances at Fukushima and Chernobyl, and the well-documented connection between UFOs and nuclear weapons, perhaps an intercepted broadcast from a purported galactic command warning about a disaster which threatens your world is not as far-fetched as it may have seemed. Perhaps Robert Salas was not wrong when he surmised aliens were trying to send us a message about our destruction. Then again, maybe it goes beyond simply an intercepted broadcast, beyond abstract warnings. Maybe it is more of a partnership. Haim Eshed is something of a legend in his own time. For 30 years, he served as the head of Israel's space program, 3 times earning the Israel Defense Prize, the highest civilian defense honor in the state of Israel, while personally overseeing the launch of 20 Israeli satellites. He is, appropriately, known as the father of Israel's space program. This is why it was so stunning when in 2020, after retiring from his post, Eshed gave an interview to Yediot Aharonot, the largest newspaper in Israel, in which he spoke of things previously unheard of from someone in his position. Aliens have not only already visited Earth, Eshed dramatically claimed, but have contacted and forged relationships with world governments. These aliens, according to Eshed, represent an intergalactic space federation which has been watching over humanity, tracking all nuclear activity and preventing nuclear wars. Not all the governments of the world know, he explained. There's a group of partners, Americans, Russian, Japanese, British, Chinese, who are coordinating not to reveal this, and they asked not to publish it. Perhaps Haim Eshed is lying. Perhaps he would throw away an award-winning career on a ruse. Or maybe he is merely the first in such a position of power to tell the truth. Could an intergalactic space federation really be watching over humanity without most of us even knowing it's happening? Or maybe we know more than we realize. It was July of 1992 when Peter Curry awoke to a distressing situation. He was paralyzed, unable to move but fully conscious. More alarmingly, he realized a strange woman was sitting on top of him, straddling his body. She had unusual features, blonde hair and milky white skin, with large blue eyes and protruding cheekbones. On the corner of the bed sat another woman, an Asian-looking female, according to Curry. Slowly and without speaking, the woman on Curry's chest turned to the other woman, touched her stomach, then pointed to the sky. As she did, the 2 strange women disappeared. Afterwards, Curry searched the room for evidence of their having been there, and actually found it. Unlike in so many other instances, this time, there seemed to be physical evidence left behind, a single hair. Feeling he had proof of an alien encounter, Curry brought the hair to an independent biochemistry lab for analysis, and the results were unbelievable. The hair was optically clear, like nylon fishing line. According to biomolecular chemist Horace Drew, there's nobody on Earth who has hair that is optically clear. Moreover, whereas human hair has 1 DNA type, this hair had 2. A blue-eyed, light-skinned Celtic lineage at the root, and a rare Chinese lineage in the shaft. How were these things possible? To the lab scientists, it seemed as though the hair might really be alien. Note that the alleged aliens Peter Curry encountered did not have the appearance of the aliens we know in popular culture, those small gray beings with bulbous heads and large black eyes. No, Curry's aliens appeared more human. Think of the woman he awoke to find straddling his chest, the blonde hair, blue eyes, the milky white skin. She looked almost Scandinavian. Recall Mrs. Rustenberg from Staffordshire and how she described the aliens she saw. These people were beautiful people. That's the only way I can describe them. They had long golden hair, like a page boy bob. Did she and Peter Curry come into contact with the same type of aliens? And if so, who are they? Pleiadian star cluster, some 500 light-years from Earth, nestled within the Taurus constellation, lies the Pleiades star cluster. Made up of hundreds of stars, 7 are visible to the naked eye on a clear, dark night, leading the cluster to become referred to in modern times as the 7 Sisters. For as long as human beings have been recording their thoughts, the Pleiades star cluster has held a place of special and strangely similar importance. In ancient Egypt, the 7 visible stars of the Pleiades cluster represented 7 goddesses providing nourishment to worshippers. Scandinavian traditions spoke of the Pleiades as the daughters of the Norse goddess of love and fertility, with people painting 7 spots on their houses for protection. In ancient Rome, the school of thought known as Hermeticism spoke of the 7 stars of the Pleiades as possessing the secrets of a higher level of consciousness, while in China, the Xiaoling Mausoleum, which contains the tomb complex of the founder of the Ming Dynasty, is laid out in the arrangement of the 7 stars of the Pleiades and is said to contain great cosmic secrets. Cherokee traditions in North America even spoke of their people having actually originated in the Pleiades cluster, coming to Earth as star seeds with a mission to bring light and knowledge. What is most curious about these traditions, and others like them, is the repeated use of 7 stars of Pleiades as their foundation. In actuality, there are not 7 stars visible to the naked eye, but 6. So how, modern scientists wonder, did the ancients keep speaking of 7? Did ancient civilizations have some sort of special information regarding the Pleiades? And why did they keep ascribing similar characteristics to the cluster: knowledge and consciousness, nourishment and protection? Pleiadian alien race. Some, in more modern times, have an answer. According to ufologists, the Pleiades star cluster is not just another point in the sky, but in fact, the home to a race of alien beings known as the Pleiadians. Vitally, these Pleiadians are said to be a benevolent race, closely related to, but more emotionally and spiritually developed than humans, interested in helping humanity on its own evolutionary journey. If this is true, then perhaps it is why the ancients continually spoke of the Pleiades as a place of knowledge and protection. Notably, the Pleiadians are said to have a much different appearance than the gray, big-headed aliens of popular culture. Rather, the Pleiadians are often referred to as Nordic aliens due to their purported Scandinavian appearance: blonde hair, milky white skin, blue eyes. Could these be the aliens seen by Peter Curry and Mrs. Rustenberg? Could they be the ones disabling our nukes and mitigating our disasters? Could these Pleiadians be part of an intergalactic command looking out for us? And if so, how might they be trying to help us now? In May of 1988, Barbara Marciniak set out on a journey which would change her life forever. For 3 weeks, she traveled with a New Age group through the ancient temple sites of Egypt and Greece, from the Great Pyramid to the temple at Delphi and beyond. On the final day of the trip, having exchanged hugs and emotional goodbyes with her compatriots on the tour, Marciniak suddenly felt an insatiable urge to meditate. She rushed back to her hotel room, where she sat with eyes closed and back erect, her mind returning to the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. Suddenly, involuntarily, Marciniak began to speak out loud in a whispered voice, except, shockingly, the voice was not her own. Whose voice is this? Marciniak wondered inside her mind. To her surprise, she immediately received a response out of her own lips. "We are the Pleiadians," the voice said, "a collective of multidimensional spirit beings from the Pleiades star system." Marciniak was concerned. Who in their right mind was going to believe I was in contact with and speaking for ETs, she wondered. After half an hour, the voice stopped, yet it did not leave her. It returned again, then again and again, day after day, until, suspecting herself to be some sort of messenger, Marciniak began to record herself whenever she was compelled to speak in this Pleiadian voice. Today, Marciniak is the author of 7 books written from these recordings, which have been translated into 20 languages and sold nearly 1 million copies worldwide. She travels the world spreading the messages she purports to have received from the Pleiadians. The question is then, what messages? What have they told her? To start, Marciniak says she was told of an ancient alien species who seeded their DNA throughout the universe, founding numerous offshoot species throughout the galaxy, including in the Pleiades star cluster and on planet Earth. In the words of the spoken through Marciniak, our ancestors were some of the original planners of Earth, orchestrators who seeded worlds and civilizations with creativity and love. Our ancestors are also your ancestors, and we like to call you our ancient family, as indeed you are. Our ancestors gave their DNA to the original planners, and this DNA became part of the DNA of the human species. Remember the traditions of the Cherokee, who spoke of themselves as star seeds of an alien race from the Pleiades cluster. Perhaps they were on to something. In fact, the idea that alien DNA is a part of human DNA is not myth or conjecture, but part of an ongoing discussion at the highest levels of modern science. Look to Dr. Francis Crick, the English scientist who won the 1962 Nobel Prize for his work deciphering the helical structure of DNA, laying the groundwork for understanding DNA structure and functions. In his work, Crick noted that the small pieces of DNA that coded for proteins seemed to float in a sea of elements with no apparent purpose, genetic gibberish. Crick suggested that these other elements, this genetic gibberish, was little better than junk. What was this junk? Crick had an answer. A theory known as directed panspermia. Simply, directed panspermia means that life was deliberately spread across the galaxy, including to Earth, by an advanced ancient alien civilization, leaving bits of our alien beginning in human DNA. Yes, the man who won the Nobel Prize for his work deciphering DNA was saying that within our DNA was the DNA of aliens. Crick's work was continued in the seminal Human Genome Project, which brought together scientists, mathematicians, and computer programmers from all over the world between 1990 and 2003 in an effort to map the entire DNA sequence of the human genome. Crucially, the project found that 97% of human DNA, Crick's junk, had no apparent function. This did not make sense. If the junk DNA had no function, that is, no purpose, then it could not be explained by evolution. It would not fit in with the process of the survival of the fittest. So, why was it there, and how did it get there? One Human Genome Project researcher had an answer. We have to come to grips with the unbelievable notion that every life on Earth carries genetic code for his extraterrestrial cousin. Our hypothesis is that a higher extraterrestrial life form was engaged in creating new life and planting it on various planets. Earth is just one of them. Return to the idea that an alien race called the Pleiadians is watching over humanity. Would this not make more sense if they were quite literally our extraterrestrial cousins, related offspring of an ancient alien race that seeded the universe with its DNA? If they are our cousins, no wonder they want to help us. According to Barbara Marciniak, this help goes beyond just nuclear weapons and disasters. Rather, the Pleiadians are here to assist humanity with the process of spiritual transformation. Like an older, more evolutionarily advanced sibling, they have come to help humans in their transition to the next stage of evolution. In the words of the Pleiadians, spoken through Marciniak, a transition is about to occur, a dimensional shift that will lessen the density of the third dimension so that you will move into higher dimensions in which the body does not have such a solid state. But how can this transition take place? The Pleiadians instruct. When people pay more attention to nature and care for the earth, rather than obsessing on war and financial portfolios, you will know the transition to greater awareness has truly taken hold. The land must be loved into vitality, and nature must be recognized and cherished as an intelligently designed, interactive system of information that connects you to layers upon layers of multidimensional realities. As you shift your perceptions, you will be able to rebuild your civilization based on value and respect for all life. Barbara Marciniak and others who channeled the Pleiadians affirm that the Pleiadian race has advanced thousands of years beyond us in technology and spiritual understanding. They inhabit many planets, some of which are Ptah, Era, Semjase, and Quetzal, and many others. Although they are spread in many planets in the Pleiades cluster, they maintain a balance by having a low number of people on each planet in order to preserve both their and their planet's health. They live in harmony with each planet and consider themselves one with nature and all other life forms around them. They don't have any religion, although they are very spiritual. They don't have any currency system as well, and they distribute goods freely, with everyone contributing to their society in different ways. According to channelers, the Pleiadians possess records of Earth's entire history and all civilizations that developed here. It's been said that they helped and influenced many of these civilizations, including Atlantis, Lemuria, and other unknown ancient civilizations. We have an entire video in which we discuss the many clues supporting the theory that the lost continent of Lemuria, better known by the ancient Tamil culture as Kumari Kandam, really existed. Lemuria discovered, sunken continent of an ancient civilization, Kumari Kandam. Is this possible that our extraterrestrial Pleiadian cousins are not only watching out for our safety, but attempting to help us move into the next stage of evolution, one based on value and respect for all life? Is this why they have been so interested in turning off our nuclear weapons and mitigating our disasters? And could they really have contacted Barbara Marciniak with the words to make this evolution a reality? The answers to these questions remain to be seen, but if the Pleiadians are to be believed, a change is coming, one which, in their words, will not only affect Earth, it will affect your future, our present, and the entire universe. The Pleiadian enigma, humanity's cosmic guardians, and the hidden threads of our stellar heritage. Since the dawn of civilization, the Pleiades star cluster has captivated humanity's imagination. Known as the Seven Sisters, this celestial formation has been revered in myths, religions, and scientific inquiries across cultures and millennia. But what if the Pleiades are more than just a distant sparkle in the night sky? What if they are home to an advanced extraterrestrial race that has shaped human history, intervened in our darkest moments, and even encoded their essence into our very DNA? The Pleiades, a universal beacon of mystery. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of the Maya, from Cherokee star lore to Vedic scriptures, the Pleiades have been depicted as a source of divine knowledge, cosmic origins, and even physical visitation. Ancient cultures, despite being separated by oceans and epochs, consistently described 7 stars, even though only 6 are visible to the naked eye. This anomaly suggests that our ancestors may have possessed knowledge lost to modern astronomy, but the connection runs deeper than myth. The nuclear connection, UFOs, and humanity's self-destructive urge. The repeated interference of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, with humanity's nuclear capabilities is one of the most well-documented and suppressed realities of the modern era. Malmstrom AFB, 1967. A glowing red UFO hovered over a missile silo, disabling nuclear warheads mid-flight. RAF Bentwaters, 1980. A colossal basketball-shaped craft shut down British nukes, witnessed by military personnel. Chernobyl, 1986, and Fukushima, 2011. Mysterious orbs appeared during meltdowns, reducing radiation levels inexplicably. These incidents suggest a pattern. An advanced intelligence is monitoring and sometimes neutralizing humanity's most destructive technologies. The Pleiadians, cosmic kin or ancient engineers. According to whistleblowers, contactees, and even high-ranking officials like Haim Eshed, former head of Israel's space program, and Intergalactic Federation, including beings from the Pleiades, has been quietly guiding humanity, preventing nuclear annihilation, and steering us toward a higher evolutionary path. Nordic Aliens. Descriptions of Pleiadians match those of Nordic extraterrestrials, tall, blonde, blue-eyed beings, reported in encounters like Peter Curry's 1992 abduction and Mrs. Rustenberg's 1954 sighting. DNA evidence. Nobel laureate Dr. Francis Crick proposed that human DNA contains junk code of extraterrestrial origin. The Human Genome Project later confirmed that 97% of our DNA has no known evolutionary function, raising the possibility of deliberate genetic engineering by an advanced species. Channeled messages. Figures like Barbara Marciniak claim to relay Pleiadian teachings, emphasizing spiritual awakening, environmental harmony, and a coming dimensional shift. Asad as-Safwan Shatterzad. The Great Awakening. Are the Pleiadians preparing us for transition? The Pleiadians, if real, appear to be more than passive observers. Their actions suggest a mission. Preventing catastrophe, disabling nukes, mitigating nuclear disasters. Genetic stewardship, embedding their DNA in ours, possibly accelerating human evolution. Spiritual guidance, urging humanity toward unity, ecological balance, and higher consciousness. Their alleged message is clear. Humanity stands at a crossroads. We can continue down a path of self-destruction, or we can embrace a future aligned with cosmic harmony. The final question, why now? With UFO disclosures accelerating, nuclear tensions rising, and global consciousness shifting, the Pleiadian influence, if it exists, may be reaching a crescendo. Are they preparing us for first contact? Is Earth on the verge of a dimensional shift, as Marciniak's channeling suggest? Or are we simply rediscovering our own extraterrestrial heritage buried in ancient myths and modern science? Conclusion: the stars are closer than we think. The Pleiades have been a constant in human history, a celestial mystery whispering to us across time. Whether as gods, ancestors, or guardians, their presence in our collective consciousness is undeniable. The evidence, from nuclear interventions to genetic anomalies, suggests that we are not alone and that those watching over us may be closer than we imagine. As we stand at the threshold of a new cosmic era, one truth becomes clear. The Pleiades are not just a cluster of stars, they may be home. And if the whispers of contactees, scientists, and ancient texts are to be believed, they are waiting for us to remember. Look to the skies. The past is the future. The truth is written in the stars. The Lyrans are said to be one of the oldest humanoid races in the galaxy, a people who laid down the seeds of human life across star systems long before Earth's recorded history. Their origin traces back to the Lyra constellation, a small but significant cluster of stars visible in the northern hemisphere. To most, Lyra is remembered through the brilliance of Vega, its brightest star. To those who carry fragments of ancient memory, however, Lyra is more than a point of light. It is the cradle of our kind, the home of the first cosmic ancestors who would later branch out into the stars, leaving traces of themselves in cultures, myths, and even in the genetic blueprint of humanity. When we speak of the Lyrans, we are not speaking merely of aliens in the cold science fiction sense. We are speaking of family. We are speaking of a race that embodies the raw spirit of exploration, the hunger for growth, and the painful lessons of conflict and survival. To think of the Lyrans is to think of ourselves, magnified across eons. They are remembered as tall, often fair-skinned beings, with piercing eyes that carried both wisdom and fire. Some accounts describe them as resembling humans so closely that if one stood among us today, you might not even know, save for an aura, a presence, an undeniable gravity that would make them impossible to ignore. The human connection to Lyra. Before diving deeper into their story, let's pause and acknowledge why the Lyrans matter to us at all. After all, billions of stars and countless civilizations could exist across the galaxy. Why do certain traditions, spiritual accounts, and channeled messages point so specifically to Lyra? Why is Lyra called the birthplace of humanity? The answer lies in the idea of galactic seeding. According to many ancient traditions and modern accounts, life in our galaxy did not evolve in isolated pockets. Rather, advanced races carried with them the seeds of life, biological, energetic, and spiritual, and scattered them across worlds capable of sustaining growth. The Lyrans were one of the earliest and most active participants in this great galactic mission. They did not simply exist for themselves. They were teachers, explorers, and sometimes warriors who ensured that consciousness would bloom wherever it could. On Earth, echoes of their presence remain. Ancient myths tell of sky gods descending to teach humanity the arts of agriculture, architecture, astronomy, and spirituality. Whether it is the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, the shining gods of Egypt, or the divine teachers of the Americas, the archetype remains strikingly consistent. Beings from the heavens arrived, taught, and left, promising one day to return. While some of these myths may blur into the stories of other star races, like the Pleiadians or the Sirians, at the root of them all, many point back to the original travelers, the Lyrans, the first humanoids. What makes the Lyrans so distinct is that they are believed to be among the first humanoid species in our galaxy, long before the rise of human civilization, long before the Earth had even cooled from its primordial chaos. The Lyrans had already risen to a high state of culture and technology. Their world was not unlike Earth. Accounts describe lush planets with vast green valleys, oceans of deep sapphire blue, and skies filled with constellations alien yet familiar. It is said that their societies were built on balance, a balance between technological progress and spiritual wisdom. The Lyrans were dreamers, artists, builders, and philosophers. Yet, as with any race, they were not without their struggles. Their history is not a perfect golden age. It is a tapestry woven with both beauty and tragedy, exploration and exile, triumph and downfall. What makes them our forefathers is not just their genetic contribution, but their journey. For in their journey, we find reflections of our own human story, the spirit of exploration. The Lyrans, much like us, were restless beings. They carried in their essence an insatiable drive to explore, to reach beyond the known. Their star system was their nursery, but never their prison. As their civilizations advanced, they built ships capable of crossing the vast distances of space, moving beyond Lyra to neighboring star systems. Some traditions describe the Lyrans as the first spacefarers of our galaxy, pioneers who charted paths others would later follow. In their journeys, they seeded new worlds, leaving behind fragments of themselves. These colonies would, over time, develop their own identities, leading to the rise of other well-known star races, the Pleiadians, the Vega colonies, and others. This diaspora would eventually spread Lyran influence across vast regions of the galaxy, and yet, as history so often shows, with expansion comes conflict. The great conflicts of Lyra. It is important to understand that the Lyrans were not merely beings of light. Like humanity, they wrestled with duality, the struggle between creation and destruction, love and fear, unity and division. Their expansion into other systems inevitably brought them into contact, and sometimes into conflict, with other powerful races. One of the most significant of these adversaries was the Draconian Empire. The Draconians, often described as reptilian beings, were themselves an ancient race with a very different philosophy. Where the Lyrans valued freedom, creativity, and diversity, the Draconians valued control, hierarchy, and dominance. The meeting of these two vastly different civilizations sparked some of the earliest and most devastating galactic wars. For the Lyrans, this period was both a tragedy and a catalyst. Many of their homeworlds were destroyed, forcing waves of Lyran refugees to scatter across the galaxy. And yet, in that scattering, seeds were sown. Seeds that would eventually grow into the diverse human-like civilizations we now associate with Pleiadians, Vegans, Andromedans, and even Earth humans. In other words, the suffering of the Lyrans birthed a legacy that endures to this day. Lyra as the cradle of humanity. When we call the Lyrans our cosmic forefathers, it is not a poetic flourish, but a recognition of this very process. From Lyra came the first explorers. From Lyra came the first galactic wanderers who brought their essence into countless worlds. From Lyra came the ancestors who, through conflict and migration, scattered themselves like stardust, ensuring that their legacy would endure. On Earth, we may be one of the youngest expressions of that legacy, but the imprint is unmistakable. Our myths, our inner yearnings, even the shape of our bodies echo their story. The reason we look human, the reason we walk upright, the reason we carry the spark of curiosity in our eyes. All of it, according to this tradition, is because once upon a time, our ancestors from Lyra carried those traits into the universe and planted them here. A personal connection, but let us step back from the cosmic scale for a moment and reflect. If this is true, what does it mean for you and me, here and now? It means that our sense of longing when we gaze at the stars is not just imagination, it is memory. It means that the challenges we face as humanity today, our struggles with division, with power, with the temptation of destruction, are not new problems, but echoes of struggles our forefathers once faced. It means that we, like them, carry the potential for greatness, the ability to rise beyond fear, and the responsibility to remember who we truly are. In a way, the story of the Lyrans is not just the story of some distant alien race. It is our story, told across the backdrop of stars. And as we remember them, we begin to remember ourselves. The culture of the Lyrans. To understand the Lyrans not as abstractions, but as real beings, as our forefathers, we must imagine what their daily lives may have been like. Accounts from contactees, spiritual channels, and ancient myths all paint a picture of a race that, while advanced, was also deeply attuned to the rhythms of life. The Lyrans are often described as people of the land and sky, beings who balance the practical with the spiritual. Imagine great sprawling cities made not of harsh stone or cold metal, but of luminous materials that shimmered with the colors of their twin suns. Their architecture blended seamlessly with nature. Homes were designed around flowing rivers, towering trees, and crystal-like structures that seemed to grow from the earth itself. Some Lyrans lived in pastoral communities, cultivating crops and raising animals, while others became artists, musicians, and philosophers. They valued beauty and expression as much as they valued technology. Music was central to their lives, not merely as entertainment, but as a means of healing, communication, and alignment with the cosmos. Their instruments, some say, could create tones that resonated with the very frequencies of the universe, weaving harmony into their environments. At the core of Lyran culture was a belief in interconnectedness. They viewed themselves as part of a grand web of life, stretching not just across their world, but across the galaxy. This worldview infused them with a deep respect for freedom, diversity, and the natural flow of existence. Spiritual philosophy. Spiritually, the Lyrans understood themselves as eternal souls having physical experiences. To them, incarnation was a sacred journey, a way for spirit to learn, to create, and to grow through form. They believed in the cycles of life and rebirth, not as punishment, but as opportunity. Death, in their eyes, was not an end, but a return, a homecoming to spirit before choosing another adventure. They also practiced a form of meditation that connected them to what we might call the Akashic Records, a living memory of all experiences in the universe. Through this connection, they sought guidance, healing, and wisdom from their ancestors and future selves. This may sound mystical to us, but for the Lyrans, it was simply part of daily life. Perhaps most striking of all was their reverence for freedom. They believed that consciousness thrived best when allowed to express itself without domination or control. This ideal was both their greatest strength and, ironically, one of the reasons they later clashed so violently with other galactic powers who did not share the same values. Lyran appearance and presence. Descriptions of the Lyrans often emphasize their human-like form. Tall, strong, with features that mirror humanity's but often more pronounced. Sharper cheekbones, deeper eyes, a presence that radiated both nobility and warmth. Their eyes, in particular, are often noted, piercing, intelligent, filled with a depth that could disarm anyone they gazed upon. But more than their physical appearance, what truly set them apart was their presence. People who claim to have encountered them describe feeling an overwhelming sense of recognition, as if meeting a long-lost relative. There is a comfort, a familiarity that makes sense if indeed we carry their essence within us. The seeds of earthly myths. If all of this sounds strangely familiar, it may be because echoes of the Lyrans have survived in our myths. Consider the Norse gods, tall, radiant beings descending from the heavens to guide humanity. Consider the Olympians of Greece, described as shining immortals with human-like forms and extraordinary powers. Even in the stories of the Native American star people, we hear whispers of beings who came from the Pleiades or Lyra to teach, to guide, and sometimes to intermarry with humans. These stories may not be mere fantasy. They may be fragmented memories, tales passed down through oral traditions that dimly recall encounters with our cosmic forefathers. If this is so, then humanity has been telling the story of the Lyrans for thousands of years without even realizing it. The first lessons for humanity. The Lyrans, in their visits to young civilizations, were not conquerors. They came as teachers. They introduced early humans to the cycles of agriculture, the alignment of the stars, the principles of mathematics and geometry. More importantly, they tried to instill within us their core value, freedom. Freedom, they believed, was not just a political idea, but a spiritual necessity. To be free meant to align with one's true essence, to express without fear, to grow without chains. This was the gift they attempted to leave humanity, though history shows how difficult it has been for us to fully embrace it. The shadow of conflict. Yet, even as they taught and seeded life, the Lyrans were not free from their own struggles. Their history was marked by wars, particularly with the draconian forces. Imagine the heartbreak of a people who valued freedom and creativity, finding themselves locked in violent struggle with an empire that valued conquest and control. These conflicts scarred the Lyrans deeply. Worlds were lost, families torn apart, generations grew up in exile, scattered across distant star systems. And yet, it is in this scattering that their legacy became even more powerful, like a great oak shedding acorns in the wind. the Lyrans ensured that no matter how many of their worlds fell, their essence would continue to thrive elsewhere. Exile and legacy. This exile is perhaps the most human part of their story. Imagine being forced from your homeland, carrying only memories, songs, and the determination to survive. Imagine leaving behind the lands of your ancestors, never to return, and yet still holding on to the hope that your people's spirit will endure. This is not just their story, it is ours. Humanity too has known exile, migration, and diaspora. The pain of leaving home and the hope of building anew are themes deeply woven into our own collective experience. In this, the Lyrans are not distant strangers, they are mirrors of ourselves. The Lyran diaspora begins. As their worlds fell, the Lyrans fled into the stars. Some found refuge in the Pleiades, where they gave rise to what we now call the Pleiadian race. Others settled in Vega, Sirius, and Andromeda. Each colony developed its own culture, shaped by the environment of its new home, but all carried the Lyran spark. This is why today, in metaphysical traditions, so many star races resemble humanity. They are all branches of the same tree, scattered by the winds of war but rooted in the same soil, Lyra. We can see that the Lyrans were not simply another alien race in the cosmos. They were our forefathers, both in spirit and in form. Their legacy is written in our DNA, in our myths, in our yearning for freedom, and in our restless drive to explore the unknown. To remember the Lyrans is to remember ourselves, our origins, our struggles, and our potential. It is to recognize that the story of humanity is not just an Earth story. It is a galactic story, one chapter in a saga that stretches back millions of years. The Great Galactic Diaspora. When a civilization faces catastrophe, it reveals its essence. Some collapse inward, consumed by fear. Others rise to the challenge, scattering like seeds, ensuring that even if their homeland is lost, their spirit survives. The Lyrans, our cosmic forefathers, belonged firmly to the latter. Their diaspora was not only a story of survival, it was the genesis of nearly every major humanoid star race that followed. The fall of the Lyran worlds. The beginning of the diaspora is always told with a heavy tone, for it was born of tragedy. The Lyran worlds, once thriving centers of art, spirituality, and technological brilliance, became the targets of the Draconian Empire. The Draconians were not newcomers to the galaxy. They had carved empires of domination long before humanity's first breath. To them, the Lyrans were a threat, not because of sheer military might, but because of their ideals. Where the Draconians believed in strict hierarchies, submission, and conquest, the Lyrans believed in individuality, freedom, and creative diversity. The clash was inevitable. And when it came, it was brutal. Whole planets were reduced to ash. Lyran fleets fought valiantly, but were ultimately overpowered by the relentless reptilian forces. Survivors fled into the cosmos, leaving behind the cradle of Lyra, knowing they might never return. It is said that many of the Lyran homeworlds still lie in ruins, silent memorials to what was once a flourishing civilization. Yet from that devastation, something remarkable emerged. Seeds in the stars. The fleeing Lyrans scattered in every direction. Some found temporary refuge in uninhabited systems. Others joined existing civilizations, blending their knowledge with local cultures. In time, these groups would evolve into distinct lineages. The most famous of these are the Pleiadians, who settled in the Seven Sisters star cluster, and the Vegans, who developed unique spiritual and cultural paths in the star Vega of the Lyra constellation. The Pleiadians in particular would come to play a profound role in Earth's history. Their soft, guiding presence is often remembered in indigenous traditions around the world. From the Lakota's stories of the Seven Sisters to the ancient Greek myths of the Pleiades, humanity has long looked to that star cluster as home to our star family. And indeed, through the Pleiadians, the Lyran bloodline flowed directly into Earth's story. The Vegans, meanwhile, became known as keepers of deep spiritual wisdom. Unlike the Lyrans' more outwardly adventurous spirit, the Vegans turned inward, cultivating inner technologies of consciousness and healing. Their influence is said to be felt in ancient Earth practices that emphasize harmony, meditation, and energetic balance. The The first galactic refugees. The Lyran diaspora was perhaps the first great refugee crisis of our galaxy. Families torn from their homelands traveled for generations aboard massive ships, seeking safety. These vessels, part Ark and part Sanctuary, carried not just people, but entire libraries of culture, seeds of plants, and the DNA of animals from their homeworlds. The Lyrans understood that survival was not just about preserving themselves, but about preserving the full tapestry of life they represented. It is said that some of these ships wandered for centuries, their descendants becoming spacefaring nomads. To this day, certain contactees report encounters with humanoid groups who claim descent from the lost tribes of Lyra, still traveling the stars, never having settled permanently. They are the eternal wanderers, reminders of the cost of conflict and the resilience of spirit. Cultural shifts in exile. Exile changes people. The Lyrans, who left their lush, balanced homeworlds and settled in harsher environments, adapted quickly. In desert-like systems, they developed hardiness and survival skills. On worlds with dense forests or high radiation, they grew more attuned to nature and energy work. This adaptation over millennia gave rise to the diversity of humanoid star races we know today. Some retained the tall, Nordic-like appearance of their ancestors, while others developed darker skin, different eye shapes, or varying body structures in response to their new environments. Yet beneath these differences, the Lyran spark remained. The passion for freedom, the hunger for exploration, and the drive to create. The shadow of war. Though the diaspora scattered the Lyrans, it did not end the conflict with the Draconians. In fact, it spread it. Wherever Lyran refugees settled, the Draconians often followed, seeking to assert dominance. This ongoing clash became known as the Galactic Wars, a saga spanning thousands of years, shaping entire regions of the galaxy. Some Lyrans fought back fiercely, forming alliances with other races, creating pockets of resistance that would eventually weaken the Draconian grip. Others sought peace, retreating from the cycle of violence to focus on spiritual development. This dual response, resistance and retreat, would later echo in humanity's own struggles with power and peace. The birth of galactic alliances. It was during this period that the first galactic alliances began to form. The scattered Lyrans found common cause with other races, Sirians, Andromedans, Arcturians, who also valued freedom and growth. Together, they laid the groundwork for what would later be remembered as the Galactic Federation, an alliance meant to counterbalance the forces of domination. This was one of the Lyrans' greatest legacies, the idea that civilizations could cooperate across light years, united not by blood, but by shared values. It was the seed of interstellar community, a concept humanity on Earth is only now beginning to dream of. Echoes on Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Lyran influence quietly unfolded. Some groups of Lyran-descended beings are believed to have visited Earth directly, guiding early human societies. Others influenced us through their descendants, such as the Pleiadians and Vegans. We see traces of their diaspora in the stories of gods arriving from the sky, in the similarities of myths across continents, in the sudden leaps of knowledge in agriculture, astronomy, and spirituality. To the untrained eye, these are coincidences or myths, but to those who remember, they are the fingerprints of our cosmic ancestors. The resilience of a people. The Great Diaspora was both devastating and creative. The Lyrans lost their home, but they gained a galaxy. Their scattering ensured that their essence would never be erased. They became the cosmic forefathers not of one race, but of many. And through those many, their influence reached Earth, planting the seed of humanity itself. It is no exaggeration to say that without the diaspora, there would be no humans. Our very existence is the outcome of their survival, their courage, and their refusal to vanish into the night. The Great Diaspora was the crucible in which the Lyrans' destiny was forged. What began as tragedy became the foundation of galactic civilization. Their scattering seeded worlds, birthed new races, and carried their ideals across the stars. The connection to Earth. When the Lyrans scattered across the galaxy, many thought their story would fade into exile, lost among the stars. But seeds, once carried by the wind, often find fertile ground in unexpected places. One such place was our own planet, Earth, Here, at the far edge of the Milky Way, the Lyran legacy took root in ways that would forever shape the destiny of humankind. The seeding of humanity. According to many metaphysical traditions and channeled accounts, the Earth experiment, the creation of humanity as we know it, was not random. It was part of a grand design. The Lyrans, along with other allied races like the Pleiadians and Sirians, are said to have participated in what could be called a galactic project of seeding consciousness. Life already existed on Earth in primitive forms, but it was the intervention of advanced beings that accelerated evolution. Through a process that blended natural development with deliberate genetic guidance, early primates were uplifted into a form capable of hosting higher consciousness. Into this form, the spark of the Lyran essence was placed. This does not mean humanity is a copy of the Lyrans. Rather, we are their children, genetically and spiritually related, yet uniquely adapted to Earth. Where they walked under twin suns, we grew under a single one. Where they scattered in diaspora, we became rooted in the soil of one world. And yet, in our eyes, in our curiosity, in our yearning for freedom, their essence burns brightly. The sky gods of antiquity. Throughout the ancient world, myths describe powerful beings who descended from the sky to teach humanity. They are called by many names. In Mesopotamia, they were the Anunnaki, bearers of knowledge and civilization. In Egypt, they were the Netru, radiant beings who ruled as gods and pharaohs. In Greece, they appeared as the Olympians, immortal and shining. In the Americas, they were remembered as Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha, bearded sky gods who brought laws and learning. Among the Dogon people of Africa, they came as beings from Sirius, guiding astronomy and spiritual wisdom. Though the details differ, the archetype is the same. Luminous, human-like beings from the heavens who guide, teach, and sometimes intermarry with mortals. Many of these accounts are now understood by researchers in the starseed community as fragments of Lyran and Pleiadian memory. The consistency of these myths across continents is striking. Civilizations with no contact shared stories of sky people who looked human, who carried wisdom, and who promised eventual return. Could it be coincidence? Or are these collective memories of the Lyrans' visits encoded into the mythic fabric of humanity? The gift of knowledge. The Lyrans were not just visitors, they were teachers. Ancient accounts credit the sky beings with the sudden leaps in human knowledge. Where did agriculture come from, seemingly appearing simultaneously in multiple parts of the world? Why did early civilizations leap from primitive tools to complex architecture, astronomy, and writing in a relatively short span of time? One perspective is that these were natural progressions. Another is that humanity received a helping hand. The Lyrans and their descendants, already masters of agriculture, mathematics, and star navigation, may have introduced these skills to early humans. They also introduced spiritual knowledge. The idea that humans are more than their bodies, that we are souls connected to the cosmos, echoes the Lyran philosophy. In meditation, ritual, and myth, we find traces of their teachings. The Egyptian concept of the soul's journey after death, the Hindu idea of reincarnation, the Native American stories of star ancestors, all bear the imprint of the Lyran's wisdom. The divine interbreeding. Some traditions even suggest that the Lyrans did more than teach. They interbred with humanity. Myths of gods mating with mortals, producing semi-divine offspring, may not be symbolic at all. They could be memories of genetic blending, where the Lyran essence was directly woven into human bloodlines. This idea explains why certain families or lineages throughout history claimed divine heritage. From the pharaohs of Egypt to the kings of Mesopotamia, rulers often declared themselves descended from the gods. If those gods were in fact Lyrans or their descendants, the claim may have been more literal than metaphorical. Lyran values in human culture. Beyond biology and technology, the Lyrans also seeded their values. The emphasis on freedom that we find in human history, from rebellions against empires to the universal yearning for self-expression, echoes the Lyran spirit. Even when humanity falls into cycles of control and domination, there always rises a countercurrent, a cry for liberty. That cry is the Lyran inheritance within us. Our love of art, music, and storytelling also reflects them. Just as the Lyrans wove beauty into their lives, so too have humans always sung, painted, and carved, even in the harshest conditions. To create beauty is not just a pastime, it is a survival mechanism, a way of affirming the spirit against despair. This too is Lyran, the trauma of the forefathers. Yet we must also acknowledge that we inherited not only the light of the Lyrans, but also their shadow. The trauma of their wars, their exile, their fear of domination, these patterns echo in human history as well. Why do we struggle so deeply with cycles of war and peace? Why do we create empires that rise and fall, repeating patterns of conquest and collapse? Some believe it is because we are reenacting the ancient trauma of our forefathers. The wounds of Lyra were passed down to us, not as punishment, but as lessons to be healed. Humanity may be the stage where those old conflicts finally find resolution. The Starseed Awakening. In recent decades, many people around the world have reported a strange sense of connection to the stars, a feeling that Earth is not their true home, that they are here on a mission. These individuals often describe dreams of other worlds, memories of non-human lives, or a yearning for cosmic family. They are known as starseeds. Among them, many identify with the Lyrans. They speak of remembering lives in Lyra, or in Lyran-descended civilizations like the Pleiades. They feel drawn to freedom, to creativity, to breaking old systems of control. Whether one views this as literal memory or as deep archetypal resonance, the effect is the same. The Lyran essence is reawakening within humanity. This awakening suggests that the connection to our forefathers is not just history, it is alive. The Lyrans are not distant ancestors long forgotten. They are living within us, calling us to remember, to rise, and to heal the wounds of the past. Our eyes to the stars. Have you ever wondered why humanity is so obsessed with the stars? Why we build telescopes, send probes, and dream of space colonies even before we have solved our problems on Earth? It is because we are not looking outward. We are looking homeward. Deep down, some part of us remembers the stars as the place we came from. This longing is the Lyran bloodline calling us back. It is the voice of our cosmic forefathers whispering in our DNA, urging us to return to the family of civilizations we once knew. The connection between the Lyrans and Earth is not speculation. It is woven into our myths, our biology, our values, and our very yearnings. We are their children, carrying both their light and their wounds. Their story is not just a cosmic tale, it is the foundation of who we are. The wisdom of the Lyrans. When we speak of the Lyrans as our forefathers, it is tempting to focus only on their appearance, their history, or their role in seeding humanity. But perhaps their greatest legacy is not physical at all, it is their wisdom. For what use is ancestry if not for the lessons it carries? The Lyrans lived, loved, struggled, and grew long before humanity walked the earth. And in their experiences, they distilled truths that remain as relevant today as they were millions of years ago. The philosophy of freedom. Above all else, the Lyrans valued freedom, but for them, freedom was not simply the absence of chains or the ability to do as one pleases. It was a sacred principle, the condition necessary for consciousness to flourish. To the Lyrans, every soul was a spark of the infinite source, eternal, unique, and irreplaceable. To suppress that spark through control or domination was not merely unethical, it was an affront to creation itself. Thus, their societies were built around the idea that diversity and individuality were not obstacles to unity, but expressions of it. They taught that true freedom was the alignment of one's actions with one's authentic essence. To live otherwise was to fall into illusion, to be enslaved not by others, but by fear. This philosophy explains both their greatest achievements and their greatest conflicts. It gave rise to cultures filled with art, exploration, and innovation, but it also brought them into direct conflict with the Draconian Empire, whose values of control and hierarchy stood in stark opposition. The wars that followed were not merely territorial, they were ideological. In them, the question of freedom versus control became a galactic struggle that still echoes in humanity's own history. The path of the soul. Another central element of Lyran wisdom was their understanding of the soul. They knew themselves not merely as bodies, but as travelers in eternity. eternity. For them, incarnation was a school. Every life, whether lived in joy or hardship, was a lesson in becoming. They taught that souls choose their incarnations, selecting circumstances that will best help them grow. Thus, even suffering was not meaningless. It was an opportunity, a classroom in which the soul could learn resilience, compassion, and strength. This teaching resonates strongly with human spiritual traditions. The Hindu and Buddhist ideas of karma and rebirth, the Egyptian concept of the soul's journey through the afterlife, and the Native American vision of the eternal spirit all echo this Lyran philosophy. Perhaps these ideas were not born independently, but gifted to us by our cosmic ancestors. The balance of masculine and feminine. The Lyrans also held a deep reverence for balance, particularly between masculine and feminine energies. They understood that every being carries both, the masculine as the force of action, protection, and clarity, the feminine as the force of intuition, nurturing, and creation. In their societies, neither was elevated above the other. Both were honored as essential parts of wholeness. Leaders often ruled in pairs, embodying balance between the two principles. Spiritual practices emphasized harmonizing these energies within the self, creating beings who were strong yet gentle, decisive yet compassionate. This wisdom is something humanity continues to struggle with. For much of our history, the imbalance of these energies has led to domination, oppression, and fragmentation. The Lyran teaching reminds us that true power comes not from domination of one over the other, but from integration, harmony with nature. Despite their advanced technology, the Lyrans never saw themselves as separate from their environment. They lived in partnership with nature, designing their cities and technologies to enhance rather than exploit. Their energy sources were based on resonance and frequency, drawing from the natural harmonics of the universe rather than depleting finite resources. Their architecture was aligned with planetary grids, amplifying natural energy flows. Their healing practices used sound, light, and vibration to restore harmony to the body and spirit. This approach reflects a wisdom humanity is only beginning to rediscover. As we face ecological crises on Earth, the Lyran example reminds us that technology need not be destructive. It can be an extension of nature if guided by reverence and wisdom. The lesson of conflict. Yet, the Lyrans were not naive. They knew that wisdom is tested most in times of conflict. Their wars with the Draconians forced them to confront fear, loss, and the temptation of vengeance. Many Lyrans fell into cycles of violence. Others turned away from war altogether, choosing instead the path of spiritual mastery. This division created diversity within their diaspora. Some groups became warriors, protecting free worlds against tyranny. Others became mystics, retreating into inner dimensions to cultivate peace. Both responses were valid, for both reflected the lessons their souls sought to learn. The deeper teaching was this: conflict is not inherently evil. It is an arena for growth, but the ultimate goal is not endless battle. It is the transformation of conflict into understanding and of fear into wisdom. The heirs of Lyra. For humanity, these teachings hold profound relevance. We live in a world torn between freedom and control, individuality and conformity, love and fear. We wrestle with the same dualities our forefathers did. The Lyran wisdom reminds us that these struggles are not signs of failure. They are part of the soul's curriculum. Each generation, each individual, faces the same choice: to live in fear or to live in authenticity. The stakes are high, but the potential is even higher. When we choose freedom, not just political, but spiritual freedom, we honor the Lyrans. When we create beauty, when we live in harmony with nature, when we seek balance within ourselves, we continue their legacy. The return of the forefathers. There are those who say the Lyrans still watch over humanity. Some believe they communicate through dreams, guiding starseeds to awaken to their mission. Others claim encounters with tall, human-like beings whose presence carries the unmistakable weight of ancestry. Whether literal or symbolic, the message is clear. The wisdom of the Lyrans is not lost. It is alive, waiting for us to claim it. Humanity is at a crossroads, just as the Lyrans once were. Will we choose freedom or control, harmony or destruction, fear or love? Their story is our story. Their wisdom is our inheritance, and their hope is that we will not repeat their mistakes, but transcend them, becoming not just heirs of Lyra, but co-creators of a brighter galactic future. The wisdom of the Lyrans is not ancient history. It is a living current flowing through our veins, our dreams, and our struggles. By remembering it, we remember ourselves. By embodying it, we fulfill the destiny our forefathers hoped for us. The legacy of our cosmic forefathers. Human history is often told as if we are alone, as if our story began in caves, grew into cities, and will end in the stars without any hand but our own guiding it. Yet, if the story of the Lyrans is true, then we are not alone. We never have been. Our story is part of a much older, much grander tale, one written across constellations and galaxies. The Lyrans are not simply our ancestors, they are the mirror through which we glimpse our own potential. Their triumphs, their failures, their struggles with freedom, balance, and conflict are not alien to us. They are human because we are them. And their legacy, if we are wise enough to embrace it, may yet define the future of Earth. Remembering forgotten origins. The first piece of the Lyran legacy is memory. For thousands of years, humanity has lived under amnesia. Our myths tell of gods descending from the sky, of teachers who came bearing knowledge of fire, farming, and writing. Ancient temples align with stars. Legends of star nations persist in cultures that never knew one another. These are not accidents, they are echoes of the Lyran story. But in the march of history, in the rise and fall of empires, we forgot. We became convinced we were small, isolated, and powerless, or worse, that the stars were cold and indifferent. To reclaim the Lyran legacy is to remember, not just intellectually, but soulfully, to feel in our bones that we are children of the stars, that our dreams of flying, of exploring, of reaching into the cosmos are not fantasies, but memories, that our hunger for freedom, truth, and beauty is not random, but inherited. The seed within humanity. The Lyrans planted more than myths. They planted seeds, literal and spiritual. Within our DNA are whispers of their essence. Within our spirit, the longing for higher truth. Modern science may one day uncover the genetic mysteries of humanity's sudden leaps, the unexplained jumps in intelligence, creativity, and self-awareness. Spiritual seekers already know these are the fingerprints of our cosmic forefathers. But their gift was not meant to make us copies of them. We are not simply extensions of Lyra, we are something new. Just as children inherit their parents' traits but walk their own path, humanity is meant to carry forward the Lyran legacy while forging an identity uniquely our own. Our present crossroads. Yet here we are, at a crossroads not unlike the one the Lyrans once faced. The struggle between freedom and control still plays out on Earth. Our technologies grow more powerful, yet our wisdom lags behind. We dream of the stars, but we pollute the soil beneath our feet. The Lyrans knew this tension. They too wrestled with how to balance advancement with harmony, individuality with unity, and conflict with compassion. Some of them failed, and worlds were lost. Others succeeded, and their civilizations flourished for millennia. Their story is a warning and a guide. It reminds us that the outcome is not predetermined. We can destroy ourselves, or we can rise. The difference lies in whether we choose fear or wisdom. The return of the Star Elders. Many spiritual traditions speak of a time when the ancestors will return. The Hopi tell of star people watching over humanity. Some channelers describe Lyrans contacting us through dreams, synchronicities, and inner knowing. Others claim sightings of tall, radiant beings with feline grace and human warmth. Whether literal or symbolic, the message is the same. The forefathers are not gone. They walk beside us, unseen yet deeply felt, waiting for us to awaken. Their return is not a spectacle of ships in the sky, though some believe that may come, but first a return within. When humanity remembers who we are, the connection to Lyra becomes clear. Living the Lyran legacy. But what does it mean, practically, to live the Lyran legacy today? It is not about worshiping them or idolizing the past. It is about embodying the values they carried. Freedom, honoring the sovereignty of every soul, resisting control whether external or internal. Balance, healing the split between masculine and feminine, science and spirit, mind and heart. Harmony with nature, building technologies and societies that nurture the planet rather than consume it. Wisdom in conflict, facing our struggles with courage but choosing understanding over endless vengeance. Creativity, allowing beauty, art, and imagination to guide us into futures not yet dreamed. Every act of love, every moment of courage, every choice for truth over fear is a thread in the great tapestry of the Lyran legacy. Humanity's future among the stars. The Lyrans once looked to the stars and wondered what their children would become. Now, we stand at the threshold of becoming that answer. Humanity is reaching into space. We are sending probes, building stations, and dreaming of other worlds. But our greatest journey is still ahead, the journey of consciousness. The legacy of the Lyrans is not just about where we came from, but where we are going. One day, Earth will no longer be the only cradle of humanity. We will walk on other planets, sail the currents of the galaxy, and perhaps one day meet our cosmic kin face to face. When that day comes, the question will not be whether we are alone. It will be, what kind of beings have we become? Have we learned from the past? Have we honored the wisdom of our forefathers? Have we chosen love over fear? The eternal circle. And perhaps, when that day comes, we will see the pattern more clearly. For as the Lyrans once seeded humanity, perhaps humanity will one day seed new life. We will become the cosmic forefathers for another race, carrying forward not just our DNA, but our wisdom, our stories, our hopes. The universe is a circle of creation, a spiral of ancestry. We are both children and parents in its endless dance. To embrace the Lyran legacy is to step into that circle with awareness, to honor what came before, and to prepare what comes after. The story of the Lyrans is not just ancient history. It is not merely myth, or speculation, or starseed memory. It is a living inheritance. It is the whisper that tells us we are greater than we believe, that our struggles are part of a much larger journey, and that our destiny is written in the stars. They were our forefathers, yes. But more than that, they are our teachers, and through us, their legacy continues. Humanity is the bridge between Earth and the cosmos, between the past and the future. If we walk that bridge with wisdom, we will not only honor the Lyrans, we will become worthy ancestors ourselves. The torch has been passed. The question is, how will we carry it? Encounters with the Lyrans. If the Lyrans truly are our cosmic forefathers, then their story cannot be confined to distant myth or ancient memory. To remain only in the past would make them symbolic, like archetypes in old legends. Yet the accounts from people across the world, in visions, in dreams, in unexplained encounters under the stars, suggest that the Lyrans are not gone. They are here, reaching across dimensions to remind humanity of its heritage. These encounters, though varied in form, share striking similarities, a feeling of homecoming, of deep recognition, as though the soul remembers something the mind had long forgotten. First contact in modern times. Reports of contact with the Lyrans began to surface more openly during the UFO wave of the 1950s and 1960s. While much attention was given to sightings of saucers and the enigmatic Greys, some contactees described a very different kind of being. They spoke of tall, radiant figures with human-like features, beings who looked so much like us that they could walk among humans unnoticed, yet their presence was so commanding, so filled with light, that they could never truly be mistaken for ordinary mortals. George Adamski, one of the earliest and most controversial contactees, described meeting tall, Nordic-looking beings who came in craft of dazzling light. Though he did not use the term Lyran, later researchers connected his descriptions to the archetype of Lyran visitors. Adamski's encounters may have been embellished, yet the seeds of the narrative were planted. By the 1970s and 1980s, other experiencers began reporting beings who explicitly identified themselves as coming from the Lyra constellation. These beings did not speak of conquest or domination. Instead, they came as teachers, warning humanity about the dangers of nuclear weapons, environmental destruction, and spiritual forgetfulness. They carried a simple but profound message: humanity must remember who it is. The phenomenon of starseeds. Among the most profound types of encounter are not those of flashing lights in the sky, but awakenings within the soul. Across the last several decades, countless individuals have reported what is now called the starseed awakening. These people feel a deep, unexplainable connection to Lyra. They are drawn to the constellation Vega, to feline imagery, to ideals of freedom and creativity. Some recall vivid dreams of living in worlds bathed in twin suns, of crystalline cities and temples where songs resonated through the very air. These are not random imaginings. Often, starseeds feel alienated on Earth until they come across the Lyran narrative, and suddenly their lives make sense. They describe a recognition so profound that it brings tears. For them, the encounter with the Lyrans is not external, but internal. It is the moment they realize their soul carries the memory of another world. Regression hypnosis has reinforced these experiences. Subjects under deep trance have described lives as Lyran beings, recalling details of culture, architecture, and philosophy that mirror one another's accounts. These stories often arise from people who never knew of each other, yet they speak of similar scenes, feline-like features, societies devoted to art and exploration, and the heartbreak of fleeing after devastating wars. Encounters through dreams and meditation. For many, encounters occur not in waking life, but in altered states of consciousness. Dreams, visions, and meditations become doorways through which the Lyrans make contact. Some dreamers describe being taken aboard luminous ships where they are shown holographic images of Earth's future, possible paths of destruction or flourishing. Others are taken to star temples, where beings of light place their hands upon their heads, transmitting waves of love and understanding. Meditators, especially those practicing with sound frequencies, often report visions of tall beings with feline eyes standing in golden light. The beings do not always speak in words. Instead, they communicate through feelings, through direct knowing. The message is always the same. You are more than human. You are part of us. Awaken. These encounters, though subjective, leave lasting impacts. People describe feeling transformed, more compassionate, more purposeful, more aware of their role in humanity's awakening. In this sense, the encounters are not passive experiences, but catalysts for personal growth. Physical sightings and contact. While many encounters are visionary, there are also reports of physical sightings. In rural areas, witnesses have described luminous figures appearing at the edge of forests or fields, radiating an otherworldly glow. Some describe their ships, large, shimmering craft that seem to phase in and out of visibility, not like mechanical vehicles, but like living organisms of light. A handful of contactees claim direct physical meetings. They tell of tall beings, often 7 to 8 feet in height, with muscular but graceful builds, golden or light brown skin, and eyes that seem to hold galaxies within them. Some carry subtle feline features, high cheekbones, elongated eyes, and movements of feline grace. The overwhelming impression in these meetings is love. Not romantic love, but a profound parental love, as though the Lyrans see us as their children. In these rare encounters, the beings often emphasize Earth's current state of crisis. They speak of ecological collapse, of technological misuse, of spiritual amnesia, yet they never condemn humanity. Instead, they encourage, reminding us that we carry within us the strength to overcome. Encounters across cultures. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for Lyran encounters lies in their universality. Across cultures, people with no knowledge of one another have described similar beings. In Native American traditions, star beings are often described as tall and radiant, descending to teach the people sacred ways. In Hindu myths, the Devas are portrayed as luminous, human-like beings who descend from the heavens to guide. In Egyptian lore, the goddess Sekhmet, depicted as lion-headed, may preserve the memory of Lyran feline features. In African traditions, the Dogon tribe speaks of ancestors from the stars, specifically the bright constellations like Sirius and Lyra. These cross-cultural accounts suggest that encounters with Lyrans are not modern inventions. They have been ongoing for millennia, woven into the fabric of our myths and religions. The emotional signature of Lyran encounters. If there is one unifying feature of Lyran encounters, it is the emotional impact. Those who experience them describe a sense of coming home. Unlike encounters with Greys or Reptilians, which often inspire fear, Lyran encounters leave behind peace, empowerment, and awe. Some experiencers weep upon awakening, unable to explain why. Others describe the feeling of being hugged by an energy so vast and loving that words cannot contain it. Many feel activated, as though a dormant part of themselves has been switched on. This emotional resonance may be the greatest evidence of all, for what better sign of ancestry than recognition at the soul level, the subtle nature of their presence? Why then do the Lyrans not reveal themselves openly? Why do they not land in Times Square or broadcast themselves on television? The answer may lie in their philosophy. The Lyrans respect freedom above all else. To reveal themselves openly would risk overwhelming humanity, stripping us of the choice to awaken on our own terms. Instead, they appear subtly, in ways that respect our free will. Dreams, visions, synchronicities, and encounters that can be doubted if one chooses. In this way, they offer guidance without coercion. This is the paradox of their encounters. They are both undeniable and deniable. Those who experience them know they are real. Those who hear secondhand may dismiss them as imagination. And perhaps that is exactly how the Lyrans intend it, to give humanity the freedom to believe or not, to awaken or to remain asleep. Encounters as mirrors. Ultimately, every encounter with the Lyrans is also an encounter with ourselves. They do not come as saviors or rulers, but as mirrors. In their eyes, we see what we are capable of becoming, beings of freedom, wisdom, and harmony. The recognition we feel is not only of them, but of our own hidden potential. Encounters with the Lyrans remind us that our connection to them is not ancient history, but a living relationship. Whether through dreams, visions, physical sightings, or the awakening of starseed souls, their presence continues to ripple through humanity. They come not to dominate, but to remind, not to give us all the answers, but to awaken the answers within us. Their encounters are less about proving their existence and more about helping us remember our own. How do we know so much about the Lyrans? When we speak of the Lyrans as our cosmic forefathers, the natural question arises, how can we possibly know this? After all, no telescope has captured their faces, and no official government disclosure has pointed to Lyra as humanity's birthplace. And yet, the information we have about them is vast, sprawling across ancient myths, spiritual teachings, esoteric traditions, hypnotic regressions, and the testimonies of modern contactees. It may not come neatly packaged in a science textbook, but woven together, these threads form a tapestry of memory so rich and consistent that it cannot be ignored. Knowing the Lyrans is not about proof in the conventional sense. It is about remembrance. The knowledge survives because it lives within us, encoded in our myths, our art, our genes, and even in our longings for freedom and transcendence. To ask how we know them is to ask how we know our own ancestors. It is carried in the stories we tell, the feelings that arise in us, and the inexplicable recognition that strikes when we hear the name Lyra. On Ancient Myths as Memory, one of the most powerful ways we know about the Lyrans is through the survival of myth. Myths are not simply entertainment, they are coded memory. Egyptian mythology preserves the image of lion-headed deities like Sekhmet. Scholars may see these as symbolic, but in the context of the Lyran story, they preserve the memory of a race with feline features, radiating both wisdom and ferocity. Sumerian tablets, among the oldest writings in human history, describe gods descending from the stars. They were said to seed humanity and teach civilization. While mainstream history interprets these as symbolic tales of rulers, in the Lyran narrative, they are echoes of true encounters with our cosmic progenitors. Greek mythology speaks of gods and titans who warred in the heavens and gave birth to humanity through unions with mortals. This echoes the Lyran exodus and the blending of their genetics with primitive human stock. Indigenous traditions worldwide, from the Hopi to the Dogon of Africa, speak of star ancestors. Many specifically reference the bright constellations like Lyra, Vega, or Sirius as the homes of these beings. These myths, scattered across cultures with no known contact, form a consistent narrative. Luminous, human-like beings came from the stars, often feline or avian in nature, seeded humanity, and promised to return. 2. Esoteric teachings and hidden schools. Beyond myth, esoteric traditions have carried the memory of the Lyrans through secret teachings. The Gnostic scriptures, particularly those hidden in Nag Hammadi, describe cosmic rulers, archons, who sought to enslave humanity, and higher beings of light who sought to awaken us. Among these beings of light, the Lyran archetype shines, beings of freedom who resisted domination and seeded souls of wisdom. In the Theosophical movement of the 19th century, Helena Blavatsky wrote of root races and ancient star ancestors. Though she did not name them Lyrans, later esoteric teachers connected her Lemurians and Atlanteans with the descendants of Lyran settlers on Earth. Modern New Age channelers have continued this stream, receiving messages from beings who identify themselves as Lyran. While skeptics may dismiss channeling, the consistency across unrelated channels is striking. They speak of freedom, creativity, and the remembrance of humanity's galactic origin. Material evidence, while more subtle, also points to the memory of the Lyrans. Ancient statues and carvings depicting feline-headed beings appear not only in Egypt, but also in South America and Asia. Why would cultures separated by oceans and time create similar images? The construction of megaliths like Stonehenge, the pyramids, and other star-aligned structures suggests that our ancestors were guided by knowledge of the heavens, knowledge possibly inherited from Lyran teachers. Star maps carved into rocks in caves and temples often highlight Lyra or Vega. In some cases, these maps predate the invention of telescopes, raising the question, how did ancient people know the exact positioning of these stars? When pieced together, these archaeological mysteries hint at more than coincidence. They suggest guidance from beings who knew the stars intimately. 4. Regression and starseed memories. In the 20th century, hypnosis began to unlock another kind of evidence, the memories of ordinary people who recalled extraordinary pasts. Dr. Michael Newton, Dolores Cannon, and other regression therapists documented countless cases of people who, under deep trance, described lives not on Earth but on distant worlds. Among these were frequent recollections of Lyran lifetimes. Subjects described tall, feline, or Nordic-like beings, living in societies devoted to harmony, creativity, and exploration. These individuals often had no prior exposure to Lyran lore, yet their accounts were consistent. They remembered fleeing their homeworlds after wars, seeding colonies on Earth and elsewhere, and carrying the sorrow of losing their ancestral paradise. The starseed phenomenon has only grown since then. Thousands across the globe identify as Lyran starseeds. They feel inexplicable attraction to Lyra in the night sky, experience dreams of Lyran cities, and resonate with descriptions of Lyran values. These subjective experiences form a body of living testimony that keeps the knowledge alive. 5 contacté testimonies. Modern UFO contactees and experiencers also provide insight. From the 1950s to today, individuals have claimed contact with tall, radiant beings who often identify themselves as Lyran. Unlike the cold clinical abductions associated with Greys, Lyran contacts are described as loving, empowering, and deeply personal. Witnesses speak of being shown Earth's potential futures, of receiving healing, or of being reminded of their soul's mission. The sheer volume of these accounts cannot be ignored. Even if many are dismissed as imagination, the consistency of detail across continents and decades suggests something deeper at play. 6. The genetic echo. Some researchers suggest that the very structure of our DNA carries Lyran memory. Human DNA contains junk sequences whose purpose is still not fully understood. Esoteric traditions claim that these are remnants of higher dimensional coding, fragments of the Lyran genetic legacy. Studies in anthropology also reveal sudden jumps in human evolution, as if outside intervention accelerated our development. The leap from primitive hominids to modern Homo sapiens remains one of science's great mysteries. From a Lyran perspective, this leap was no accident. It was the moment our cosmic ancestors infused us with their essence. 7. Synchronicities and resonance. Knowledge of the Lyrans also survives in more subtle ways. Synchronicities, symbols, and intuitive resonance. People who begin exploring Lyran lore often report a cascade of coincidences, repeatedly encountering the word Lyra, the harp symbol, or feline imagery. They may find themselves magnetically drawn to certain music, art, or landscapes that feel inexplicably familiar. This resonance may be the most personal form of evidence. It does not convince through argument, but through recognition. Those who feel it know it in their bones. 8. The Lyran legacy in human values. Perhaps the greatest evidence of all is not external, but internal. The values that burn within humanity, our hunger for freedom, our passion for art, our longing for exploration. These are not mere evolutionary accidents. They echo the Lyran spirit. Even in our darkest times, humans have fought for freedom, created beauty, and reached for the stars. These impulses are our inheritance. They are proof that we are more than products of Earth. We are children of the stars. So how do we know so much about the Lyrans? Because they never truly left. Their memory lives on in myth, in secret teachings, in archaeological mysteries, in regression testimonies, in contact experiences, and in the very structure of our being. We know them because we are them. The stories we tell about the Lyrans are not about some distant strangers in the cosmos, but about ourselves, remembered through the veil of time. In this way, knowledge of the Lyrans is not learned but remembered. It is a homecoming of the soul, an awakening to who we truly are. The song of our cosmic forefathers. In the end, speaking of the Lyrans is not only about describing an alien race, it is about listening to an ancient song that has never stopped playing. It is the song of our origins, the melody of freedom, creativity, and courage that runs like a golden thread through the tapestry of human history. To reflect on the Lyrans is to look into a mirror that shows us not what we are now, but what we can become. When we began this journey, we asked, who are the Lyrans? Why do they matter to us? And after exploring their origins, their wars, their seeding of Earth, their legacy, their encounters with us, and the ways we know them, the answer has become clear. They are not distant strangers. They are family. They are our forefathers in the stars, a legacy that lives within us. Think for a moment about the qualities that make humans unique. We are dreamers. We are artists. We build civilizations, then tear them down, then rise again, always reaching higher. We suffer, but we sing. We grieve, but we paint. We rage, but we also forgive. No matter how many times humanity stumbles, there is always a spark that refuses to be extinguished. That spark, according to the story of the Lyrans, is our inheritance. It is the fire they carried across the stars, the memory of freedom that no amount of darkness could erase, even as wars scattered them, even as empires rose and fell. They never lost that fire, and because they seeded us, neither did we. This is why, across thousands of years, humans have always rebelled against tyranny, why enslaved peoples have always sung songs of liberation, why artists in the darkest ages still carved beauty into stone, why even in a world of suffering, there is always kindness, always love. We carry the Lyran spirit within us, and it cannot be killed. The quiet return. The Lyrans never truly left. They live in our myths, in our DNA, and in the whispers of our soul. But more than that, they are still here. Not in the way Hollywood imagines. No fleets of golden ships hovering over our cities. No dramatic landing on the White House lawn. Their return is quieter, subtler, woven into the fabric of dreams and synchronicities. They return when a starseed wakes up and remembers who they are. They return when someone looks at the constellation Lyra and feels inexplicable longing. They return in meditations, in visions, in fleeting encounters that leave the heart changed forever. And perhaps this is the only way they could return, not with spectacle, but with intimacy, not to dominate, but to remind. For if they truly are our forefathers, then they do not come to raise us as children. They come to meet us as family, as equals in the great cosmic journey. Why the Lyrans matter today. It is easy to think of the Lyrans as ancient history, as a story about the past, but the truth is, their legacy matters more today than ever before. Look around at the world we live in. Humanity stands on a knife's edge. We are capable of incredible beauty, curing disease, connecting the world through technology, reaching into space. Yet we are also capable of incredible destruction, wars, ecological collapse, and a culture of disconnection that leaves many feeling lost. This is not the first time a civilization has stood at such a crossroads. According to the story, the Lyrans themselves once faced this choice. They too had to decide whether to use their power for domination or for creation. And when their worlds were torn apart by war, they learned the cost of forgetting who they were. We stand at that same threshold now, and perhaps that is why knowledge of the Lyrans is resurfacing so strongly in our time. Their story is not only about the past, it is a warning, it is a reminder, it is an invitation. The warning, do not repeat the mistakes that tore Lyra apart. The reminder, you are more than you think you are. The invitation, awaken to your true heritage as children of the stars, the Lyrans and the human heart. If we strip away the details of feline features, crystalline cities, and interstellar migrations, what remains at the heart of the Lyran story? It is love. Love for freedom, love for creation, love for family, love for life itself. Every encounter, every myth, every memory carries this same signature. When people describe meeting the Lyrans, they speak of a love so vast, it brings them to tears. When starseeds awaken, they describe a feeling of coming home, as though they have finally found the missing piece of themselves. This is not the love of saviors rescuing victims. It is the love of kin, reminding us of our strength. The Lyrans do not come to save us. They come to remind us that we can save ourselves. And in that reminder, we find empowerment. A personal connection. Perhaps the most profound part of the Lyran story is that it is not abstract. It is deeply personal. For some, it comes in dreams, vivid visions of standing in golden cities, of looking into feline eyes filled with wisdom, of hearing songs that vibrate through the soul. For others, it comes in synchronicities, stumbling across the word Lyra again and again until it feels like the universe is whispering. For others still, it comes as a deep knowing, an unshakable sense that they are not fully of this world. And maybe, if you are listening to this, you feel that too. Maybe something in this story resonates in a way you can't explain. Maybe you feel the tug of remembrance, as though part of you has been waiting to hear these words. If so, that is no accident. It is the Lyran legacy within you stirring, calling you to remember. Looking forward, humanity's next step. The Lyran story does not end with them. It continues with us. Just as they seeded colonies across the stars, we too may one day seed other worlds. Just as they learned from their struggles, we too must learn from ours. If we choose the path of fear, domination, and disconnection, we risk repeating their mistakes. But if we choose the path of love, freedom, and creation, we can fulfill their dream. The dream of a humanity awakened, united, and shining its light across the cosmos. Imagine a future where Earth becomes what Lyra once was, a beacon of art, creativity, and freedom. Imagine our descendants looking back at us not as a broken species, but as the generation that finally remembered who we were. That is the future the Lyrans are guiding us toward. That is the future waiting to be written. The final gift. As we close this journey, let us return to the essence of the Lyran message. It is not about spaceships, nor technology, nor even cosmic history. It is about remembering. Remembering that we are more than flesh and bone. Remembering that we are more than earthborn. Remembering that within us burns the fire of freedom, creativity, and love, the same fire that once burned in the hearts of our Lyran forefathers. When we remember, the universe itself begins to shift. We see differently, we act differently, we create differently, and in that shift, the song of the Lyrans plays again, not from distant stars, but from the human heart. So perhaps the question is not, do the Lyrans exist? Perhaps the question is, can we remember them within ourselves? For whether they are beings in ships of light or archetypes encoded in our DNA, their presence is undeniable. They live in our myths, our dreams, our longings, and our very souls. And maybe that is the true gift of the Lyrans, not to prove themselves, not to dazzle us with cosmic wonders, but to awaken the wonder already inside us, to remind us that the stars are not foreign, they are home. So the next time you look up at the night sky and your eyes are drawn to the constellation Lyra, pause, feel, listen. You may just hear it, the faint, eternal song of our cosmic forefathers, still calling, still guiding, still waiting for us to remember. Conclusion: the echo of Lyra in the human soul. To gaze upon the star-strewn tapestry of the night sky is to look upon a vast and silent library of our own forgotten history. The twinkling points of light are not merely distant suns, they are the embers of our origin, the silent witnesses to a saga of epic proportions that began long before the first human walked the earth. At the heart of this cosmic story, burning brightly in the constellation of the Lyre, lies the memory of our cosmic forefathers, the Lyrans. Theirs is not a tale confined to the realms of speculative fiction or esoteric fantasy. It is the foundational narrative of humanity itself, a story written in our DNA, echoed in our myths, and felt in the deepest, most inexplicable yearnings of the human spirit. The journey of the Lyrans is the archetypal human journey, magnified across eons and light years. It is a story of a brilliant, creative, and freedom-loving people who achieved a profound balance between technological mastery and spiritual wisdom. Yet, it is also a story of profound tragedy, of a paradise lost to catastrophic conflict with forces of control and domination. This great diaspora, born from the ashes of their homeworlds, was not an end, but a magnificent, painful beginning. Like celestial seeds carried on the solar winds, the scattered Lyrans became the progenitors of countless humanoid civilizations, the Pleiadians, the Vegans, the Sirians, each a unique branch from the same ancient root. And it is from this root that we, humanity of Earth, ultimately sprang. Our connection to them is not merely a matter of ancient genetic seeding or the benevolent guidance of sky gods in our primordial past. It is a living, breathing legacy that manifests in the very core of what it means to be human. Our insatiable drive to explore, to push beyond the next horizon, is the Lyran spirit of adventure echoing within us. Our profound capacity to create art, music, and beauty, even in the face of immense suffering, is their creative fire burning in our hearts. Our eternal, often bloody, struggle for individual freedom and sovereignty against all forms of oppression is a direct reflection of their foundational conflict with the draconian ideal. The Lyran legacy is not a remote historical fact. It is the emotional and spiritual substrate of our species. The encounters with these beings, whether through ancient myth, modern contactee accounts, or the intimate internal awakening of starseeds, all carry the same unmistakable signature, not of fear, but of a profound, overwhelming love and a sense of cosmic recognition. This is the critical evidence that transcends mere anecdote. It is the feeling of coming home that countless individuals report, the inexplicable pull toward the star Vega, the deep resonance with ideals of freedom and harmony. This is not information learned, but knowledge remembered by the soul. It is the quiet, persistent call of our family, reminding us of our true identity and our place in a vast, interconnected galactic community. Therefore, the ultimate importance of the Lyrans is not about proving their existence to a skeptical world. It is about what their story empowers us to become. They are our mirror, showing us both our highest potential and the shadow of our deepest fears. They demonstrate that a civilization can achieve technological marvels without losing its soul, that it can face unimaginable darkness and still choose to scatter seeds of light. Their history serves as both a warning and a guide for humanity at our own precipice, as we grapple with the same existential choices between unity and division, creation and destruction, love and fear. The Lyrans do not await us as saviors in the sky. Their quiet, subtle presence in our dreams and synchronicities is a deliberate act of respect for our free will, an invitation to awaken on our own terms. They offer not salvation, but remembrance. The torch was passed to us millennia ago. Our mission is not to worship them, but to embody their highest ideals, to become a planet of freedom, creativity, and balanced wisdom. To heal the ancient wounds of conflict within ourselves and our societies, and in doing so, to finally resolve the ancient war between light and dark that once scarred the heavens. In remembering the Lyrans, we remember ourselves. We are the children of stars, born from a legacy of both magnificent beauty and profound resilience. We are the living continuation of their song. The question is no longer if they are our cosmic forefathers, but how we will honor that inheritance. Will we succumb to the cycles of fear, or will we rise to meet our destiny as a beacon of light in the cosmos? The answer lies within us, in every act of creativity, every stand for freedom, and every moment of compassionate connection, for we are the Lyrans' greatest experiment, their most distant children, and their living hope. The Song of Lyra is not a memory, it is a melody waiting to be sung again, this time in the key of humanity. The prevailing narrative of extraterrestrial contact, heavily influenced by popular culture and chilling accounts of abduction, is one of fear, subjugation, and hidden malevolence. It is a story where humanity is cast as a resource, an experiment, or a slave species to cosmic overlords. However, an alternative and profoundly hopeful narrative exists, one that speaks not of enslavement, but of mentorship, not of conquest, but of kinship. The purported interactions with 5 specific races, the Sirians, Pleiadians, Nordics, Arcturians, and Lyrans, paint a collective portrait of benevolent extraterrestrial intelligence, suggesting that we are not alone in a hostile universe, but are rather the younger members of a vast cosmic family undergoing a difficult but guided awakening. The consistency across channeled messages, contactee reports, and esoteric traditions regarding these 5 species is striking. While their described physiologies differ, from the aquatic-inspired Sirians to the tall, fair Nordics, their core message and ethical framework are remarkably aligned. They are consistently portrayed not as interveners who will solve our problems, but as teachers who provide the tools for us to solve them ourselves. Their alleged agenda is one of stewardship, focused on encouraging humanity's spiritual and conscious evolution to a level where we can take our rightful place as a peaceful, self-aware member of the galactic community. This stands in stark contrast to a narrative of domination. Their goal appears to be our empowerment, not our enslavement. Each of these races, according to this lore, brings a unique facet of wisdom to this collective tutelage. The Lyrans, as the purported ancient progenitors of many humanoid races in our galactic sector, represent our deep, ancestral past. Their story is one of learning from catastrophic conflict, and their message is a warning about the perils of unchecked power and technological hubris. They serve as a living lesson, reminding us that even the most advanced civilizations can fall, and that true advancement must be rooted in ethical and spiritual maturity. From this Lyran root, the narrative suggests branched other lineages. The Pleiadians and Nordic Aliens are often described as our closest cosmic cousins, beings whose appearance and emotional resonance are familiar to us. They are portrayed as the compassionate older siblings, offering emotional support, healing the wounds of historical trauma, and modeling a way of life based on harmony with nature and each other. Their presence is meant to show us a mirror of our own potential, a future where humanity has shed its self-destructive tendencies and learned to live in peace, expressing creativity and compassion as the norm. Complementing this emotional and cultural guidance are the Arcturians and Sirians, who are described as masters of more advanced, integrated systems of knowledge. The Arcturians are often depicted as the cosmic scientists and healers, specializing in the technology of consciousness itself. Their purported teachings involve the use of crystalline energy, sound, and light for healing, and the understanding of multidimensional reality. They represent the mind's highest potential, guided by a heart-centered ethics. The Sirians, with their deep connection to water, sound, and the foundational blueprints of life, are portrayed as the master architects and historians. They are said to hold the records of Earth's true history and the secrets of our genetic origins, providing context for our journey and the wisdom of ancient, lost civilizations like Atlantis. The overarching message from this collective of benevolent races is not one of blind salvation, but of urgent, loving encouragement. They are said to be guiding us through what is often termed a planetary initiation or a shift in consciousness. From their perspective, our global crises, environmental collapse, social strife, and political corruption are the visible symptoms of an old, fear-based paradigm breaking down. Their alleged interventions, through subtle energy work, dream state communication, and direct contact with prepared individuals, are aimed at helping us navigate this turbulent birth into a higher state of collective awareness. They cannot live our lives for us or stop our self-destructive choices, but they can, according to this narrative, hold a vision of our highest potential and assist in raising the vibrational frequency of the planet to make that potential more attainable. This benevolent hypothesis forces a radical reevaluation of the human story. If true, it means that our spiritual intuitions, our myths of gods and angels, and our deepest yearnings for a golden age may be fragmented memories or subconscious communications with these guiding intelligences. It suggests that our sudden technological leaps and the burgeoning interest in meditation, holistic healing, and unity consciousness are not random occurrences, but part of a carefully supported evolutionary process. We are, in this view, not abandoned orphans in a silent universe, but prodigal children being gently, patiently welcomed back into a vast, interstellar community of beings who have already walked the path from separation to unity. In conclusion, the narrative of the Sirians, Pleiadians, Nordics, Arcturians, and Lyrans offers a powerful antidote to cosmic existential dread. It replaces the terrifying silence of space with a chorus of guidance. While this perspective remains firmly in the realm of metaphysics and lacks empirical proof, its power lies in its symbolic and psychological value. It provides a framework for understanding our potential that is both humbling and exalting. It tells us that the universe may not be a cold, dark void, but a school for the soul. The ultimate message from these alleged star-born kin is not a threat, but an invitation to heal our world, to master our consciousness, and to finally look up at the stars not with fear, but with the recognition that we are, and have always been, coming home.